You are listening to a True North Eager Beaver media podcast. The True North Eager Beaver podcasts are proudly brought to you by our founding sponsors, the Miss V Mysteries from Corvid Moon Publishing, your source for science fiction, fantasy, and cozy mysteries featuring a broad diversity of characters. CanadianTarot.com, your uniquely Canadian online eclectic tarot community and forum, and The Peppermaster, hot pepper sauces made from fresh farm ingredients to thrill your taste buds and expand your mind.
Okay, we're live.
Well, good afternoon and hello, kids. Welcome to our third monthly PubCast, our December PubCast. I'm your host, the Eager Beaver, pronouns he, him, hey, Mr. Beaver, eh? And I am so happy that you have decided to join us for some festive fun today. Today, recording day is Saturday, December 17th. I think so. There we go. And it is a perfect winter day here in our nation's capital. It's about 1 degree Celsius. There's been lots of snow lately, so all the trees have that really beautiful white snow on them. Almost no humidity, almost no wind. Didn't even need a toque to be out today. It's just perfect.
Yeah, you can't complain about a darn thing. The weather inside is lovely. The weather outside is not frightful at all. It's actually quite nice today.
And today our fire will be so delightful.
The fire we bring to the party.
Yeah, this is going to be, I always love doing this. I look forward to this so much.
Me too, actually. It's a good time. It's a great way to spend a Saturday with a good friend. And lots of people like to join in. So hopefully we'll get a few friends dropping by today. I need to send out an invite to Army Chris.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because he wanted to join. So I was like, yeah, I can hook you up with that.
All right. Now, I'm just going to move a couple of things out of the way here so I can get a little more comfortable.
Yeah, exactly. Could you slide that down over there?
Absolutely.
Give me some room. Perfect. Thank you. Well, might have to move stuff later, but that's okay.
When the food arrives or something. But yeah, you had, as you were discussing on the show yesterday, you were having a wine and cheese, and I was wondering how that went.
Went really well, actually. It went really well. The guys came by. We had a really good time and drank a few bottles of wine. Spent about $100 on cheese and charcuterie. So I'll be eating cheese and meats for the next couple of days for sure.
If you need any help with those. I didn't get those COVID 26 by not eating cheese and charcuterie.
How do we sound, folks? We trying the same rig we had last time, but wanted to make sure everything was working well. As you see, Douglas now has a new microphone. We're mic matching, except I've got the big shock system. You got to buy your own for that, okay?
Okay, absolutely. Yeah,
just because that was, I got that on sale on Black Friday.
Oh,
it's normally $2.99. I got it for $2.59. So you can pay for this.
Yeah, no problem. I just need to know where to get one.
I'll send you a link.
Okay. So should I need one of those before I actually put it on my mic stand to use for the podcast?
You can use it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wonderful. I lost my thought. And and then after you did your wine and cheese, you had an opportunity to go on James DeFiore show for a little bit.
Yeah. I popped into the Blackballed for a little bit last night. We had a good time. It was fun.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my headphones are tied up. I got to fix that. I can't have that.
Yeah, James was nice enough to invite me as well, and I was not able to attend, unfortunately, because I was doing a murder mystery last night. And I had a really good time.
Did you have to murder anybody?
No, I was the inspector.
Inspector Clouseau?
Pretty close, actually. Chief Inspector Pierre Croissant.
Pierre Croissant.
Pierre Croissant.
Okay. Okie dokie.
Yes, on exchange with the Kingston Police from the Police Nationale de France.
Okay.
So it's with Mr. Spot Mysteries in Kingston. Hello, Jenny. Hello, Melissa. Hello, Bruce. Hello, James. Hello, all my friends. So yeah, we have I've done 2 shows with them. We have one called The Doomed and the Reckless on Consternation Street, which is the one we did yesterday. And then we have one called Murder in the Cards. So it's a family.
Cool.
Pretty sad psychics, actually, the second one. But yeah, they're fun to do because we don't do the serious ones.
Mhm.
Ours are funny, so it gives me an opportunity to be silly, which, well, we all know I like.
Silly's fun. I like being silly.
Yeah. So it's Christmas party season, of course, which means that we're usually busy, but apparently not. Things haven't come back as much as before because apparently, according to the lady who writes the scripts and owns the company and is our director for that type of stuff, apparently in Christmas season it was like Friday and Saturday night, every Friday Saturday night for about like 4 or 5 weeks prior to, and we had 3 shows.
Okay.
So more than last year.
Cool.
But where we didn't have any at all. But things are not totally back yet, which is it's a shame in a way. Well, I mean, it's a shame. I mean, particularly for people who are managing to keep businesses alive while they're doing that. All this is going on. This year, 3 shows were enough for me.
Oh yeah.
In specific, yeah, I've been just insanely busy. James offered me 2 opportunities to be on his show, and I was like, I'd like to say yes, but out of every single day up until like the 23rd, there's only 1 evening I have free.
Oh, okay. Just too much on the go right now.
Just happens to be too much on the go.
I can relate. I understand that.
Yeah, good things, right? No complaints.
Oh, yeah.
But a lot. So when the breather comes around, I'm gonna be a little happier. Well, I mean, just my regular schedule keeps me busy enough,
Mhm.
right? Without it being crazy. But then, when there's a show that's opening at our community theater and I'm helping to do the electronic program for it, that gets a little intense then.
Yeah.
And, Christmas season with the murder mystery shows, that gets intense then. And then, of course, Christmas parties and, people want to be social and then you got to find time to do your shopping and that. And
yeah, it's definitely a busy time of year. I mean, who's kidding who, right?
Right. So but it's always a fun time, and we got good groups. Actually, in the second of the 3 groups we had this year, there were 2 people from my curling club that I didn't know were going to be there. So I'm walking on, and it's like, oh. But it's I get to in the other one I get to play Bobby Banano, like in the psychic one. So, and I'm all about my my wife. Like, I love her.
Okay.
And I might be involved with some business dealings that may not be completely on the up and up, with my friend Crispo Zamboni, but but it's we're selling some timeshares in sunny Manitoba. Sunny northern Manitoba. So yeah, it's that's what I mean. We get to be completely silly, and we get to have some fun, and it's really great because the audience always plays along a bit, right? Because and sometimes it gets a little out of hand because they start heckling. And we did one at a bar a few weeks ago where we were supposed to have because of the layout was really strange. It was like the bar was in the center, so everybody was sitting around the center of the room. So it's hard to project way across the other end of the room when there are glasses clinking and that type of stuff. So we were all stationed all around the bar, and they were going to give us these little, the Madonna mic sets.
The headsets.
Yeah, the headsets. But we couldn't seem to get all 5 of them working at the same time. Okay. So we were doing tech stuff for a while, and we're at a bar, so while we're doing the tech stuff for a while, people are still drinking. So by the time we had started the show, they had a few in them, and let's just say there was a married couple that was ready to take me on vacation to Mexico. Because I like you. You're a good guy, Bobby.
You know, you're a good guy, and you should come with us because it'll be fun. It'll be fun. Yeah, I know that too well. I may have done something like that once or twice in my lifetime. We're going to Florida.
Okay, you have to take over for a bit because I need my glasses to see the chat.
Okay. Hang on a sec here. Just still trying to get a few little kinks worked out. We got here about 10 to 2, so I threw this together as quickly as possible so we could be live at 2 p.m.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, normally I get to come in on the night before, but this morning I had to make my way up here, so I wasn't able to get in. I wasn't in town until what 11:30 or something like that, or noon.
Something like that.
Yeah, so it was a very quick dash. Originally, my plan was to have a nice morning and try to get here early enough, make myself a bowl of gourmet oatmeal.
Gourmet oatmeal. I don't know if I've ever had the pleasure.
Oh, yeah, no. Little pieces of dried apricot, raisin, cranberry, nutmeg, cinnamon, vanilla, some walnuts.
I believe we call that colon blow.
Some walnuts, some pecans, rather than milk on top, some actual cream, little maple syrup. Just, yeah.
Sounds good. This sounds like somewhat healthy, I would assume.
Yeah, and I always do like a double portion. Yeah. So I have a little extra more to stick to my ribs.
Cool.
All right.
Well, we're live, and could you pass me my... Oh, never mind. I'll get it. I'll worry about it. I'll get it later when I have to. When I have to go and see a man about a horse, I'll grab my microcloth to give the old glasses a wipe down.
Oh, okay. Hold on. That I can help with.
You have one? Oh,
yep.
Okay.
I need to give mine a wipe down too, as I see, because I still can't see.
They're full of streaks, and nobody enjoys that, right? It's not fun.
No, streaks are not fun.
Streaking's fun, though.
Yes.
I've done that once or twice.
Have you?
Of course I have.
I haven't.
Not at a football game or anything like that, just up at somebody's farmhouse or something. Just somebody dares me. I dare you to run around the house naked. Okay. No, outside. Okay. But you don't really run. You more walk briskly because running, not pleasant. Yeah.
Oh, man. No, that's, you know what? I've tried a lot of different things. But streaking, and I'm not a prude by any stretch of the imagination. But streaking, no, that's I guess the opportunity has never arisen.
There's a better angle, I think. Using a different camera this time.
Oh yes, I see that.
I can do this.
Oh, nice.
It fixes on you.
Okay.
Right.
Right.
It'll only fix on one face at a time. So when two people are using it, it's best to take it off of the pan and tilt. But
how cool is that? That is really neat. Wow. You just like click on the mouse and there it goes. And then you can zoom in and out. And that is really clever.
Cool, huh?
Yeah. I've never seen one of those before.
Yeah, I've had it for a while. It's called the OBS bot.
Okay.
It's like a bot, a small robot is the idea behind it.
There you go. Okay, well, the glasses are not helping me because I'm getting glare from the light. So let me just see if I can move to the... Oh, but that's a different chat that would show up on the YouTube, right?
No.
That's the same one?
That's here.
Okay.
It's right there.
Yeah, but the one that's there, if I go to the YouTube on my phone, I'll get the same one?
Yeah, you'll get the same one, exactly.
Okay, then I'll do that because I'm getting glare. And I
well,
can't see.
And it's with the laptop is about 1.5 meters away, so you can see, and you can give it that forced perspective, like, look how big my hand is. It's a trick they use in pornography. It is. I'm serious. It's a trick they use in pornography for angles. What? I have a friend who makes films. Not that kind of films, but he's a filmmaker, and he was telling me about that.
Uh-huh.
Well, he produces legitimate stuff,
Yes.
and he doesn't. But every time somebody says, "So what do you do?" He goes, "Well, I'm a filmmaker. I produce and direct films." And they go, "Oh, porn?" He's like, "No, no." But that's everybody immediately asks him if it's porn, all the time. It never fails.
Okay. Is there something about the way he looks that?
Nothing like that at all. It's just that's where people's mind goes.
Ah, everybody has a dirty mind.
I am Batman in a Santa hat.
All right, so let's see who's joined us today. Hello, Kit Saucy Sea Witch. Hello, Kit Linda. Hello, Kit Nucky. That's a new name I don't recognize.
Yeah, Nucky.
Nucky?
I think so.
You've seen it? Okay.
I think so.
Well, I don't recognize it. Well, welcome. Hello, Kit PJ. Lovely to see you again today. Kit Linda. Hello, dear one. How are you? So nice to see you. Who else? Pit DQ. That's a name I remember, I think, from our last pub chat. Is that everyone so far at the moment? Kit Leanne. Yay. Good day, kits. Good day, boys. She says, good day to you. Who else is with us? Kit Elaine has joined us. Hello, sweetie.
You're making me think of Fran Papert.
I know, eh?
I see Tom and Bill and Amy and... Sorry, I guess that was an exaggeration. She never did it like that. That was sort of... I was doing kind of an impersonation of what's her name from American Pie. And this one time at band camp.
Yes.
Holy potatoes.
Where's that from?
That's what she said.
Oh, really?
Yeah. She gets surprised. Holy potatoes. Who says that? Just...
I don't remember that for some reason. Oh. All right. Kids, what are you guys doing for the holidays? I've was at the murder mystery last night, and Robert was it went really well, but Robert was talking before the show, talking about getting some Christmas shopping done, and it's like the light just went on that I haven't even begun to think of Christmas.
Yeah,
like not at all. That's how busy it's been.
Oh yeah, I get you.
And I mean, and as a kid, I didn't like it so much, but now I do, right? And I love giving presents. And I love trying to think of that thoughtful gift, and I haven't even had time to think.
No, it's been too much.
Yeah,
too busy.
So now it's like I obviously want to get something wonderful for my Beaver sweetie, because
I wouldn't know where to begin.
He's just the best, and I love him so much. And and I'm drawing a blank this year. Normally he drops hints throughout the entire year, not unintentionally. He's
I'd like this, or I'm interested in that sort of thing.
Yeah. And ridiculously honest, and he shares absolutely every thought he has, right? Even the ones that you're like I wouldn't. That's a between us comment, right? Because that's one you don't want to say at work, or you want to choose your audience before you say that one publicly.
Oh yeah.
And we all have moments like that. But normally along the way, he drops hints or mentions things that he would like in conversation, and I make a mental note of them or write them down somewhere, and and a surprise gift or birthday gift, or I mean, there's lots of gifts, right? When you're a couple, you got Valentine's Day and your anniversary and whatnot. So it's good to have a memory bank of a couple of things that somebody said they wanted.
Got to give a shout out to John Dowd, who is watching at home. He's Chromecasting. He just sent me a message. He's not in the chat. He's just watching on his gigantic TV. So yeah.
Well, hello, John.
TV that I mounted for him.
There you go. Thank you so much for joining us.
Well, I didn't do it alone. I mean, he certainly helped me, but thanks for tuning in, eh?
Yeah.
And remember, folks, like, share, and subscribe. That helps us.
It does very much. So, I need to come up with something, and I mean, I know there are a little
what are his interests? He's not a sports guy. He's a music guy, but choral.
He does like sports. Not so much team sports, but there's a volleyball group that he plays with regularly enough, and he tried his hand at rugby for 4 years
Right,
and
yeah.
decided he was going to save the moneymaker.
The brain.
Up
Yeah.
Well, I think in 4 years he broke a finger, broke a nose, dislocated a shoulder, and got cleated in the ankle.
Yeah, that would be enough to
That's
make me
enough.
want to not participate, I think. Yeah.
That's why I like tennis. I've only eaten a ball to the boys once in 3 years.
That would be enough for me to wear a cup next time.
Sometimes you think you should, but when you got to like really, really run to the one end of the court to the other and dig something that's like going right down, the cup is probably not what you want there. But yeah, rugby's a much more hard on the body sport.
How's that lighting? Is that better?
I feel like I'm at the optometrist, 1 or 2.
Is that better? Or that better? That's a softer light.
That's warmer.
Yeah, that's definitely warmer. It's pretty bright, actually.
Mm-hmm, it is.
I tilted it down a little bit so it wouldn't be right in our eyesight.
All right. Let's see what we've got here. We love that you love him.
No streaking yet. No streaking yet. Still early in the day, though. I haven't even had a pint yet.
Yeah, let us get liquored up a bit. Never know what happens. So yes. Thank you for saying that, Leanne. That you love that I love him. He's my dragutsul meu.
See, and we're gonna just start promoting Rode because we use their products so much, but they're not. They got to start giving us some love, right?
Yeah. Rode, if you're listening. Hey, once you find those 30,000 copies, no politics.
No politics. But we have 2 of the Procasters, 4 pod mics. I have the Rodecaster Pro, which is at home on my console. This is a separate little unit because it's pocket size. I didn't want to bring the whole console because I have to tear everything apart to do it. So that's why I got this little unit. So this makes life a little bit simpler. This is our mobile production suite.
Mm-hmm.
And it's got a couple of things like... There we go. And then there's...
I like the applause one because, it's like whenever...
You just wave.
And it's nice to be in control of the amount of applause. I mean, we can control the amount of the applause and the volume. So we can give ourselves a standing ovation whenever we want.
And I could add more stuff into it. It's just I haven't had time to yet. But I think I will. I'll add a few more things. It's only a 4-banker, but 4 different sounds I can add in. Change it out. Again, this is just look at how small this thing is. There's my phone, right? Right? There's the phone and there's the console. So, I mean, it's not, you can see it's not a whole lot. Different size-wise.
Yeah. So Kit Elaine says, I'm not doing much. Haven't been given the okay from the cardiologist to go for many walks yet.
Glad you're feeling better, though.
Absolutely. Leanne suggests, what about old school? I will do for you homemade cards for different days of the year. That's a wonderful idea, except the last 10 years of my life have been that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have to understand. How would you put it? I'm the type of I'm pretty proactive. Let's put it that way. So I treat him a little bit like a king, and sometimes there are certain days I think I shouldn't as much because he's kind of used to getting his way. And sometimes when I want my way, the 4 times a year I absolutely want my way, I have to put my foot down a little harder.
Fair enough.
But I might come up with some maybe special I do for you things which could do the thing. DQ says cash is the best gift, dude.
I'm a fan of that myself. Anybody who wants to give me money, I will accept it, and I will take it as a personal gift. When they say, "Oh, cash is so impersonal," not if you need it. If you need it, it's not impersonal. I find it to be a warm gesture at a cold time of the year. And I will take it as a... Oops. Was that your phone?
Yeah, it just started on its own.
Weird.
Yeah, really weird. And then, Again, wonderful suggestion, but we're a couple. Trust me, he has access to my cat.
Yeah, I guess that doesn't make doesn't. It's not going to work out. He's already got that. So
And now he's no longer a student and teaching, so he's got his own cash now.
he's got
too.
his own income. Yeah.
Yes. He loved his semester at RMC.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
I can well imagine.
Really loved it. So he's we went to his the RMC Christmas party. A lot of the teachers and I guess people in the section that he's in, and we went bowling.
Well, that would be fun.
Bowling and pizza. Apparently, on the base at RMC, there is not only a curling rink but a bowling alley right on the base.
Oh yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
There's a they have all. Well, I grew up on military bases, so there's always like a rec center that has a big gym, full-fledged weight room, usually a pool, high dive. You name it. It's always all there. Always has been.
Yeah. So, well, I didn't know that. So, I had a great time. I used to bowl a 5-pin when I was a kid.
I used to because we'd go to the bowling alley on the weekends in the wintertime to keep yourself busy. And a bunch of years ago, we had a group that we'd get together on Sunday nights and go bowling. Like we had a league. And that was a lot of fun, actually. It was just 5-pin, wasn't 10. But the night usually ended very late because the bar was open. So,
Right. So this was 5-pin, which is what I grew up. I was with the youth bowling council. I played like hockey for 2 years, and we were 5 boys at the foster home, and their own son was a goaltender, and he got up to I think to A.
Oh, A
or was it?
Double
Is it more A's that are better?
Triple A is the highest.
So that's like the 67s.
No, that's OHL.
That's OHL. So he probably So then he got to Triple A.
Okay. I played Triple A when I was a
double
kid.
Or Triple A, and I just when I started playing hockey, I figured, okay, well, they're going to come and see my matches too, right? And it's like in 2 years they came to see one. The 1 year we made a final. So my hockey experience was being like this 9-year-old on a street corner at 5:30 a.m. waiting for somebody to pick me up in a van.
Always fun.
So that lasted 2 years. I had 0 goals, 0 assists. I was a defenseman though.
Well, then as long as you're keeping the goals out, you're doing your job.
I don't remember many goals being scored when I was on shift, and I have 2 penalty minutes. Because while they taught me to skate backwards and forwards, they didn't teach me how to stop. So one time there was a puck going in the corner and I was going to get it as the defenseman, and some guy from the other team came there and I had no brakes and I rammed into him. So I got sent to the box. And then, of course, being the peace, love, glitter, rainbows, I was crying.
Of course. There's no crying in hockey. No crying in hockey.
So I switched to bowling.
There's that famous clip of Alex Ovechkin getting a puck in the face. He's on the bench and he's yelling at teammates, gets a puck right in the face, spits a tooth out, and then continues to yell. And then they show a soccer player who gets the ball in the shins and drops down, grabbing his face.
Yeah.
The difference between the athletes, right?
Yeah. Yep. I always say in soccer, the diving would be much more interesting if they did it in the quarter pipe position and included a twist.
Well, they can end the diving and they could also end penalties if they said, okay, you're playing until somebody wins. We're not going to penalties. They just make a rule and they start removing players.
Yep.
A few people have suggested that, and I thought, I think that could actually work because I hate seeing a championship decided on penalty kicks. Like, why did you even play the game?
Same here.
Right? What's the point?
Right. Yeah, same here. And it's the same thing for hockey at the Olympics when they get to the shootouts.
Yeah.
At the end.
I hate that.
It's like, just play 4-on-4.
Play 4-on-4 and then 3-on-3 until somebody scores.
Right. Yeah. I like that better. And they're doing that in tennis too, to shorten the games. They're doing before it was, 40-40 advantage. And then you had to you deuce and then you had to get advantage. In doubles now, it's 40-40 deciding point.
Just to speed it up.
Yeah.
I don't think I like that.
Yeah, and even all 4 Grand Slams now to decide a set when it's 6-6, there's a tiebreak to 7 like this. But the last set of the match, you had to win by 2, right? So there were certain matches. I remember there's one at Wimbledon several years ago with I don't remember the second guy's name, but Nicolas Mahut from France was one of them, and it went to 51-49.
Oh. I'm going to get a server. We got to get some food and drink.
Which
be
is,
right back.
Probably why they brought in the new rule.
Oh, yeah. That would make sense.
Because, you play 2 days and you win 51-49, and it's like, now you're going to the next round, and then you pretty much guarantee lose the following match.
Oh, this mic is working, right?
I can hear it a little bit, but not as loud as the other two.
How's that?
Yeah. And then, but now recently in even in the Grand Slams, at the end of the 5th set, they're doing a tiebreaker to decide the whole thing, and there was one that was still holding out. I can't remember which it was, but it just changed this year, so now all 4 of them are the same. Which, that doesn't. I don't know. It sort of takes away the whole concept of win by 2 right from the get-go, right? And, I can understand ending a set along the way, but to end the whole match, to just do a tiebreaker to 10 or something is, I don't know. I like to see people sweat it out and, have to work for it. Because sometimes when that happens, sometimes the level of play really goes up. I remember one time I was at the French Open and I was watching the qualification rounds, and we were in the 3rd round. So one of these people were going to go to the actual main draw. So it was a really big deal. And we got to the last end, and it was around the time it got to 4-4, both of them seemed to zone in and start playing like even better tennis that they had played all match. It was a Japanese lady named Kumuri Nara, I think, and a Romanian lady named Monica Niculescu. Didn't know any of them before I went to watch that match. And they were just belting it. I mean, the balls were going so fast. They were hitting with all their might. They were painting lines, and it just went on that way, like from 4-4 till about 9-8. And then finally someone got the advantage at 110-8. But you're watching that, and it's like, holy crap! Like, that was like a good show. And so yeah, I'm I don't know. Maybe but then sometimes you want to, like, could you please just finish this match? I got things to do.
Yeah, I understand that. I mean, I've seen some epic matches with Rafa playing for hours on end against Roger Federer at Wimbledon. I think the longest match ever. They had a rain delay before the roof, and I think there was one they had a delay. I don't remember why, but it was the longest match in Wimbledon history.
Oh, because of the delay?
Yeah, there was a delay, but this one wasn't because of rain, because they had the roof on at this point. I just can't remember what it was. It's a couple of years back. I don't remember what the delay was, but it was the longest match ever, and there was a delay for some reason. I can't remember what it was.
Yeah. I remember I think around 2009, there was a final with Federer and Roddick.
Ryan's comment.
Ryan, hey, look, it's a couple of hoes. Ho-hos. Oh, now I'm hungry. Ho-hos. If you were here, then we'd have the full set.
So here's something. Yes, we'd have the full set. Here's something that my buddy John's just sent me a text. He says, you need to consider the time constraints placed on sports by TV broadcasters.
Hello.
Hi, come on in.
How are you?
They can't monetize something that can't be scheduled. That's very right.
That's true.
I would love a Flora Hall Amber.
Flora Hall Amber for yourself?
I'm going to do the Caesar today.
Caesar?
Yep.
Okay.
Thanks. Watch out, kids.
I'll order some food shortly. I'm just, I had a sandwich there a little bit earlier, so I'll order some food in a little bit. No rush. Couple of hoes, just a couple of hoes, hoing, ho. I feel like the Santa from A Christmas Story. Ho, ho, ho. They'll shoot your eye out, kid.
If we're lucky, we might be doing that one next year at Domino.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Do you know they're doing an updated version?
No.
Yeah, it's another Christmas Story. I think it's called, and it takes place, I think, in the 60s. Yeah, there's a preview out for it already. I don't know if it's in the theaters yet or if it's going to be released on a streaming service, but I did see something about it not too long ago. So I thought, hey, that's not a bad idea. I'll check that out. That could be fun.
I would like that very much. That's the only movie when I was a kid I went to go see it on my own. And the movie was over, and I loved it so much that I hid somewhere in the theater
To watch it
again. That's also the day that I learned that there's such thing as more late. I remember a stand-up comedian telling a joke. As I was a teenager, said, "Don't be late." And, well, I'm supposed to home at midnight. It's 1 p.m. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. I'm already late. It's not like it can be more late.
More late, yeah.
Late's kind of binary. And I got home at 3 in the morning and discovered there's such thing as more late.
Yeah, more late.
Yeah, we didn't have cell phones back then, so I had no way to tell Mom that I was staying to watch the movie a second time. Oh my God, she was
Tore strip off, didn't she?
Oh,
yeah, I know what that's like.
Yeah.
Well, those days, that excuse. There was no phone where I was. Can't say that anymore.
No. So yeah, that was. But circling all the way back, so we went to my sweetie's Christmas party, and in my younger days when I was bowling. Ooh, thank you so very much.
Yeah, just put it there. I'll grab it. Thank you very much.
Oh, they gave me the dainty one today.
Yes. The small one. Well, cheers, sir.
Cheers.
All right.
Oh, wait, did we get the clink?
Oh yeah, yeah, it's there. Don't worry.
There you go. Well, if they don't hear it, it didn't happen, right?
I made a spill. How did I do that? I don't know. I'll grab a napkin.
Yep. So my bowling average was about after 4 years of bowling was only 158. I wasn't particularly good because on 5-pin the maximum is 450, right?
Is that what it is? I can't remember. It's been a few years since I played.
Yeah, 450, 300 in 10-pin, 450 in 5-pin. My first game yesterday after
5-pin is a Canadian invention.
Yes. My first 5-pin game, I haven't played 5-pin in at least 30 years. I had a 214.
That's pretty good.
That's really good.
Okay.
I had the highest score of everyone there. I actually got a prize. I never get prizes for sports. So I would have put it up on my very lonely trophy case, sports trophy case, but it was Toblerone and chocolate and stuff like that. So it kind of
you gotta consume it.
You gotta consume that.
It's funny. A couple of years back, I was visiting my folks because they just live about the 20-minute drive from here, and my mom's like, "Oh, here, this is yours." It gives me a box. I'm like, "What?" All my hockey trophies and medals, and I'm like, "Okay." And I think I just put them in a closet somewhere because I'm in my 50s. I'm not going to display trophies from my childhood. That's kind of weird. At least I think it's weird to do that. I mean,
you know what? You've said two things today.
Mm-hmm.
Run around the house naked and trophies that are actually in the Murder in the Cards play.
Yeah, that's freaky.
That we do.
That's freaky.
It's like every time you're saying it, I almost want to say a line from the I'm a free spirit. I'm a free spirit. But it's like nobody would know any of the references. I'd just be laughing to myself. So.
Fair enough.
And then look a little weird, which was kind of like a daily occurrence for me anyway.
PJ got 289 on 5-pin. That's a good score.
That's a really good score. And then my second one, I got 158, and I was thinking, okay, well, that's pretty much normal for me. And then I closed with a 180 something. Like, dang, if I had bowled them like that back then.
I think the last time I played, I cracked 350
at 5-pin.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, that was the highest score I ever got, I think.
That's a lot of strikes.
It was. And I was just one of those where I was ripping it down the alley. It was like I was angry. My buddy goes, why are you throwing so hard? I'm like, that's how I play, man. That's how I play.
Yeah, we had a guy there that was whipping them down. It was like we were just watching the ball leave his hand, and I don't think we could count to 3. Some pins were already down.
Yeah, just ripping it in there. Well, it's when I play golf. I'll hit the ball 350 yards off the tee. People are like, "How is that possible?" I'm like, "Well, I have an athletic build.
Mm-hmm.
I'm stronger than you might think, and I've always been like this."
Mm-hmm.
My problem is my short game.
Yes. Yeah, you were mentioning that.
I might be 50 yards to the pin. It's like I'll use a sandwich. They go, "Why would you do that?" And I go, "Because anything else, I'm going to sail right over. I don't know how to slow my swing down." So I find when I go to the driving range, I'll hit a bucket of balls just to get the adrenaline out, and then go over and just start chipping and working on that. Because you've got the little the chip area and the putt area. So
Okay.
I'll do that so I can work on my chipping capability and try and slow my swing down. It's just grip it and rip it. I love to beat the shit out of the ball, man.
That's why I love tennis.
That's when they say,
Okay, that's twice now that
that's
it
weird.
just goes off on its own.
Well, just kill your volume. That would work.
That's why you're the recording engineer.
Because my volume's off, and see the video's live and the chat's live, right?
Yep.
So
Yep. Extra kibbles in your bowl.
Okay.
No. The answer was there all the time.
Yes.
And that's why he's the professional, kids.
Well, and what was it? Somebody said something to me years and years ago that I always took to heart, and every now and then I have to remind myself. Like, I don't know how to do this. He goes, "No, you have the answer. You have the answer. You just need to search within yourself and find it." I can't remember what the dealio was about at the time, but you have the answer. You just need to find it. You already have it.
Mm-hmm. We have a Kit DQ that says, "I suck at 10-pin." Sorry, let me rephrase that. I suck at 10-pin. I hear you, brother. It's amazing how the skill doesn't translate at all.
No, it doesn't. There's nothing in bowling that you could translate to any other aspect of your life.
No. I mean 5-pin to 10-pin.
Oh, that too.
Yes,
that too. Yeah.
Just first time we went bowling 10-pin is with Alex's family because that's what they know. They're from Europe,
right?
And it's like my fingers go where and how do I let this can this really come off your hand? Like the first time I'm throwing it, it's like, I don't know if I want to whip this. I just figured that my fingers would get stuck right there with the ball and it wouldn't come off.
No, it'll come out. Trust me, it's heavy enough.
Yeah, but it was like, I don't trust this thing. Yes.
Oh, and here, this, I love this. Thought I'd put this up because I think it's hilarious. You were sportsing pretty hard out there. A lot of sports happened. Why do you think you lost? We sportsed our best and scored points, but the other team was sportsing too, and they scored even more points. We need to stop the other team from scoring points while we ourselves score many points. Now back to the studio for 10 hours of sports analysis. My income is higher than most countries. I just love it.
Oh my god, I love that. Okay, let's see what else the kits are seeing right here. Kit Linda says, I bowled in a duck pin league when I was a teenager. I
don't know what that is.
What's duck pin? Not at all.
I don't know what that is.
I've never heard of that.
What is duck pin?
Yeah, not at all. The Kit Leanne says, I was a soccer mama. And there are probably going to be a lot more of those after the World Cup.
What are you drinking, Hugh? You said you cracked open a pint. What are you drinking? Let us know.
Yes, indeed. Let's see. What else do we have? Leanne and my daughter danced. Well, that I can understand because I did too. I'm a dancer in my soul. And
small pins, small balls, but 10 pins. So like a golf ball? First pint of the day, folks. It's all downhill from here. But remember, when people say that, they say it in a bad way. And I go, why is that bad? Why would you consider that bad? Downhill's the fun part. You get on the toboggan and go, wee!
Look, Ma, no hands.
Exactly.
Oh, this is good. They do make a good Caesar here. Yum, yum. All right.
I'm going to throw this in the chat.
Okay.
If anybody wants to surf on in, there's your link. Anybody wants to come on in, I just put the link in the chat. You can click on that if you want to join us, and you're good to go. Now, here's the thing. You'll sit in the green room until we pull you into the conversation. So just giving you a heads up. Anybody wants to join, feel free. We're here to have some fun, have a chat, have a pint, and a bite. Eventually. Well, you got a liquid salad right in front of you there.
Somebody just mentioned that.
It's a meal. It's a meal unto itself.
Well, I didn't get my oatmeal, so I figured might as well get my lettuce.
A little bit of fiber there. I think the beans, spicy beans.
Mm-hmm.
Spicy beans and a couple of limes with some pepper. And Caesar is a damn good drink.
Mhm.
I might have one later,
Yeah.
actually. It's a good drink. My problem is I have one Caesar.
Mhm.
I want more.
Yes. Kit Hugh again says, "Got to do this at the Toucan." He said that yesterday. I'm thinking he's trying to hint at something.
Well, so here's something. You didn't get to see James' show last night, but we talked about how Army Chris is going to be coming to Hamilton
Oh.
in January.
Oh.
So I said, well, Brian, why don't we do a roadie?
Oh.
I said, Douglas and I'll come down to the Hammer, find us a pub. I'll bring the gear. Let's do a road show in January. What the hell, right?
Oh.
Army Chris from Edmonton's flying out. I'm like, let's do it.
Oh.
You into it?
Ears pricked up. Yes.
I think that'd be a lot of fun. I
That
mean,
would be great.
well,
and I haven't met Ryan in person yet. So.
No, neither have I. So I think that'd be a lot of fun. And we did talk about, how in the summer, June, July, and August, we'll do different areas of most likely just Ontario. Maybe we could do something from Montreal, but I do know a number of pubs there, but I'm not tight with any ownership groups in Montreal. So, but I'm sure I can make arrangements. I have family there.
Mm-hmm. I would like that. No, I mean, it's something I always thought I wanted us to do eventually. I mean, I listen, as you know, I consume a lot of podcasts.
Oh, yes.
And a lot of them do live events, and they even have like live audience and that type of thing. And, people come and see them, and it's like, it's probably going to take a couple of years to get the listenership to get there.
Of course. We don't expect it. Look, we're way ahead of where we thought we would be. Right?
Well, yes. But these are shows that are regularly on the charts, right? Whereas we're still pop on for a couple of days and then disappear and then pop on, and that kind of stuff. So, I mean, their listenership is way higher, and I'm sure they have like a subscription Patreon service and whatnot that and are selling advertising already and that type of stuff that'll help them pay for that kind of stuff. And again, we're not there yet.
Big announcement coming soon.
So yeah, I noticed we're not the only ones who are teasing that.
No,
I'm listening to James. Our friend James, he's started doing Casual Fridays on his show Blackballed.
Yeah,
and he had
it was a lot of fun.
Yeah, invited me yesterday, and like I mentioned before, couldn't because I was doing the murder mystery. But I'm listening to the previous week's one with Ryan and Marianne at the moment because I happened to be scrolling through my podcast. And that's how I knew. I didn't know about it from before. I hadn't heard it from the grapevine. So I was like, oh, what's this? This looks like interesting. And I like it. First of all, it's a different side. For James, it's a different product.
Yes,
right?
it is. It's
because he's like, he goes to dark places on his show.
He does. And he's able to pull in guests. I'm like, wow, how did you get that person?
Seriously, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm envious of this guy's, I'm dating myself, Rolodex, but you know what I mean. I don't know what the modern term for that would be. Just address book, I guess? Contact book?
Know.
Yeah.
Sure.
But very envious of it. But yeah, just that it's nice to see people in different environments, right? Which is one of the reasons why we're doing this.
Yes, yeah, to change it up, change it up. It's different for us. It's different being able to do one in person is nice to begin with, because usually we're remote when we do them.
Mm-hmm.
He's in K-Town, I'm in O-Town, K-O-Town.
Mama said, knock you out.
I'm going to knock you out.
And that's one of the reasons I like Christmas parties too, right? It's the same way. You see the people that you work with or people that your partner works with, in this case, in whole different lights, and particularly the military, which is fun. Right? We had only one person there was there in military gear, I guess, fatigues.
Oh, yes,
called?
fatigues.
This older gentleman, white hair, definitely almost like from Central Casting.
Okay.
So a military look. Okay. Except for one little thing. He had a pierced ear.
Oh, and you're allowed to do that now.
Right.
At one point in time, that was like verboten, but now you're allowed to.
Right. But you would have thought, like I would have originally thought it would be like the younger recruits, right?
He might have got that a long time ago. He might have been naval.
Could have been.
Naval officers often would get that when you cross the international date line on a ship. They tend to there's a tradition. Hugh would be able to share it with us. I mean, he was Navy, so he would know about that.
Yeah.
But yeah, you are allowed to wear your piercings, but you're not supposed to wear them while in uniform.
Okay.
Now, which is a different thing altogether, right?
Yeah.
And one of the things I noticed when I was in, I talked about this on James's show on, was it Wednesday or Thursday? I can't remember. Wednesday. I think it was Wednesday.
The Sandy Hook one.
Yes.
Yeah, Wednesday.
Wednesday. Days are blending together when you're going balls to the wall as I've been lately. But talked about how in Switzerland, when I was in Geneva, I'd see a guy in full fatigues with a fully automatic weapon in his backpack with shoulder length hair and piercings come into the pub for a drink. I'm like, what's going on? They go, oh no, they every couple of years you have to do a 2 weeks service or 2 months or whatever the case may be. After you've done your mandatory service, you have to do a couple of weeks a year up until the age of 45, I think. Okay. I'd have to double check on that. I don't remember it all, but yeah. Anyway, interesting to see a soldier with shoulder length blonde hair and 3 earrings with an automatic weapon in a pub that he got to on his 10-speed. It's just strange. Not something you see here,
We have Saucy C, which said planning Nova Scotia get together for a future endeavor.
Oh yeah, we could do H-Town. Yeah, go down to Halifax.
I have no problem going national, kids.
That would have to be a summertime thing. And the only reason I say that is driving down there at this time of the year, you never know with the weather, right? It's not like I've done the drive many times. I haven't been to Halifax in a long time, but driving to New Brunswick I've done many, many times because I have a lot of family there. So yeah, we could do an East Coast tour.
Kid Ashley says, "Wonder what kind of handsome guests will pop in to see you today, gents."
Oh, we'll wait and find out.
Oh well, we know who she finds handsome.
Who's that? Me?
Her husband.
Oh, I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about. I missed it altogether. Sorry.
Saucy C, which says,
it's Ashley who said it. I didn't. Sorry. Yes.
You guys are all being a bunch of teases. Yes, Saucy. Yes, we are. Want some of that? Huh?
How about some of this? What about some of that? Some of this? Makes me think of a night at the Roxbury. How about some of this? You want some of that?
Kid PJ asks, you guys joining the Daily Wire? I'm not sure what you mean by that. If you can tell us a little more.
Yeah. What is the Daily Wire? I don't know.
I must plead complete and total ignorance there.
I'm wired most days anyway because I'm very, ADHD when I'm at work. So I'm already there, I guess. If that's what you mean.
Kit DQ says, ladies love Cool James.
LL Cool J.
And then, yes, the Cool J. Somebody's, who said it, would give me serious points if I knew the B-side of Mama Said Talk You Out. Mama Said Talk You Out. That's our show. Mama Said Talk You Out.
Yes.
Mama Said Knock You Out. Gee, my Freudian slip is looking quite fabulous today. And I'm going to lose serious cool points because I do not know. I am so sorry. I wish I did, though.
Well, these things do happen. Sorry, I'm just messaging some people who are sending me some stuff. So
deep cut points if you can name the B-side of Mama Said Knock You Out, said Kit PJ. And I can't, but I hope that you can tell. Around the Way Girl. Oh, of course. I should have known that. And then Ashley says, Douglas, obviously.
Yeah, get your shit together, man.
The Daily Wire is that right-wing hovel for Ben Shapiro, JBP, and all.
Nope. Nope.
Gee, we didn't even have to think about that, did we?
Nope.
Like normally we like to consider things.
Nope.
That just was reflex.
Not even considering that one. Seriously, fuck that guy. Okay, and that's as political as we're getting. Remember today, there's no politics, no religion. Sex, movies, sports, music, rock and roll, drinking stories, and I'm tempted to tell the story about the second time my nose was broken, but I'm not gonna. Some things you gotta remain private. It's a good one though. I'll tell you, but not offline. Some things you just can't do online, and trust me, that's one of them. It's a good story though. I mean, it'd be a great story for a podcast, but it's not. It's not something we're going to do. It would be great on somebody's podcast. Let's put it that way.
As the kids might be noticing here, I was struggling to get my glasses off for some reason. They were stuck in my
There we go.
headset. There we go.
We're mirrored. Why is that? Hang on. That shouldn't be.
Well, flip us over.
I don't know why. Mirror camera. Why do they do that? There. That's better. Sorry about that. Yeah, there we go.
There we go.
It's the Procaster from Rode. 100% of this product is made in Australia.
I just figured out why people do mirror camera.
Why?
Because literally when we're looking at ourselves, we're on the opposite side of the screen as we are.
Yeah. Yeah, but true. And why is it default to mirror though? I don't like that.
I don't understand.
I hate that.
Yeah, me too. So if you weren't paying attention, we just switched seats.
Technically we didn't, but visually. Well, and the thing was, I was sitting there looking at it going like, that's not making sense to me. When I'm looking at it, I'm like, why am I on that side of I shouldn't be on that side. That doesn't, and then when I held that up and it was written backwards, like,
yeah, but see, again, for you, because you're the tech guy, you know that. I was looking at that and says, yeah, that looks normal to me.
No,
it never occurred to me that we were.
Didn't make any sense to me at all.
See, you noticed it before it happened. I noticed what the difference after it happened. I was like, oh, yeah, that's why. Okay. So that's how I know now.
So then my buddy says, look at the last message he wrote.
Sir Paul, you are representing the right?
No, there's no politics here today. None.
No
politics on this program today. This is a no politics zone.
Ben Shapiro and Nara Wilson.
You know what I would love is some chicken fingers and fries.
All right. Did you want any gravy with that?
Oh goodness, no, not with this face.
Oh, fair enough.
Too much sauce. Not good.
Didn't want the dressing. Fair enough. That's okay.
A menu for me, please. I might need your little help for a bit because I'm gluten free.
Okay, gluten-free. Yeah,
He has to be. It's like
I'm allergic to
allergy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We do have like gluten-free buns. There is a couple little choices that I can show you on the menu as well.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Normally I have the salmon, but I've had salmon the last 2 Fridays at the murder mystery because they were dinner murder mysteries.
Are you an Irish Catholic there, or what's there?
It just kind of happens. I don't know. So yes, that's the murder mystery.
No, my buddy's calling me a coward because we're not talking politics. When we are in the pub, there is no politics discussed on the show, on the PubCast.
Yeah, that's the whole point.
That's the point of it. It's supposed to be light. It's supposed to be fun, music, stories, sex, rock and roll, but no politics today.
Yeah, an opportunity to see a different side of us, to interact with our kits who give us so much love on all the other other shows. To build a little bit of community, a little bit of rapport, so that when we go back to our politics shows, that you have a better sense of who we are and where we're coming from, and the place from within us our comments come from.
Oh my God, really? Well, you're on the right path there, Ree, with how I broke my nose, but I can't get into it. But Ben Shapiro and Mara Wilson are related.
Yeah,
they could not be. Well, I have relatives that I don't see eye to eye with politically, but Mara Wilson is like as far on the left spectrum as he is on the right. They're nothing alike.
Wow. Jeez. I was in Matilda. Eh?
You were?
Yeah.
The movie?
No.
Oh, the play.
The play. Yes. Musical. Yes. A couple of years ago.
Never been in a Matilda.
A couple of years ago in Kingston.
Never been in a Matilda. Waltzing Matilda.
Naughty boy. No, at on the main stage of the Grand. So that's the closest to NAC level stage I've gotten to, because the Grand is along with the Isabel, which is gorgeous.
Where's the Grand?
On Princess Street itself.
Oh, in Kingston.
Grand Theater.
Okay.
So I do have this here for you.
All right. Cool.
So some of our options that we can do, because anything that's in a fryer, I would say is not
That I'm
safe
okay
for
with.
you.
That I'm okay with.
So
Yeah.
we have like gluten-free buns. So if you wanted a sandwich or anything like that, we could do it on the gluten-free bun.
Okay.
Chipotle chicken burger is a really good option because it's not. It's grilled chicken. It's not going to be fried. But something like our honey chicken wrap, if we put it in a gluten-free bun, we would just not fry the chicken, so it wouldn't be a crispy chicken. It would be grilled.
Okay.
So we could do something like that. But again, anything that's fried in our deep fryer, I wouldn't say to do just because it would cross-contaminate. So I just don't want to, have
Run
any
the
issues
risk.
with that. But other than that, we have like salads, things like that. So if you wanted to take a peek, and I could do a lettuce wrap if you wanted to do something like that too.
Okay.
So just let me know, and I'll come back.
If you want to jump on the pod
Thanks
at
so
any
much.
time, there's a mic and a set of headphones right there.
What would I say?
Well, we just have
gab.
a conversation. It's just a Saturday afternoon in the pub chat. That's all it is.
Okay, well maybe I'll come back around when you have this all done.
Cool.
All right. Thanks so much.
Staff here is so lovely.
Fantastic people over here, and like I said, like wonderful gluten-free options. Really, they take care of everything. They really take care of their patrons very, very, very well.
Yes, they do. I mean, and see how she like giving you all those options.
Yes.
You're in a pub. Do you know how most pubs don't do anything like that,
I
right?
hear you.
Yeah.
Because normally when I come to a pub, if they have like a butter chicken, that's pretty much what I get.
Right. No, and here they have gluten-free options. They're very sensitive to clientele's allergies because the owner, John, you've met a couple times, engaged in caring, and he's here every day.
He was here today. He
Every
greeted
day.
us on our way in.
Yeah, 7 days a week. He's here. He's always in the restaurant.
Yeah.
He didn't take a vacation for like 30 years.
Yeah. Jeez. So about Matilda. So yeah, it was the closest to a big stage I ever got, and I was Rodolfo. If you've ever seen the movie. Okay. Matilda's mother is she's not the classiest of people, but she ballroom dances, and Rodolfo is her dancing partner, and Latin and suave, and takes himself way too serious.
Carol Wilson is the same. She was a young lady, and she was in the updated version of Miracle on 34th Street, correct?
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
That is correct.
Yeah. I've chatted with her a couple of times on the Twitter.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. So yeah, and again, I love that because it was for the longest time when I was dating my Beaver sweetie, I was missing a lot of family functions because I was in a lot of plays and musicals and whatnot. But they were all things like Chicago, Naked Boy Singing, Adventures of Priscilla, Queen of the Desert.
I'm not familiar with Naked Boy Singing, but they do have.
It's really fun.
They have Naked Boy Reading.
It came from.
It did, okay.
Yeah, it came from that.
They've found a couple of times at Live on Elgin, which is a live music venue just up the street from here. And I remember somebody was telling me, they go, "Oh yeah, Naked Boy's Reading." I'm like, "What's that?" It's a dude who walks out on stage completely naked and reads from his favorite novel.
Not exactly like that, but very close. But yes, it was the group of us that did the first Naked Boys Reading, and I owe a lot to that show, Naked Boys Reading, Naked Boys Singing, and it's a really, really funny show. It's not vulgar in any way. It's all quote unquote cheeky humor, but because I did Naked Boys Singing, that's how I got my first ever professional show.
Oh, okay.
Like this, because there was a theater company from Orlando, Florida, that was coming to do it for Pride in Montreal for 10 days. And 3 days before the opening of the show, one of the cast members' mothers had cancer, and she decided she was stopping treatment.
Because she just couldn't.
Yeah. So he stayed home, and I think she stayed alive for another 3 or 4 days. And so he did the right thing for himself and for her. But that opened up the door, and we were the only people in Canada who had done it that the theater company could think of.
Mm-hmm.
So they wrote and they said, would anybody happen to be free to be able to take the spot? And it was Canada too. It was 2017.
Okay, Canada 150.
Yeah, we just got back from our trip to out east and Rogers Cup, and we were gone for 4 or 5 weeks. And we basically got home on the Sunday night, and that Monday at 11:40, I wrote an email saying, yeah, I could probably do that because I hadn't booked any contracts. We had just got home.
Mm-hmm.
And at 1:40,
we got to look at the camera every now and then.
1:30, 1:40, 1:40, I was on the bus, and by 5 o'clock, I had the job.
Cool.
Yeah.
So the Naked Boys Reading, I thought, as I understood, it was a dude buck naked on stage reading.
Yes. Yeah.
That is what it is.
That part is true. But it's not just reading from your favorite book. The readings are actually curated, and there's actually a theme,
okay.
And they're assigned.
Okay.
Yeah. And so,
like that makes a difference.
Well, it does because
No. I mean, in the premise that I'm
no.
talking about.
In the
Yeah.
premise, it doesn't.
Yeah.
But it's because it's this mix of yes, someone's naked,
Mhm.
but the evening is actually highbrow in culture.
Well, and that's
Right?
it's like a tongue-in-cheek sort of thing. Like, my only issue with it is the title. I'm a man, not a boy.
Well, but it's because it comes from
I understand
like
that.
one of the people that were in the cast in Ottawa is the one who started the initiative, and when we did Naked Boy Singing, we did it at Live at Elgin as well.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah.
So in keeping with the theme.
So you're familiar with the venue then?
Yeah. And the
it's a
show
great little venue
it's a
too.
wonderful venue.
It really
and
is.
Lawrence
yeah.
is just amazing.
Lawrence, of course, you know Lawrence. I know Lawrence.
Of course. Well, he's an actor.
That's how I know him,
right.
through one of my friends who he's in Toronto now. I think he was in the UK. He's from the UK. Came here. He's a lawyer and a university-educated musician who also acts. So it's like now he's an actor who is also a lawyer.
Gotcha.
Right.
Yeah. So it's a beautiful space, and yeah, that's sort of where the concept came from. Now apparently it's a concept that exists all around the world.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's a lot of people do
kind of like puppetry of the penis.
Yep.
You remember that?
Yeah, I remember that. Yep. So,
I saw that show and I'm like, wow. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So, yeah, so I've done it twice actually.
Okay.
Yep. I've done it twice, and the people are really, 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 really kind, and you get really all kinds of people. They'll come to it, and they generally have a good time, and it's a venue that's intimate enough for it.
Oh yeah.
So I mean, it's perfect for it. But yeah, it's a real good time. The first time, oddly enough, I was really, really, really nervous because again, not a prude. Have no problem with nudity. I mean, I've had naked scenes in plays. I've had sex scenes in plays. So it hasn't been a thing like nothing like that. But it was just sort of I'm naked and I'm reading. Like, I'm not naked for any part that's intrinsic to a plot. I'm not. I mean, I'm not pretending. I'm not pretending to be someone who happens to be naked. It's actually me.
It's
naked.
Kind of weird like that, right?
Yes.
Like, it's not. It's just I'm going to stand here, buck naked, with my junk hanging out, and read.
But it's amazing how it's weird up here because it's the exact same thing. If I'm on stage and I'm naked and I'm delivering lines, but I'm playing someone else.
Yeah.
I mean, it's still me and I'm still naked.
But when you're playing somebody else, your brain is in a different
exactly
place, right?
And I was like sitting there in the wings going like, why am I freaked out about this? It's not like I haven't done this before. But yeah, it was a bit of a trip. So anyway, I do stuff like that a lot. So I often take roles that a lot of people will want to take or not, can't take, even because of their jobs or whatnot, that type of stuff. So Matilda was great because it was something for kids. And that was the first, Chicago was when Alex's brother and sister-in-law came to see me on stage for the first time. But this is the one where everybody, his dad and the two kids, and like this is why Douglas is sometimes always at the party, and they could say, okay, it's like it's not just this thing. He's actually like doing actual real projects, and he might be somewhat good at this, right? So it was kind of nice,
somewhat rewarding. Eh?
Well, it's. Art's meant to be seen, right? Music's meant to be listened to. Books are meant to be read. So, I mean, if you make something and nobody comes to see it, I mean, yeah, okay, you've made it, but what impact has it had? And this one, it's when you're starting to date someone and you enter a new family, right? And you're not going to all the things, is there something? Is he not comfortable with being with us? All that type of stuff. And it's like, no, this is what it is. This is what it's about. Like, and they actually got to see it.
Gentlemen, like the hat, James, looking good, brother.
Good day, sir.
No audio, James.
Oh,
I can't hear you.
Hi, boys.
Turn your mic on. We see you. We can't hear you.
All right.
Oh, he's jumping in and out.
Okay, we'll try that again.
Now, Ryan, what? I can't quite make out your chapeau. What is that?
It's an elf. I'm an elf.
Oh, it's an elf hat. Outstanding.
Oh, right on.
Oh. Even got a bell. You can hear me coming.
All that well, but I knew you were going to get a Christmas hat, and I didn't want to get the exact same thing, so I figured in true style of myself, I'd get myself something with sequins.
Mm.
It's red and green and very sequiny.
There you go. There's some shine.
Yeah, there's some sequiny going on there.
Because,
It's nice. I
Queen
like it.
Beaver needs to bring the bling for the kitties.
Indeed.
Hello?
Hey there,
Hi.
James. Have we got you
Hi.
now?
Yeah.
No,
I
still
can't hear ya.
not.
I can't do
No,
that.
I can hear him.
Darn.
I can hear you, James.
You still can't hear me?
No, I can hear you.
No,
Hang on. Let me see if I can fix something.
Well, it's live on the air. I can hear you here.
I can't hear.
Oh.
I don't know if Ron's talking to us. I see his lips moving, but we can't
Yeah.
hear him either.
No, I can hear you guys. I can hear James. It's weird. Anyhow, how you feeling, James?
Now this is a new one.
Tired.
Oh, okay.
Can everyone hear us now?
Very interesting. Okay. So yeah, that's basically, it's
I don't
like
think
you
so.
like to perform for an audience, but also when, it's the people who you love and who are sharing part of your life, and you get to show a side of you that they haven't got to see before, that they don't get to see often.
Oh, you guys can hear Ryan and James? Okay, good. We can't. I don't know why.
Oh.
But weird. I should be able to hear you. Last time we did. Oh, I had a different mixer last time.
So I can say anything I want.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To the
Well,
audience.
I
you can say
like
whatever you
Ryan
want.
and Douglas.
Hang on.
They are nice.
Maybe
Yeah, go ahead and do that. Do that so you'll have something.
turn the volume up.
I don't want to hijack the show if they can't hear us.
No,
See, I'm
exactly.
learning from you now.
Anyway,
I'm slow at first, but I'm quick on the uptake. Things still loading.
Yeah, I don't know why I couldn't hear them. I am using a different mixer, but it should pick up.
This is a shitty Christmas AT&T commercial. Okay, so everybody else was able to hear Ryan.
We just couldn't hear.
not us.
Can you hear me now? Yeah, that's the AT&T commercial. Can you hear me now? How about now?
That's Verizon, isn't it?
Verizon?
Okay, this is not working for me here, so let's try to reload YouTube because all I'm getting is that little circle that's spinning.
I don't know what was happening there. That was weird. It's like I've got it flicked on. Got the line.
That's what we're thinking.
Did you make a decision?
Oh, sorry, no,
Oh,
not yet.
no, that's okay. How are the chicken fingers?
Very good. Thank you.
Good. Did you need another beer?
Yes, please.
Yeah.
That'd be great.
Yeah, all I'm getting is that little. Oh, there we go. No,
Is it logged? Huh? Well, here it's working on mine. There.
all right. There we go.
Yeah. So the volume's right there on the
Yeah.
side.
But we are several minutes delayed.
Yeah, that's natural.
Okay, so yeah,
That's the live has still got a delay in it.
yeah. But this won't make it possible for us to have a.
It won't. It won't.
Yeah.
That's natural.
Ah, darn.
Here. Just kill the volume.
Oh, darn.
So I don't know what happened. I don't know
I
why
am
we couldn't hear.
heartbroken.
Yeah, it's weird. I don't know why we couldn't hear anybody. It's like I didn't even get the tone to let us know that there was somebody coming in. Usually there's a tone.
Right. Oh, that's too bad. I was so looking forward to talking with them.
Yeah. I don't know, man.
Here we are.
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Outstanding.
All right.
I'll keep coming in.
Thanks. I'm going to need you to take over so I can
You're gonna figure
look
out
at
what
the
you
menu a
want to
bit.
eat.
Yeah.
No problem. Let me just. I'll get rid of that. Okay, there we are. I'm back. Back and I've got food. I've got drink.
Can we patch a phone into there somehow?
Does this have a phone patch in? No, it doesn't.
Doesn't? Nah.
No, the other one does. The other board does. This one doesn't. Again, this is a pocket studio, right? So there are limitations.
Listen,
it's
I'm
still-
just impressed that I thought of the idea. Okay, this is I'm limited, so
It does have a Bluetooth patch in, but you have to buy a separate Bluetooth thing to do it, and that's like $50. And I'm like, I'm not spending $50 on an item that should not be $50. Why did the camera do that? It went into tracking mode for some reason.
Okay, we definitely have gremlins today.
Oh yeah.
Oh man,
we can turn it around.
There's
the other part of the pub.
So yeah, we're having an interesting tech day.
Yeah, stuff's going sideways. I don't know how
Phones
it's doing.
starting on their own, cameras tracking on their own, sound not coming in.
Yeah, always a little bit of fun, right? I mean, I don't get stressed about it because, I am able to drink a pint while I'm doing it now. Were this my day job and things went sideways, I'd be getting upset.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
This is different. I'm like, well, it's a PubCast, so things go sideways. It's a remote location. That stuff happens,
Yep, indeed. All right, you need to lay off those for a second and talk to the kids.
Okay, I can do that.
I can't read and entertain at the same time.
Oh, you got to learn that. That's a skill. I do it all the time, actually. How do you think I do my music shows? Because I'm reading all my notes while I'm able to just communicate. But I'm reading. No, I'm not. What I'm reading is not what I'm saying.
Yes. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I'm reading stuff about the artist that's coming up while I'm talking about the existing one that I'm about to play.
Okay.
It's kind of like a radio thing, but I've been a DJ forever, right?
Yeah, but see, that's interesting because I can do the simultaneous interpretation thing where I'm hearing things in one language and I can do that, but I can't read with my eyes.
It's the way the brain is, right?
Something else.
Well, and the simultaneous interpretation. I mean, I don't. Je parle un petit peu français, but the thing is, I struggle with so many words that I get lost trying to make a clear and concise sentence to. So, it's just the way it works sometimes. The brain is a complicated thing, and mine's heavily medicated for good reason, though. It keeps me alive.
I shouldn't laugh, but it's just the way you slip it in.
Well, it's funny. It's funny. And I have to make fun
heavily
of it.
medicated. It's like, yeah.
It's funny, though. I mean, I get a kick out of the fact that, when I went to crazy in the streets and yelled at the truckers, somebody called me up and said, "Are you mental and on drugs?" And I went, "Yes, I'm on drugs because I'm mental, and the drugs keep me alive and sane. So yes, I have mental health issues and I'm on medication." I mean, it's true. I don't deny it. Why would I? Mm-hmm. I'm not afraid. I'm afeared of nothing. The only fear I ever had was losing my hair, and I've licked that one in there. I kicked its butt because, as you all know, I got a shiny dome under this hat. Well, I'm lamenting the fact that people calling in, diving on in, we couldn't hear them. That's frustrating. Sorry, gentlemen, I don't know what happened there, but we do really appreciate the fact that you were able to come in. Now I know that the listeners and viewers were able to hear, but we couldn't. So it's hard to have a conversation when you can't hear anybody.
Yeah. Is it something? Is there like a sound output from there that should be going in here?
I was checking everything and I can't find it, so I'm not sure. There's no rhyme nor reason for it.
No obvious reason.
Yeah. No, because I'm selecting the line. So this switch here shuts this microphone off, but since nobody's using it, so I can hear what's coming through the computer.
Okay.
So why we couldn't hear them is beyond me. I don't know. I don't know. Stuff happens, Restream audio output is set to this little recording device here, the Zoom P4, PodTrack 4. Zoom PodTrack P4. I'll double check it here. Yes, it has USB mix minus and it's on. Maybe if I shut off mix minus, that might do the trick.
Yeah, we apologize for this, kids. But hopefully you'll be able to improve our product a little bit for you. We're having technical difficulties. Please stand by.
Yeah, I'll see. Mix minus is on, so I would think that would give me the ability to hear.
It's my technical please stand by music.
Yes, I see that. Yes. It's the girl from Ipanema.
You got it.
USB mix minus is on. If I switch it off quickly, tell me what happens. Do we have a terrible echo? Or does it sound okay? How we sounded, folks? We sounded good? We're sounding good. Okay, mix minus is off. I should have been able to hear
Now
you.
can you hear me? Now can
Yes.
Thank you. Is that James that helped us with that?
Yes.
No, it was me.
You are a love.
Oh, sorry. I didn't change my name because James was the last one in.
Yay. Okay, talk away.
All right.
It sucks. I was actually just drawing you guys like a really funny Merry Christmas thing. I was just going to pop in and put it on the camera, but now I guess I can talk. So,
Yeah,
hi guys.
I thought mix minus on. I should be hearing you. That's the purpose of it, right?
No, because it'll shut all audio coming out of your computer into the mixer.
Right.
That's what mix minus is for, right? So anything USB gets shut down. So, how are you? How's your chicken
Very
fingers?
well.
We're good. Nice and tasty.
No longer a shitty AT&T commercial. We're back.
We're back.
Just so you know.
Well, it's good to see you guys. And
Hey, how
happy
are
Saturday.
you?
Happy Saturday,
What,
indeed.
what's in the
Cheers.
cup?
Oh boy, this is
tell us.
the muddy omelet. This is the
Eggnog?
Kahlua, salted Kahlua and eggnog, or salted caramel Kahlua and eggnog.
Yeah, I knew where you were going. Yeah, that sounds good.
Call it a muddy omelet.
Oh, I like that.
Did you create that? Is that your own concoction, sir?
Yeah, we were drunk in a bar one night and asked them if they had eggnog, and they said that they didn't serve eggnog at that restaurant because of fears of salmonella poisoning. And I went, fair enough. So I went to a variety store and bought it myself and brought it back to the pub we were at. And we had exclusive drinks that we were serving to everybody at the bar. So it was a great night. So we all said, we need to come up with a name for this. The odd time we'll throw if you can throw a little bit of Irish cream in there as well, which, by the way, I'm making today. I'm making fresh Irish cream.
Oh, really?
In my house. Ooh. Yeah. We do stuff like that every Christmas.
I need to move in there.
Yeah.
No, seriously. I don't understand how it is you do not have a show on the Food Network yet.
Well, we're working on something for the new thing, which we can't talk about. So hopefully we'll have something fun
Can we say
food-wise.
no, the new thing? Yes. Yeah. See, we're all showing like today.
Yeah. Everybody's as it gets closer
when is
and
the
closer.
announcement going to be? Do you know?
I believe we're aiming to get after speaking with these parties involved. What I can tell publicly, I guess, is we're aiming to get everything in order. You remember that thing we had to do? Remember that thing we had to email back, all of us? Remember with the pictures and stuff?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So
So those are being done this week, and the person in charge of that is
you
aiming.
didn't do it yet, did you?
I was supposed to bring my sweetie's camera.
Okay, so do that as soon as you
You're
can,
holding us
Douglas,
back,
because just because this week they've set themselves a deadline for this week, so they don't have to do it over the actual holiday, and that way the
No, I know
launch-
that. We didn't have
launch.
headshots, and then my sweetie has like the great camera, so I was going to take a picture of each of us, and then one of us together with the mics and setup and whatnot for the site. I was like, crap.
Yeah, the hopefully right in the new as we roll into the new year, it should be about that time. So
Okay, cool.
Okay.
yeah,
I love the one that Lachlan sent.
yeah, it's great. Eh? Well, that's one from Cruise.
Oh yeah, is it okay?
Yeah.
Do you have it? Do you have that asset? Could you throw that up?
Yeah, I think so. Hang on.
Because I think Douglas hasn't seen it yet, and it's
No, I've not.
this is so when they said we need photos,
Right.
So Lachlan sent this one. You'll see it in a sec here.
Just give me a second. Sorry.
I'm just going to
I'm
blow
the
up
same as you. I can't read and talk either.
We'll have to get someone over here to take it with your camera, so that we have one of us together.
Yeah, I can do that. I can make that happen.
Yeah.
We can take a screenshot from here. We'll just look up, point,
Okay. Yeah. You could do that too.
and I'll take a screenshot. No, I mean like literally right now. Look up and point.
Yeah.
Oh, no, well,
it's got to be high
do that.
res though.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
True.
Okay. Let's see what else we have.
That's a tasty beer.
We have Kid Elaine who says, "I have mental issues and I'm on medication, but none of my medication is for mental issues." But
might want to
got
check that.
Yeah, that makes sense. I get that.
Don't apologize. You're helping me procrastinate doing the dishes. Well, anything we can do to help. We definitely like to help.
Dishes are not fun either. Nobody enjoys doing dishes.
I've already had a good day. I won free nail polish. Says Kit Linda.
Oh, way to go, Linda.
Number 1, how do you win free nail polish? And 2, what color, girl? Dish.
Yeah, how do you win it? Was it like a contest or?
I now have images of Sammy Davis Jr. dancing in my head. Thanks, Douglas.
That's a good one. Write it down. It's a good one.
Robin Hood is back. I think that one's for you.
That's right. That's me.
Remember Rocket Robin Hood?
Yes.
Worst animated series ever. There we go. That's a good one.
There's Lachlan's.
Oh, okay.
That right there it's a picture personified of his entire week on the show, just angry at bike lanes and recycling and plastic straws. That's the face that was behind that this week, right there. That's my man. That's my
Did you see the other one that DaCosta posted? It was Ryan or Lachlan's head on some buff model's body, half exposing his package.
Yeah. Such an angry old fella.
We love him.
He's a lovable curmudgeon. Come on.
He did sound like "Get Off My Lawn" every day this week on the show, though. It's like, what's going on, brother? Like,
right?
Who hurt you?
Where's Jimmy? Does he know? Because he can't keep a secret. We need to find him.
No, he doesn't know.
You guys leave Jimmy alone. Don't you dare go to him looking for information.
No,
because you won't get it.
Kit Linda says 5 colors on the live stream of an indie nail polish developer she follows.
Huh.
Well, there you go.
Cool.
Oh, that wasn't Photoshop. He just likes to send Dakota nudes. Weird, right?
Oh, you know what? Actually, I don't know if that's actually the one he's using for his headshot. No, I just found the one that he actually probably is using. It's right here.
Oh yeah, there it is. That's it. That's it.
That's the one right there.
That's Lachlan right there.
That's Lachlan right there.
Yeah. And that'd be funny if they actually posted that for him. That would be great.
It would be. It's very fitting. So did you find something to eat there, Mister? Gluten-free?
Yes, I think I
didn't know you were allergic to gluten.
I'm not allergic to gluten. I'm actually allergic to wheat. I can have all the barley, oats, and rye I want, but if I have any wheat, I go into anaphylactic shock. Something fierce.
Shit!
We don't want that.
No,
I'm the same way with seafood. So
that would make for a terrible yet interesting podcast.
Yes, it would.
Yeah, I remember when
I'll have the salmon, you have the burger. Let's see what happens.
Well, kids, this is the end of our podcast.
Side of epinephrine.
No, I remember when I was going to the allergist because wheat's ubiquitous. It's in everything, and it's not on the initial scratch test. I did the whole elimination diet thing and all that kind of stuff, and finally something happened. There was a day where I didn't have lunch and I wasn't able to have supper. And then the following morning we had French toast. So this is the only thing potentially in my body. It's got to be one of these 6 ingredients. Yeah. And then we did the scratch test and wheat, and it was you can be allergic to wheat.
Wow.
That number one, that one. But when I went to the allergist, I was like, please not tomatoes, please not strawberries, please not seafood, and please not chocolate. I'm just allergic to everything you put chocolate, seafood, strawberries, or tomatoes in or on.
Yeah, exactly. That's a
for you, doesn't it? Yeah.
Cookies, pies, pasta. Just come on, man. Cake.
It's Ashley's got an intolerance to egg whites, and she can only eat them if they're baked consistently over 400 degrees Fahrenheit for a certain amount of time. So she can eat a baked omelet or a quiche. She could do those. Yep. But she can't have scrambled eggs. She can't have a fried egg. She can't do any of that. So
Dude, there's nothing I love more on a weekend morning than going for breakfast. Bacon, eggs, toast, hash browns.
Yep.
Oh, I love that.
You got to be careful with those scratch tests though. Like Ashley said, she had like a ton of things react. Like it says
20,
that she's
28 of 30.
allergic to hazelnuts, which she eats hazelnuts all the time, and there's no.
I'm going to take
no-
a suggestion. I'm going to have the chipotle chicken.
Chipotle chickens?
Yeah.
Chipotle chicken.
chicken.
Yes, please. What am I? I'm usually okay with the fryer.
With a fryer?
Yeah, I
so you're
usually have no
with,
problem.
Like, with fries?
Yeah, I would
Yeah.
actually like fries. They look quite good.
Yeah?
Yeah, they're tasty.
They're good. With mayo. Do you have a garlic mayo, an aioli or something?
That's very Quebecois of you, sir.
I have my normal mayo.
Oh, chipotle mayo. Great, thanks.
I thought you couldn't have anything out of the deep fryer.
No, I can. Oddly enough, I can. For some reason, like when you read the label, may have had contact with is fine, because I mean that's one of those things, you know, is
But
like it's the
direct
last batch on the
ingestion.
line.
Yeah.
Yes,
But if it's direct contact on the plate, no. But the fryer, it just seems that everything like
Kills
just
it.
burns to a crisp and then like falls to the bottom.
And that's I think what happens with the eggs when you bake them when
Mhm.
Ashley has them is that protein strand that she reacts to, it breaks
It's gone.
down.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
That would make sense.
I mean, I wouldn't do like a breaded chicken burger in the fryer
right.
because I still have the wheat. Although, you know what? Come to think of it, last time my Beaver sweetie and I we were in Puerto Vallarta, we went to this sort of like lagoon area to go do some snorkeling, and when we came back, they gave us
I like that word, lagoon.
yeah, we did this. There was a little hut there where we got some food, and I got this breaded thing, and they assured me that the bread was cornmeal,
Mhm.
and I was like, oh my god, this is amazing.
Mm.
What's the name of it in Spanish? Because I got to like buy like a suitcase full of it and bring it back.
Yeah.
Right? Because it tastes good.
They will
Because-
take it from you at the border.
No, I understand that. But, you know, it's like, it was crunchy. It was crisp. You know, because often when you do these substitutes, sometimes they're soggy or whatnot. Like it
Yeah.
had all the toothiness and the texture that you like in something crispy when you bread it.
Yeah. Can you do cornstarch?
Yes.
So corn, I've got some pretty cool recipes. Maybe I'll send you some stuff that I think might work for you.
Yes, please.
You tell me. You'd be the one to know. But good breaded Nashville style chicken fingers, chicken sandwiches like that, and you can do it without.
Yes, please.
Yeah, you can do it with like a cornmeal flour, like the meal, but processed even more. So it's like a powder.
Okay.
And then you add the cornstarch to it as well, and you can season that and make it into a breading. So.
Okay. We always have cornmeal. My Beaver sweetie's Romanian, and like polenta's a staple. So
Oh
we
yeah.
have, so we have. There's always cornmeal in the house.
Nice.
But we had this thing, and I'm thinking, and then I go to the little shops.
Thanks,
that I get it.
Ceausescu, by the way.
Yeah. Well, you know what? If it weren't for him finally getting it,
Him
they
and
probably
his
wouldn't be here.
stanky wife.
Yes, they probably wouldn't be here, right? So they would have had no reason to leave.
That's right.
Yeah.
And then I would have not met the love of my life. So
Well, not
Yeah,
just
well.
no reason to leave, no means to leave.
also,
Right.
right?
Yeah, or ability, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
So So thank you, Ceausescu. That's the one good thing you did.
Getting murdered was the good thing he did.
I don't think I've ever heard the words "thank you, Ceausescu" more than on this podcast today.
We go there.
We go,
We go there.
Yeah.
It's the silver lining. There's always a silver lining, right?
digging in the ditch. Neil Young I was in the middle of the road, a comfortable place to be, a nice smooth ride. So I headed for the ditch. A lot of bump here. Meet more interesting people there.
That's right.
I don't know what I was saying now.
Well, I mean, you ever
about
been
the
to that
cornmeal?
place with the
Yes.
checkerboard floors?
yes.
The Horseshoe Tavern in Toronto. You meet interesting people there.
Yes. So anyway, we get back into the main city, and I'm like in all the shops, and I'm looking for it, and I actually find the actual product, and I read the ingredients, and it says harina de maíz, harina del trigo.
I don't know what that means.
Oh.
That means wheat.
Yeah,
Ah.
Corn flour, maíz, trigo is wheat. And I was like,
yeah.
and I'm like, crap, I could have died, but I had no reaction, no itch, no nothing. So I'm wondering. I mean,
It's
I'm
fried.
not going to try it again.
No.
Yeah.
Because like maybe I just got really, really lucky because we were like 30 minutes bus away from anything. Had I had a reaction, then I would have been really
Didn't have an
Sure.
EpiPen or any Benadryl.
I had the EpiPen and
Okay.
Benadryl, but I mean, if
That only buys you some
that
time.
buys you time to get to the hospital.
Yes,
You
yeah.
still have to wait for that bus to come like this and bring you into the city.
So dumb that I am, I go to Paris to meet some friends and hang out for a week, and I forgot to pack Benadryl. I'm like, okay, well, no problem. I'll just be careful what I eat. I'm allergic to seafood, and there's this pizza place just down, a couple doors down from the hotel I like to stay at. It's called the Mont Blanc. It's on the south side of the Seine, directly across from Notre Dame, in the oldest part of the city, in the fifth. They call it the fifth arrondissement. And there's a Caveau de Houchette is my favorite jazz club in the world on Houchette Street in Paris, and the club is just a few doors down from the hotel. So I check into the hotel, jet lagged like a beast, take a shower, lie down for an hour, get up, starving. So I walk out to go to the pizza place, and I see they have pre-made stuff. I'm like, I'll just have that little like personal pan pizza, and I thought it was steak on the pizza. No, it was shrimp. I bit into it and I swallowed it, and then I realized what it was. So I immediately went back to the bar and said, yes, I'd like 6 Coronas, please. 6 Coronas. I figured if I'm going out drunk. And
I don't want to feel it.
I don't want to feel it. I downed them quickly. I drank 6 beer in like 15 minutes. I don't recommend you do that. So I got drunk very quickly. And then people go, but Corona's light and there's 6 beer. I go, I was jet lagged. I just ate something that could potentially kill me. And I drank 6 beer in 15 minutes. You're going to get drunk quickly. And I always, to this day, I think I flooded my system with alcohol, and it just said, no, not today. Not today, Satan. And I'm still here. I had no reaction, but I went to the drugstore the next day, and I'm like, do you have Benadryl? And they go, what? Then I couldn't think of the chemical name.
Oh, okay.
Pseudoephedrine hydrochloride.
Yes.
Couldn't think of it.
Okay.
And then I thought of it, and then I was trying to say it in French, and I'm like, I don't even know how to say that in French. So I went and looked at all the packaging, and I found something that was close enough. So I grabbed a bunch of that. But now I do not travel without Benadryl.
Well, here's the thing that you mentioned that about a week and a half ago, I noticed that for the whole previous month, I had been eating at friends' place and eating out, and I had neither my EpiPen nor my Benadryl in my little satchel here that I take everywhere.
Living dangerous.
Take a walk on the wild side.
I did not even know. We went to Toronto for my sister-in-law's birthday, and I took it out of the regular bag with me to the restaurant because I didn't want to bring the whole bag. And apparently, I never put it back into the satchel. So it's like,
wow.
But the number of times, I could, and that's the first time since 2001 that has ever happened.
You know what I'm going to do? Next time I'll bring a remote keyboard with a mouse pad so I don't have to keep reaching across the table to get to the computer.
Yeah. Remote keyboard. Okay. I have a mouse pad with a Bluetooth thing.
Yeah, no, I have
from distance.
I have 3 remote keyboards.
Okay. Cool.
Remember what I do for a living.
I mean, right here.
It's not going to make a difference
with the laptop I brought in case we needed it. See, Kit Linda says can also use rice flour in the fryer, makes things really crispy. I have never been able to successfully do that.
I don't have a fryer.
Use rice fryer. Rice fryer. I'm
rice
having
fryer.
trouble. Give me another one, please. I've never been able to use rice flour successfully in order to make something crispy.
I don't think I've ever used it.
I do not know what the trick is, but that's for some reason.
Peanut oil is a really good trick for that.
Yes.
And this is why he should have his own show.
Merry Christmas, you filthy animals.
Merry Christmas, you dirty bastards. you little bastard. No, that's not the part. You little bastards.
Angels with Dirty Faces, which was not actually a movie. They made it up for the film Home Alone. Did you know that?
I did not know that.
Yeah. No, most people don't know that.
You filthy rat.
And what did we eat last night?
Yella, no good.
Filthy rat.
Or I pump your guts full of lead.
Well, we're at the Wine and Cheese last night. I got some jazz playing, and I just have something on in the background. I threw on Planes, Trains, and Automobiles, which I usually watch around this time of the year, but I hadn't seen it. in a while. And I love that movie because John Candy is brilliant in it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And some of the scenes where I'm like, we just stopped the music to watch the scene when Steve Martin comes back to the rental car agency. Edie McClurg.
I love her.
She's not doing well, eh? She has Alzheimer's.
Oh no.
Yeah. Well, I mean, she's 75, I think.
Yes.
So, but she was great in that. Oh, yes, of course. Yes. Oh, gobble, gobble. Okay. I'm like,
Yeah.
I loved her. She was like one of those people. Like she was never like a huge star.
no,
Like,
but everybody knew her.
But yeah, everybody knew her, and you just saw her movies. Like,
Oh,
oh,
yeah.
she's in this! Yay! Instantly, your enjoyment of the movie goes up like 25%.
Well, she was
100%. Yeah.
the secretary in Ferris Bueller's Day Off, remember?
Yep.
Everybody loves him. The dweebos, the schizoids, the... Everybody loves Ferris.
Yeah.
I ever tell you how much I like beer?
Saucy C, which says that's my philosophy for when he has a. That's my father's philosophy for when he has a mini stroke. Drink a beer and he will be fine.
I don't know if I'd recommend that as sound medical advice, but you know, I'm not a doctor, and I don't play one on television either. So there are worse.
Not going to play much of it so that you don't get knocked on YouTube, but this anytime I think of that movie,
Mhm.
it's
Oh yes, Ray Charles
you know, mess around. He's in the car.
in the
You're
car.
going the wrong way. How does he know where we're going?
Yeah, how do you know where we're going? This in my mouth here. I get the fries. How does he know where we're going? Yeah, how does he know where we're going? And he looks over at him.
He does the drinky.
And they go between the big semis, and he looks over at him, and he's got the devil costume on, laughing the whole time.
Or he pulls out his Diners Club card, and it's all melted. It's like
Yeah.
the size of like a postage stamp.
Well, the Steve Martin, he goes, "How about this? It's a really." Oh, I think you just unplugged the camera.
Oh no!
No, we can see
we're
it.
good. Yeah. Don't. There you go. That's fine. So the thing about that scene when he hands him the watch,
Mhm.
that's a Piaget. That's easily $30,000 to $40,000.
Yep.
Easily. So he wanted his hotel room so bad, he gave away a very expensive watch, which I always cry about because I'm a watch guy. I'm not a Piaget guy. Obviously, I can't afford one, but I know what it is. I know what it's worth. I know, they're relatively rare.
Yeah.
You don't see a lot of people wearing them. I think you'll see a Patek Philippe more often than you'll see a Piaget. Either way, we're talking big dollars. Thank you.
Not interrupting at all. You're
Oh,
bringing,
look at that food.
You're bringing wonderful things.
If you want to jump in the pod later, you're welcome. Just grab headphones and the mic. We're podcasting. We got live. We're live right now.
Just a pub chat.
Just a pub chat.
Yeah.
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 Well, I'd love to. I'm going to do some slides quickly, but yeah.
Yeah, come on by.
Please do. All right, thank you so much.
Cheers, enjoy.
Ah, there you go. I love this
Well,
stuff.
let's have the money shot. Let's see the food.
Oh, yes.
Oh, dude,
Let's
it's
see that. Oh man,
Yeah,
those do look like good fries.
And then we have
avocado.
Oh yeah,
Would you like to have?
that's porn. That's food porn right there, boys.
Yes,
Yeah.
it is.
That's
Yes,
good
it is.
stuff.
That's really good stuff.
Mm.
I'm a
Chipotle
very
mayo.
happy beaver.
I bet.
No pine and birch for me today.
Probably end up allergic to it anyway.
Right? That's the type of guy. You seriously, if I actually were a beaver, I'd probably be allergic to trees.
Yeah.
You can't
we're,
take down coniferous trees.
we're kicking you out of the lodge. You're not contributing, man. You got to go chew some trees. You got to go chew some trees. How are we going to build a dam if you can't put in your effort? I mean, God damn it. Get out there
No
and chew
pun
some
intended.
I say damn, I don't build them.
That's right.
Exactly.
So any travel plans for the holidays, boys?
Not for myself because my family's my family. Most of my family's here in Ottawa. My other sister who lives in the Grafton area, she and her husband are coming up here for Christmas this year.
Right on.
Last year I went down there for Christmas, so yeah, I won't be going anywhere. With yourself, or are you? You guys are heading to where? Toronto or?
Yep.
Well, you come to Toronto.
Yep, going to Toronto. Well, yeah, I guess to Toronto. Toronto and my a good portion of my Beaver Sweeties family happens to be going to Cuba for Christmas itself.
Oh, wow.
So it's going to be a little smaller for Christmas. But I thought, okay, for New Year's, that means we'll be doing something at home. But turns out his brother is coming back from Cuba on the 30th. And yes, they will be doing something on the 31st, which is absolutely blowing my mind.
Wow.
Because when I come back from a vacation, the last thing I want to do is be entertaining a whole bunch of people the very next day. I'm kind of people
no
now,
kidding.
right?
Yeah, it's too people-y for me right now.
Yes,
Yeah.
and especially it's like, yeah, okay, we just got off the plane, and it's the 30th or 31st, or now they're planners, so they probably bought everything already, and it's probably
Right.
like various crispers and freezers and stuff like that. But yeah, as soon as we get off the plane, what I want to do is cook for 30.
Yeah. 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 No.
Yeah, no kidding.
But
It's funny. I have this
these
thing
are the
about
most
when
family-oriented people I've ever met. And
I can't deal with that. I couldn't deal with it. Not a chance. The first thing I do when I get off of a plane from a trip, like an all-inclusive that has really good food, the first thing I want is McDonald's and my couch.
I understand that.
Yeah.
Right?
Some chicken nuggets and my couch, and don't phone me for at least a day or two, and I'll see you later.
I went on a cruise once when I was 21.
Yeah.
And it was like every night it was like 4-star gourmet dining, right?
Yeah.
And we got off in Puerto Rico after the first week, and that's the first thing. I was like, "Is there a McDonald's any freaking where?" I just
need something shitty.
I
Yeah.
want a burger so bad.
Yeah.
Usually it's the first meal I have when I go to visit another country, and everybody dumped on me for that, and then I explained why. I go, if I'm flying to Europe, usually the first meal I'll have is McDonald's. They go, really? I go, and then I don't eat it again for the rest of the time I'm away.
Mhm.
Usually the reason I do it is you get off the plane, you're tired, jet lagged, and hungry.
Yep.
I'm going to get something that I don't even have to, there's no thought involved.
Yeah.
Big Mac, fries, Coke.
Yeah.
I'm good to go.
And especially when you're somewhere that's got like a very different culinary landscape, you're more inclined to be receptive to trying new things and actually enjoying them, or letting yourself at least try to enjoy it a little easier when you're in a better frame, right? So that's actually a very smart thing to do, is just grab something familiar, eat, sleep, and then start your day the next day.
Well, and it's because you're like I said, you're exhausted, you're jet lagged, your brain is not functioning at the highest possible level.
Yep.
So it's like, just get food in your belly, you'll feel better, and then the next day you can go out and go on a culinary adventure, right?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's just smart. I'm dry. My tank's dry. I'm going to be back.
Okay, get yourself what are you going to get? Another
I don't know. No, that was pretty heavy, that one. I'm thinking I'm just going to have myself a plain old whiskey.
That sounds like one of those drinks that was lovely, it was great, but one is enough.
Oh yeah. Yeah, exactly. There's only so much chicken milk you can do, right?
Yeah.
Like, in a sitting. So
chicken milk. I like that.
It's the literal translation of the lait de poule, right? So
Yes, chicken
milk.
So I'll be right back.
My problem with chicken milk is like, how do they find the little things?
You can milk a cat. Anything that has nipples. They don't have nipples.
Small hands. Small, gentle hands.
Oh, small hands. Oh, God. Now I have totally inappropriate joke, and I'm not going to.
Don't tell. Don't. We won't do it.
No.
He's getting himself a whiskey. And I'm like, now I'm thinking I want a whiskey. Oh, I'm going to have a whiskey.
No.
I'm almost out of beer, so somebody should be by shortly and hook me up with a whiskey and a beer.
Oh man, I have to say it. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
It was inspired from another joke I had like this, but it was the stand-up comedian. I can't remember who it was. They were talking about it like this, and she was talking about like garments and like us and not wanting to pay a lot of money for clothes and all that kind of stuff. And it's like, that's why she just turned around, grabbed the mic, says, "That's why 6-year-old Bangladeshi girls' fingers are so nimble."
Yes.
It's just like, oh no.
Oh, I was going to go there with that, actually.
Really?
Uh-huh.
It's like, stitch another soccer ball for us.
Yes.
It's just, and I figured, you know what? We're not that kind of show, but then again, I have a totally inappropriate sense of humor, so there you go.
Well, hey, Rob, how you doing, buddy? Thanks for chiming on in. You know where we are. If you want to come down, have a pint with us. If you're in town, I don't know. Are you in town? If you're not, if you are, great. Come on down, brother. happy holidays to you too.
You're the next contestant on The Price is Right. Da-da-da.
Da-da-da.
I remember when I was a kid, we had like whenever I was sick at home,
Mhm.
it was like chicken noodle soup and The Price is Right.
We're at the pump, buddy. We're in the sitting at the mafia table. If you come on in, you got to tell the greatest story ever told. You know which story that is about your butt. Oh, it's the funniest. You told me this story, and I it's not my story to tell.
Okay.
But it's hilarious. It's about a 5-star hotel and pigeons and seagulls, and that's all I'm going to tell you. All I'm going to tell you.
Kit Linda M says itty bitty milking machines.
Yeah,
no, tiny itty bitty milking machines. And I'm glad I grabbed the phone to look at that because from this distance it looked like itty bitty titty machines.
Yeah, I know.
And Kit Ashley earlier said, I love cornmeal, and from this distance without my glasses, because we were talking about Ceausescu, I thought she said, I love commies.
Oh,
that's right. Love me a commie.
It's a good thing I look at the screen because I was about to like, I love commies. And then everybody would look like, what?
Somebody earlier said also that praising dictators for lefties like us is not a good look.
No,
it was PJ that said that.
It's not a good look.
It is not fashion.
Right.
I was hoping Army Chris was going to jump in for a little bit with Jimmy, but I wonder if they were out on the lash last night or not.
No, they stayed at the house. I was talking to Chris this morning a bit, so
yeah,
I'm not sure.
I sent him the link, so yeah.
I'm not sure what their plan is today. But
they
were pretty lit.
Oh, Jimmy was 9 pints in by the time I got on the show.
Yeah.
Whoa.
And he's only 8 pints high, so
yeah.
Like, wild.
So he's already consumed his body weight, right?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. They say what the human body is 70% liquid. Jimmy ups that a bit, I think.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah.
This guy takes so much guff from you all.
But well, he was the guy who kept dropping the M bombs last night.
M?
The M word. Because he's a little person, right?
Okay. Oh.
And he's like,
he hates it. He hates it when somebody actually
calls him a little person.
No, and makes it a big deal when somebody says midget. He hates it. He hates it. He's like, don't do that. No, that's not what I'm not like that. That's not the people that get mad at that are stupid. So it's like, okay, I'm playing by your rules, kid. You know
exactly. It's like you tell me what to play when I'm in your ballpark. Because
that's it. I'll tell you though, one of the most fun people in the world to party with. That guy. He's just such a blast. And everywhere you go, it's a zoo around him because everybody knows him there, right? So,
yeah. Well, he's funny. He says, everywhere I go because of this, and I go, that's because you're famous, Jimmy. Well, not really. I'm like, dude, you're on a big radio station in Edmonton, and your stature is quite well known. So you're not going to have anonymity.
No. No, we went to Commonwealth for the that metal show, and we couldn't get 20 feet without somebody stopping him for a picture to say hi, and oh my God, we listen to you every morning, and blah blah blah, and like it was quite the experience. Even people that listen to the show that know of me on that show just because of like at the time we were doing that beer can chicken debate, and
right.
Jimmy would introduce me, and he'd just say, "Oh, that's my friend Ryan," and they would go, "Oh, that's the chicken guy." It was you get it by osmosis or by association with that crew. Great guys though, absolute fantastic hosts. Good time all around. Really good trip.
Oh yeah. Well, I was telling Douglas earlier about Army Chris coming to Hamilton for the middle of January, and I'm like. What do you think? He goes, yes, I'm in. Let's do it.
Yeah, for sure.
So we'll start to make arrangements. You find us
this
a good
is what it looks like, by the way. We showed this last night, but this is everywhere we go. It's stopped for pictures with Jimmy. So
and those two young ladies are really, sadly, they hit all the branches of the ugly tree on the way down.
Oh,
Jesus
terrible.
Christ.
Terrible to look at.
My eyes are watering.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got a queen. The queen over here is going, damn, I'm gay, but I would, right?
That's plenty nice. I will admit.
I'd say that's quite the compliment.
I'm gay, but I'm horny.
Yeah,
So,
That's it, right? Any
I'm
port,
still a man.
any port in a storm.
I haven't
I
gone
can't
there
believe
yet.
I said that. It's recorded for posterity.
Oh yeah, he needs another.
I'm going to clip it. I'm going to make it a soundbite. I'm going to make it a
that's
drop.
excellent. Yes.
That's what I got. Like I got you on the last one, right?
Uh-huh.
It says, "Please don't drink and drive." It says you might hit a speed bump and spill your drink. And he goes, "I did not expect that."
Was
coming
not
from you."
expecting that from him.
I'm telling you, it's always the quiet ones. It's always the straight edge. That straight edge when it dulls. Look out, boys.
I have a blue T-shirt that says "Never underestimate the quiet ones."
I don't disagree. I
And then I go to a leather bar and sit in the corner and quietly look demure
and judgy.
No, not judgy. That's a whole other scene. It's like when I'm judging you, you see my eyes go up and down like a searchlight. So that
You're you know where you would probably shine is with Ashley and I when we actually trek into a mall. We make it a game, and it's where you sit and you watch, you just people watch, and we'll have conversations for people that are sitting like at a in the food court, and we'll take over the conversation, and we'll just say this is what they're saying, and we usually have a pretty good time with that. So.
Well, it's around 4:30, but I don't know if I can make it to the party. Well, only if Elvis shows up with a dozen eggs and some horseshoes. But if Tupac and Biggie arrive, make sure we have scrambled eggs for them to munch upon.
Because shit will go down.
This is the stuff that's in my head. This is what's in my head.
That's what those pills are for, eh?
Yeah, to keep me normal.
They don't eliminate all the voices. They just keep the fun ones.
I was going to say this. Christ, this is not a commercial for that medication right here, friends.
Well, no.
No, because I'm seriously, if that was my issue, I'd be going to the doctor and saying, "Listen, like I have this issue." I guess, but if I'm totally honest, some of the voices are fun.
Yeah. I don't want to lose all of them.
I can be brown. I can be blue. I can be violet. White.
Can I choose my friends?
Yeah. I need a selection option on these on these pills. That's our game to just it's almost like hunting. It's so good.
Good times.
Yeah. Good times. A lot of bad words come out during that.
I can imagine.
That's a gigantic burger, dude. That's
like, okay. Like again, I'm going to be inappropriate. I'm gay, but I don't think I can open my mouth that wide.
Can you say that directly into the mic next time, please?
He wants to get the sound bite.
I'm gay, but I don't think I can open my mouth that wide.
With the face too.
Acting genius.
This is, and you know what? And it's times like this, which is a testament to actually having the YouTube portion of your podcast for those that are listening at home on the Spotify or Apple or Google. This is what you're missing is the actual. He says the words. It's very funny, but when you put
it's funnier with the
face,
visual.
Oh my God! Yeah, he's the most animated member of our network. I think is
agreed.
Douglas. It's my favorite. The facial expressions. I wouldn't need to hear you on this podcast to enjoy it.
I love you. I love you.
But yeah, you guys should. You should totally, if you can make it, you have the ways of making it happen. You should totally come for a pubcast. I will set up a pub in and around, and we'll have a good time.
I can bring mics. I can bring this little the pod track. I don't know if you're. Yeah. It's the Zoom pod track P4, and the beauty of it is because I have the same Rodecaster Pro that you have.
Yeah.
And I don't like to move it because, well, it's an expensive piece of equipment, and
it's a pain in the ass.
It's a pain in the ass.
Yeah,
this is a pocket. This thing can fit in my pocket. It's that small, and it does a really decent job for what it is.
I am really amazed.
They are great.
Oh yeah. Well, and the only reason I got it, I had looked at it for a long time, and I was going to order it, and it was $2.99, and I was like, you know what? I'll just continue to bring the Rodecaster Pro in. And then this was on sale, 50% off. I got it for $149. I'm like, oh, I'll take it. I'll buy it.
Wow.
That's why I bought it.
Buy
Right?
2 next time.
Yeah.
Call me. That's a damn good deal.
Exactly. That's why I said, no, that's totally worth it. That's totally worth it. So, yeah, and it delivered it in 2 days. So I had it for the last podcast we did.
I'm glad you did.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at some extra mics. That's my next to outfit the studio a bit better.
We now have 2 of these, right?
How do you like them?
Oh, I love this mic.
Mm-hmm.
I considered
They sound good.
They sound really good, and they're beasts. They come with a 10-year warranty, by the way.
Yeah.
I had looked at the Electro Voice RE20, or is it the 420? I can't remember. The one that they use at radio stations. And I auditioned it, and I didn't particularly love it, especially for the price. It's like $4.99. These are $2.99. I like the sound of these.
Mm-hmm.
And the other thing is, these are made in Australia. 100%. Everything in it is all made in Australia. Rode has their own setup for it. Whereas a lot of Electro Voice and Shure stuff, they start farming out to China because they can increase their margin, right?
Yeah.
So I felt it was a good purchase in the sense that I felt good about supporting Aussies because I have a lot of friends from Australia and in Australia, number one. Number two.
Hello, Pete.
Yeah, exactly. And number two, they're part of the Commonwealth. So great. Awesome. And it's a great product that doesn't cost nearly as much. So we've got 2 of these. I've got 4 pod mics, which are great. Those are great little mics. What else do I have? I have an NT1A and an NT1 AT2020, an AKG P120, a couple of Sennheiser E835. Like it's a sickness. It really is. It's an addiction.
He needs help.
Yeah. I was eyeing a Newman once, and
Feel bad.
That'll be great. Like that'd be fantastic. So I went and priced it. It was $8,000.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah. I went, okay, maybe not.
Yeah.
That's the Howard Stern mic.
Yes, and my buddy has the TLM 103, which is about $1,000, and it's really it's an excellent microphone. And I considered it, but I looked at spec wise comparatively, and I even one of the guys who's part of the network, Adrian, who has Dark Corner Studios.
Oh yeah.
He did a comparison between a Neumann U87 and an NT1. And the NT1 holds its own, and it's $400.
Yeah.
The Neumann
was
like
fraction.
6,000.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the other thing is that the NT1 has the lowest self noise of any condenser microphone on the market, any studio condenser on the market. So it doesn't, self noises when they sort of create almost like a feedback loop. That's the best way I could describe it. It has the lowest self noise of all of them. So there we go.
Yeah, I'm a bit of an audiophile myself. I'm a bit of an audio nerd, but not as deep as you apparently.
Well, it's how I earn my living too, though, right? It's what I do is agent support. So
I had heard you said Newman first and not Neumann.
Neumann.
Yes.
No, he said Newman.
Okay.
I said Newman.
Okay.
I don't call it Neumann because I find that pretentious.
I agreed. You know why I call it
Newman?
Neumann? Neumann.
Oh, N-A-U.
The Germans pronounce it.
Yeah, it's Neumann then.
The Germans pronounce it Neumann. And the only reason I started to pronounce it Neumann was because in the Beatles, what was the series Get Back?
Yeah.
The one that was remastered a couple of years ago.
Get Back.
It was John Lennon saying, "Get us a couple of those big Neumanns." And I went, "Well, if it's good enough for John Lennon."
Yeah, I guess.
That does raise the cool factor.
Well,
It kind of does.
Yeah.
I mean, it's Lennon, right?
That's right.
Objectively, right?
But
So
I would love to own a Neumann, but I'm sorry, I can't justify the cost. And like you say, a U87 is about $7,000 or $8,000.
Yeah.
And that's not their most expensive one. They have ones that are more than that.
Yeah.
Now, my buddy works in a recording studio here. He's a producer and an engineer. He was showing me something. I go, "What is that? Is that a Rode or a Neumann?" He goes, "It's a Neumann." I go, "Which one?" He's like, "U87." I go, "Oh, wicked! How many of them do you have?" 24.
Hello, friend.
No kidding.
Well, he doesn't own the studio. He just works there.
Yeah.
24 Neumanns. Like, my God. Yeah.
It's wild. And you know what? They don't hold up. They're I've heard stories about them where they don't. They're actually really, really sensitive. And if you get too up on that mic and too loud into it, you can actually break diaphragms easily. And they have to
Yeah, I've heard that. It's a very sensitive piece of equipment. And one of the courses I was on, because I used to sell and install Shure microphones as well.
Yeah, that's what I'm running here.
Is that's the MV7, is it?
Yeah, because they didn't have any SM7B or SMB7 or whatever the hell they are.
You're not going to see that for
find
a while.
them.
No. Trust me, I was trying to order 4 SM58 handheld mics, the wireless receiver, not till June.
Yeah.
And this isn't for me. This is for work. It's like not till June. I'm like, is there anything? They go, no, there's nothing we can't give you what we don't have. Because everybody, they're waiting on chips and parts and supplies. And so it's a nightmare right now trying to order anything. So I'm cobbling together stuff at work with duct tape and crazy glue to make stuff work.
I had it on order on Amazon through a third-party seller through Prime, which was odd, but it was good. And I was excited. I'm like, I can't believe I found one. This is great. And then 4 days later, I had a message from the seller saying that Amazon oversold them on their behalf, and they won't be sending me one. So
I auditioned that microphone as well, and one of my, I guess the complaint I have with it is you need to get like a cloud lifter or a dynamite stick with it, because the gain on it is really low.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
and that's
those cloud lifters are only like $80, so you can get a good one, like a nice little inline one. That's like $80. It's not too bad.
But you absolutely need one. Although with the new Rodecaster Pro 2, which somebody said, why don't you get that? And I go, because I still haven't finished paying for this one.
Exactly. Yeah, they have built-ins.
Yeah, and the new
Phantom
one,
power.
Yeah. The new one is crazy. It's the quietest and loudest available in the industry, period.
Yeah.
But I'm like, it's $1,000 board, and the board I have was regular. I think it was $8.99, and I got it for $6.99 on like a Boxing Day sale. So I pulled the trigger.
Yeah, I got mine on a really, really good deal. I think it was just over $5.
Oh, that's a great deal, dude.
Yeah. So I was happy.
Well, and
it has all my toys and it has lots of fun things.
Oh, yeah. Well, I looked at the new one. I was in Montreal, and I went to Gosselin, which is where I get a lot of my gear. And they had the new board, and I looked at it, and it's quite a bit smaller, and I don't find the build quality as good. I know that the technical aspects are a couple of notches because they've improved this and improved that, but they have less physical faders. Oh, there we go. We got the porn bots in.
Porn bots are here.
Faders.
Woo, baby.
Hot girls are waiting here. Where?
There's nobody here but us chickens.
We must be doing good when the porn bots come in.
That's right.
So if Ashley or Ree would please do us the favor, because if I reach across the table, I'm going to block somebody accidentally again, like I did last time.
Yes, we're actually glad you're here, Ree. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you for staying with us. That we tried to get rid of you.
Yeah. No, they're gone. See, she got rid of them. They'll show up there, but that's irrelevant because they're not on the YouTube anymore, and that's the important factor. So we really do appreciate that.
Yes, very much so.
It's good to have. Yes. I will have another one of these, but I would also like a double Crown Royal neat, please.
Ooh.
Yes, I'm done. Thank you.
What's the Logan lager?
Local lager.
I'll have a local lager, and could I have another chipotle mayo, please?
Yes.
I kind of demolished the first one.
Oh no, fair enough. That's all right.
Well, it was for the fries, but I kind of spread it all over the burger too.
Oh yeah, that's fat guy. I call that fat guy dip. Anything that's good like that, like ranch thing, I call it fat guy dip, right? And so does Lachlan, and we're kind of on the same page that I'm a drowner when it comes to sauce. Like chicken wings.
Oh God,
they got to be breaded, and they got to be like freshly drenched in sauce. They can't be soggy, so you toss them and then throw them on the plate and get them out to me. I'm a happy cat.
See, I won't be having saucy wings until the spring. Too much facial hair, dude.
Yes.
I look like a child with food all over my face.
Do it at home.
See the
difference at home. But I mean, when I go out, I need to have. If I come out, I have to have either a lemon pepper or a tandoori dry rub, because it's just sauce all over your beard. You look like an idiot. You can't clean it out. It's like, what are you going to hang around the pub for the next couple of hours with sauce all over your face? No.
Yeah, you have to. The difference between me and Mr. Grizzly is that I don't give a crap. I'll wear the.
Yeah, I don't care either.
I'll put saran wrap on top and save the flavor for later.
Yeah.
I'm good.
That's what it is, though, Paul. It's a flavor saver. That's all that is.
That's all it is. Yeah.
That's all it is. Tell you.
So Reverend Chad, I know there's only 15 people watching on YouTube, but there's probably easily 1,000 on Dean's Twitter, or we're on 8 platforms, bud. So
our YouTube thing only has like 114 subscribers or something like that because we're relatively new, but our other platforms have more.
Well, yeah, it's your Twitter, my Twitter, your personal
page.
Twitter, the pod page, Dean's Twitter, the Dean Blundell Network Twitter. I mean, our average viewership over the last couple of days has been 3,000 and 4,000 people when I add the numbers up. So it's like
for our morning shows.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Dang, thank you, kids.
Well, usually on Dean's Twitter alone, that's like easily 12 to 1,500 each time, right? So yeah. So
you're having a conversation.
Yeah.
And one person is listening. You're still having a conversation.
You're still having a conversation.
And you're enjoying it. And that makes me laugh when people look at metrics. Our metrics on the network are insane, right? Like our numbers are actually incredible. And none of us know unless we actually have to go look at it for like a sales deck or a sales pitch to some advertiser or something, right? And then Rookie will pull the stack out and show us, and we're like, holy shit.
Yeah, okay. And Rookie's got all the numbers right on everything.
Yeah, we do pretty good. And it's replays. Where we make our bank is audio replay. So
yeah. Well, it's because not everybody can sit in and watch in real time all the time, right?
Yeah,
so
exactly.
The replays is the bread and butter right there.
Yep.
And we thank every single person who comes and takes some time to spend with us and hang out. And like I said, but we've talked about this. We're trying to build a community here, and I think we are. And there's some wonderful people that we've been in the chat with, and so many of these wonderful folks have just been so gracious to us and kind. And hey, we'll take it every time.
For sure. For sure.
The libations.
Sorry that it's the larger glass. We didn't have
Thank you very much. That's okay. That's perfect. All right.
Thank you so very much.
There's a cheers.
Cheers.
You could hear the
cheers
chink.
To you.
Cheers, sir.
To you, good sir.
It's funny how it's called, like when you order a stacked whiskey like that, it's called neat because nothing afterwards is neat.
Nothing. But that's the only way I drink whiskey. I don't put ice on it. Although I have an ex-girlfriend years ago got me sipping stones. Have you ever seen them?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I have them upstairs.
Yeah, so you keep them in the freezer. You drop them in. They're made of granite, so they can chill your drink without diluting it.
Yeah,
it's for whiskey snobs like me.
It was Oklahoma Joe's, the smoker company I was a brand ambassador for back when I used to do more food stuff, and they sent me a whiskey smoking, like a whiskey glass smoking kit, so you can actually smoke an individual glass of whiskey in this little box, which is incredible, by the way. And with that came the stones, and I thought, what a genius idea that was.
Oh yeah, agreed.
I'm with PJ though. It does need a couple of drops, just a few drops of water to open it up. I do.
It depends on what it is.
Scotch for sure.
Scotch whiskey. Okay. Yeah. There are a couple of ones that are just so smoky that without a couple of drops, it's like too much. Like the Macallan. I'm not a big Macallan fan. I find it's too smoky. I like peaty.
I'm a Fiddick guy.
Oh yeah. I'm Lagavulin is my go-to. But it's not for everybody because it's a very peaty whiskey. Not everybody enjoys that. Whereas Crown Royal is just its own thing of beauty.
Yeah.
And it's so good.
I find it greasy.
Really?
I found it like a greasy finish. It's a weird one for me. I don't mind it mixed.
Have a seat.
I don't mind it mixed with a Coke. I'm okay with it, but it just on its own, I'm not a fan.
Some headphones and a mic, and you can join on in. We got our first sit-in guest with us here.
Oh wow!
Wonderful. Hello.
This is my buddy Rob.
Hi Rob. Nice to meet you.
This is Douglas.
Please make yourself comfortable. Welcome.
And if you want to be on camera, you can slide a little bit down. If you don't want to be on camera, you don't have to be.
I don't care anymore, right?
Oh, you're retired. That's right. You don't give a damn. He's retired. This is my buddy Rob. Yeah. Let's see. I'll get your mic there.
What? So this is like the internet, like you're right there.
Yeah. We're live
Okay, where's the camera?
right there, up on the post.
Oh yeah,
right
there
up
it
there.
is.
Yeah.
Check that out.
Cool, eh?
So is it kind of like Romper Room? Remember they had the mirror.
We did that
thing?
earlier, actually.
Did you really?
Yeah, we
Yeah.
did.
I hated it when they canceled that show.
Yeah.
But
She never called my name, that bitch.
I know. Me too.
I always
It's sort
felt
of like,
bad
here
for.
I am watching, and you're not.
I always
getting
felt
any-
bad for anybody that was not from North America. Those kids always got left out.
Always.
Seriously, yeah.
Really? Right?
Like, how are
I
you
see
supposed to feel?
Mustafa and
Yeah.
Fatty.
Yeah.
But no, never happened. Never happened.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And
What's that about?
Yodi and Yeti?
She was a little racist, wasn't she? No, I'm
She
kidding.
was. Yeah.
Maybe she might have been, though.
Yeah, a little bit a nationalist.
I think, yeah.
We woke
Yeah.
up, eh? Seriously.
We are trashing this Fran.
Fran Pepper.
It's funny. I
That's what
came
we do
here,
on this show.
Well, I saw what you guys were doing, and so I
Yeah.
quizzed, and Paul came back to me. So I said to my wife, geez, I'd like to come down. She says, go ahead. And,
Nice.
well, no, I thought it was a trick. And so I had to, oh no, you really got to be sure about these things. And,
Yeah.
This is a trap, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a trap. It's a trap.
Sometimes it could be. You guys got a nice little setup here.
This is the
very
best
good.
place to do it, right? This spot right here, because we can seal ourselves off.
Well, I
without,
know, yeah, we used to do condo board meetings here.
Oh, yeah. So you gotta tell Douglas the story and tell all our listeners and viewers the story. This is the greatest story ever told.
Okay.
Oh,
Let me
that's
put down
nice.
the phone. I'm all ears.
Yeah, okay. It's this is one of my Navy buddies, Nick Burchill. And you could look it up because it made
it's
the
been
New York
reported.
Times and all kinds of things. But it all comes down to very high quality pepperoni from Halifax, Nova Scotia, which is my hometown.
Okay.
And if you go to Halifax,
They're well known for the pepperoni.
a bar staple there. My Brothers Pepperoni in particular. It's a deep fried pepperoni, and it's usually just sliced up, deep fried. It's served with honey mustard. It's great.
It's really good.
We've had a couple attempts here on Elgin Street to replicate it. They didn't last long. I don't think they used Brothers. That's the first problem. But it was a big thing. Now the Navy, of course, is divided, mainly on two coasts. Headquartered in Ottawa, we have a base in Quebec City too. But
Because he's retired Navy.
yeah, I am retired Navy.
Congratulations. Thanks for your service.
Thank you, Bob. Anyway, so anyway, this buddy of mine, Nick, he lives in Dartmouth, in Halifax, and he was going out to the West Coast. And of course, we have friends everywhere between the two coasts, between BC and Nova Scotia. So he brought back on request some Brothers pepperoni for some of the guys out west,
Victoria.
out in Victoria, and he was staying at the Empress Hotel.
In Victoria.
Yeah, the Empress, right? It is your Fairmont Hotel there, kind of like Chateau Laurier here in Ottawa.
It's a 5-star.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, or the Frontenac in Quebec City. And he brought the pepperoni in, and but he had to work. He was there on a work trip as a civilian.
Yes.
In this case, he was a reserve officer, but he was working as a civilian. So he went to the Empress, and he left this pepperoni in his bag, and it's very aromatic. Oh man, that stuff! I mean, I can sense it from about 6 blocks. It's good stuff. And anyway, he left the window open, and the aroma, I guess, attracted
Birds.
seagulls, the local fauna.
Mine.
And they came in. They went into the room, and they did what seagulls do. And they did it all over the room.
Oh no!
And,
Oh no!
Yeah,
Everywhere.
everywhere. Yeah. Well, they left it everywhere, and at the end of it, they I guess housekeeping came up and they found this. They closed the window. I guess they somehow got the birds out, and
God.
they invited him to stay elsewhere. And
banned him for life.
and in fact, they did. They banned him for life.
Wow.
Oh my God.
So anyway, but Nick, I mean, if you ever met Nick, he is not a radical of any sort whatsoever. He's a nice guy, right? You know, I mean, anyway. So I think it was 15 years after the fact that he comes back and he says, "Well, will you forgive me for this?" and they came. He wrote a letter. He formalized the whole thing, and they came back and they. By that time, I guess management had probably switched over a few times.
Once or twice.
Since
that story must have lived on, though, I would imagine.
Oh, it's totally stuff of legend.
Totally.
It was
No
in the
kidding.
Yeah, no, it made national news. And
oh, wow.
Well, and the reason,
international.
the reason this story came up in conversation, because Rob and I, sitting here in the pub having a couple of pints one night, and I was telling him about this thing I read in the Citizen, how this fellow who had did this thing like a bunch of years back is finally allowed back in the hotel. He goes, "Oh yeah, the pepperoni incident," and I go, "What?" He goes, "Hey, he's a buddy of mine." I'm like, "Oh my god."
Actually, I tried to even call him once. We were here at the pub. So that he could give his own.
Oh, that's insane.
Well, and the other thing was too, he had his suits laid out on the bed, I think, and his shoes, and of course, guess what? The seagulls did.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So
Ruined his entire.
The shoes he had to throw out.
They soiled him.
Oh man.
In so many ways.
How was the pepperoni? Did it survive?
You know what? I don't know. It's just sort of like
this is the important
we were
part.
kind of overwhelmed by the whole thing. And the fact is they'll ship. I
Was
mean,
the
you know what?
pepperoni okay?
Yeah.
If you look up Brothers Pepperoni, Halifax, Nova Scotia, they ship.
I don't think I'd eat anything within 4 city blocks of that room, to tell you the truth, even if the pepperoni survived.
Well, not that room. No. That room. It wasn't pepperoni. It was probably remnants of digested crab, perhaps mussels, some clams. I don't know.
Some McDonald's French fries for sure.
Definitely.
Oh yeah.
Nom nom.
Yeah, we called them shithawks. Yeah,
Shithawks,
that was the term we used. Anyway, so they allowed him to stay there. A great photo op, great news story.
Yeah, it was good PR.
It was great PR for the hotel, to kind of come clean on that. So yeah, if you want to get in with Fairmont, that's what you do. You bring aromatic food into your room, and hey, look, that was seagulls. Can you imagine if you got a bear?
Oh my! Yeah, thank God he wasn't staying at a cabin somewhere.
I know, right? Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Oh my God.
Banff.
Yeah. 500-pound grizzly or black bear.
Exactly. It's like,
Hello?
yeah. Come
Is that
back
the place
50
there?
Is that it? Yeah, brothers.
That's the one. Yeah, that's on Agricola Street in Halifax.
Halifax. I haven't, and we were talking actually earlier about doing a pubcast in Halifax this summer.
Oh,
We're thinking we'll do a road trip. We'll do one of these in somewhere in Halifax. Well, I've got friends there, and I know you do too. And we'll find a good pub to set up in and just do a show. I mean, I think it'd be fun.
Oh yeah, no, I've got some suggestions. Yeah,
There we go. Yeah.
There I am now.
We're gonna be in Hamilton on is it the 14th or the 15th, Ryan?
Uh,
I'm gonna have to take a look at that. What the weekend is? I think it's the 14th.
14th.
no, that's the weekend I can't.
Oh, you can't.
No, because we said we were going to do the podcast on the 21st.
Oh, that's right. Because you're right. Shit. That was the go to Hamilton for that.
Best
one.
laid plans.
No.
Yeah.
Best laid plans.
Well, stuff happens.
Well,
Life gets
sure
in the way.
Jimmy said he's coming down in the summer as well. So
That'll be legendary. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we could
I'll get a patio.
Maybe we could make arrangements to come down for a Ticats game, right? We could record some footage I'm a CFL guy. Record some footage at a Ticats game and then do a pubcast after.
Yeah, for sure.
I think that could be fun.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Yeah, he's very sad right now. He's Mr. Beaver. I'm Mr. Grizzly. So
that does kind of suck.
Watch me eat my emotions.
Slather them in Chipotle mayo. You'll be fine.
I'm just taking it right out of the thing.
Getting right into it.
Fuck
right
it.
into it.
Fuck it.
I wish I had deep fried pepperoni.
Deep fried pepperoni.
Douglas is just chucking it in the fuck it bucket now.
Yeah, that's what it is.
I don't care anymore.
Eating his feelings.
But think of what you look like. I don't give a shit.
You should stop eating that. I will when I stop hating myself.
I will when it's gone.
Right. Anyhow, boys, I'm going to go. It was good to see you.
It was good to see you too, brother.
Good to see you too, good sir.
I have some Irish cream to make. Good to meet you, my friend. Enjoy. Keep those two guys in line, please. They've been known to get rowdy on these podcasts and have to be escorted out.
For sure.
If they decide to leave after they get thrown out, it's great. Have a good time. And if I don't see you guys, have a very, very Merry Christmas.
You too, sir.
You too.
Yeah.
All right.
Absolutely. To all you and yours.
Yeah, we'll see you soon.
Take care, brother.
Ciao, guys.
Good fella. That's a good lad right there. I'll tell you that. That's a good fella right there.
A good chap, yes.
That's a good fella. I'll tell you
Indeed.
that.
Yes. I need to make more like him.
Yes, I think they should.
Yes.
I think they should. We need more good people in this world.
We do.
Because there's a lot of bad people in this world that seem to get all the press. Did you see Trump's trading cards the other day? I'm not getting political.
No.
It's a joke.
It's a joke.
He's trading cards. Huh?
Digital trading cards.
Yeah, as an astronaut, he's like, you know what it is? It occurred to me. It was like this. It's not Trump. He wants to be frickin' Barbie.
Oh yeah, that's what it is. Yeah.
Space Barbie,
Malibu
astronaut Barbie,
Barbie.
Dr. Barbie, like this. He's got like, right?
Has it been
The only
leading
thing-
to that?
The only
Like,
thing he
is there-
doesn't have is the Malibu Dream Home because he's got Mara No-Go. Anyway.
But did it start like does he have? Is there a Trump rookie card out there somewhere we don't know?
Yeah, like the Honus Wagner that's worth millions or something. Yeah.
It's worth millions. Of,
Well, they're digital only, and somebody was like, he sold out all $4.4 million worth. I'm like, that's it.
yeah, he's going down.
Don't his rallies cost more than that?
Yeah, I would think so. Yeah.
I mean,
He's kind of hard up though, right? Because there was this like he appeals everything, and there's this one thing now he's decided not to appeal. So I'm guessing the only reason he didn't because he's a shit disturber is because he can't afford it. He can't afford it. He can't afford it.
He
And
can't afford it. And your father's an alcoholic. He's on the welfare.
You can't afford your lawsuit.
I don't know. I think everybody's too hard on him. I mean, sure, he's a xenophobic idiot, but
But who is it these days?
Well,
exactly.
Yeah, well, it's one of those things. It's what happens. It's what happens when we allow an overprivileged white man a chance to speak.
Yeah. He used to be so funny though. Like when he said stuff that was just like.
But back in the days when you didn't need like a whole team and like a crane to fix his hair.
Well, it was when he went on about. He says, I came up with a saying the other day. You got to prime the pump. I came up with that. No, you didn't.
Well, actually, I think that he gets a lot of bad attention because he's discriminated against just because he's orange.
Yes.
Well,
Orange lives matter, people.
Orange lives matter.
And according to Stockwell Day, people who wear glasses too. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I was discriminated against because I wore glasses in school.
Oh, that's like that FIFA guy who turned around and says, because I was a redhead and I had freckles, like moving from Switzerland to Italy. I was like, dude.
Is that how you get freckles?
No.
Yeah, as soon as they bring in.
But no, it's like, it's like I suffered this great discrimination. I completely understand. That's why we have to be nice to the Qataris who are discriminating against everybody. Girl.
Pull this leg and it plays Jingle Bells.
I don't think so.
Pull his finger?
That'll be later, I guarantee.
I like the way you
think.
Makes it like Trump, yeah.
But I do like the whiskey. Whiskey. Or as Ron Burgundy would say, scotchy.
Yes, kids, we are horrible people,
Yes,
good
we're
stuff.
terrible.
but we're right.
60% of the time, it works 100% of the time.
Yeah, we're probably going to have to send like 25 cents in royalties to Pitney and Amelia for that one, though.
Well,
Because that's their tagline. We're awful, but we're right. And we just kind of yanked it from them.
Well, and you can't prove we're wrong.
what was the Dave Chappelle thing about the gas company? We're the gas company. Fuck you. What are you going to do?
There we
We're
go.
your only choice.
There you go. We just paid it back with a plug for Pitney and Amelia's Bitchin' Boutique.
So,
And the artist formerly known as Ye.
Yeah. Wonder what he's going to be known about.
I wonder what his symbol's going to look like.
I wonder.
Yeah.
Really.
he's got to have a symbol. Yeah.
But I mean, at some point, he's going to migrate out of Yay into something else, and I'm just wondering what the next name's going to be.
Well, he should get on his meds first, though, because holy shit, dude.
She's the hot mess.
You know, I mean, there's still stuff to come out.
Yeah. He's not stopped.
He's purging. Let's
Oh,
just
yeah.
put it that way. Whatever he's got inside, he's purging
He's
it now.
purging
Maybe
it.
when he's done, he'll be ready to get back to something. But right now, bitch is purging. That's all I'll say.
All his money is gone. I think. Didn't he lose like $1 billion in his shoe deal thing? There?
Yeah, Adidas pulled an Adidas pulled a.
Yeah.
I'm missing the wrong guy. Adidas pulled a Snoop Dogg and dropped him like he's hot.
Well, I know. You know what? Actually, Amazon sent me the notice. I did get my pair.
He ordered a pair of Yeezys, did you?
Oh, what wouldn't? Didn't you?
No, I didn't. Sorry.
Yeezy's a complete different. Are shoes called Yeezys?
That's what they're called, Yeezys.
But there's a rapper already called Yeezy.
No, it's Kanye West.
No, but there's a rapper called Yeezy.
Maybe.
Boy, okay, there's a copyright case here.
I
It
guess.
should be coming up.
Oh, maybe he's trying to like.
Trademark, yeah.
He's like, no, these are not
Piggyback.
mine. These are Yeezys.
Yeah,
Please
piggyback
send
on
money.
somebody else. Yeah.
Yeah, I know, but it's intellectual property.
I suppose. Well, I mean, so for those of you who don't know on the cast, my middle name is Gord. And I could just go on as Gord Atkinson, which,
Would be your dad's name.
well, it's also my dad. That's his middle name too, though. That's my dad. But also there was a very famous radio broadcaster here in the Ottawa Valley by the name of Gord Atkinson. He used to be on CFMO, which became Cool FM and is now YF country station now. But Gord
It's
Atkinson,
like FOMO.
I guess.
Yeah, FOMO. Well, no, it's almost FOMO.
Fear of missing out. Well, no, but Gord Atkinson used to host a show, and he was the fellow who interviewed Elvis when Elvis played Ottawa. Like he interviewed
back in the 50s.
Yeah. He interviewed all the rock stars that came through Ottawa.
Yeah, that's so
So-
awesome because Elvis only played in 3 cities in Canada.
That's right, and
And
Ottawa
that's
was
the
one of them.
only,
That's it. He never played outside of the U.S.
except for 3 cities in Canada.
Yeah.
One of them was Ottawa. And I guess it was where the YMCA is.
Yes,
now.
that was the Ottawa Auditorium where the Y is.
Yeah,
And that building has just been sold off, and I think it's going to be torn down and rebuilt because
yeah,
they're saying
I
it's
heard that. I was sorry
at the
to
end
hear
of its
that.
life cycle.
Yeah, no, actually, I used to go to that gym. It was,
It was a good gym.
yeah, it was a great gym.
Yeah, it was like a 5-minute walk for us. You're closer to it than I am.
Yeah.
For those of you who don't know the city of Ottawa, we're on Elgin Street, 361 Elgin Street at the Lieutenant's Pump, British pub, a must stop if you're in Ottawa and you like to consume malted beverages. You got to come here. Like literally, you do have to come here, have a beer, chill out. It's the friendliest pub in town with the staff is outstanding. The owner is always in the pub, and they take very good care of us. And look, I've made, occasionally made the mistake of having a couple of drinks and going to the toilet and getting very tired and just walking out the door and forgetting to pay my bill.
Oh,
I've done it more than once. It's never intentional.
I did it once. Actually,
Yeah,
it was your
at my birthday.
Yeah,
Five people did that night too.
They came to me afterwards. They said, "We have a bill for Walkout Rob," and it was sort of like, "Well, that's my name, and that's what I do."
Yeah. But it's just like,
needless to say, I did pay my tab.
well, that's the thing. It's like, I forget. I did that once, and somebody was like, "Yeah, Paul, we knew you'd be back." And I remember I came in on Monday, and it was Layla was working at the time, and I go, "Layla, do I owe you money from Saturday?" She goes, "Yeah." And I go, "I'm so sorry. I thought I did, but I couldn't." And I was very hungover on Sunday, so I couldn't. She goes, "I knew you'd come back," so I wasn't worried about it.
No, they don't care. Not in the local.
No, because they know we'll be back. I mean, this is
It's when the politicians come in.
Yeah, we yell at them. Like the time Shear came in.
Yeah,
Remember, Andrew Shear walked in.
Oh, really?
I didn't see him. It was my buddy, Chris. It was
Chris, the big guy. Yeah,
he's a buddy of mine from Manchester.
Yeah.
And he goes, "Get the fuck out of here. We don't want your kind here. You're scum. Get out of here, you right-wing piece of shit." I'm like, what did I miss? He goes, "That was Andrew Shear." I go, "Oh, I'm glad you did it, because I would have yelled at him too, and I would have been less polite."
Yeah, Chris is exercising his freedom of speech.
Yes.
But,
But he did it with that because he went to Oxford, so he has that posh accent.
Yes.
He didn't have that accent growing up.
Okay.
They actually trained it into him. And he said, no, when I was going to law school at Oxford, they said you cannot show up in court and speak with that Mancunian accent.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, he was more of a Geordie than anything else. And if anybody knows what a Geordie is, it's kind of a thick British accent. But he also lived in Manchester, so he had a split Mancunian and Geordie accent.
Okay.
And the Geordie accent does not, and I'm not knocking Geordies. I'm not. I like it, but it does not. It does not bring about an air of intelligence and sophistication.
where is Chris now? I haven't seen him.
Toronto. Yeah, I haven't talked to him in a bit, but
Poor
he's in
guy.
Toronto.
So it's like the Alabama accent of Britain.
Kind of, yeah. So it's like, and you might meet somebody from the southern U.S. who grew up in like Alabama or Tennessee, and they got a thick southern drawl, but they got 4 PhDs. But when they talk like this, they don't sound very smart. So you can't judge a book by its cover. But in the UK, because that is very much of a class system,
Where they judge books by covers.
where they do judge books by covers, they do. So they literally taught him how to speak. And he told me that, and I was like, oh, I had no idea. He goes, yeah, that's the way it is. So interesting things you learn sitting around the pub, just having conversations about everything.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's like the life of Brian, right? Where you learn you can't say in some cultures you can't say Jehovah,
right?
Rocks thrown at you.
Yes.
And then you have to explain. You can't, just because I've told you you can't say Jehovah, you can't throw
rocks at me
because I
said Jehovah.
Yeah. I mean, these are complex issues in life that everybody should learn at a young age, but not everybody does.
You throw stones if they say Jehovah. You don't throw stones if you say you can't say Jehovah.
That's right. Yes.
Well, that's just that, and in some cases, yes, it seems like a double standard, but.
Well, it's like Jimmy last night kept dropping the M bombs, and and he goes, "I'm sorry if you're offended for me saying that." I'm like, "Dude, you're allowed to," because he's a little person, so he's using the M word. I'm like, I'm not going to do that. I'm 6 foot tall. I'm not going to no. But if you and he hates it when he hates to be called a little person. We talked about this a few minutes ago, just before he got here. He hates it, hates it, and he'll say,
Can you say somebody who's subject to blank tossing?
Well, he does wrestling. He's a wrestler. Well, he's a morning radio show host in Edmonton, with one of our colleagues, Lachlan Cross, but he's a stripper and a wrestler. He says,
well, you can see
he has all the jobs.
Complementary
Absolutely.
skills.
Yes.
Yeah, no.
On last night's show, he was talking about. He says, so I was stripping, and this woman says, "Can I spank your bottom?" And he goes, "Yeah, okay, just not too hard." And he says, and she hit me, and I flew 6 feet across the room and hit the wall.
Oh, no.
I'm like, holy shit. Yeah. And he says, well, I missed the jump. He says, because I didn't want her to get in trouble. But she tipped me $50, so it was worth it.
But Mama, I'd say, Mama's got game.
Mama's got game.
Right? That's what I would say for that. Yeah.
Mama should pitch for the Mets with an arm like that.
Oh, and on the pod last night, he's 9 beer in. And I'm like, for somebody who's had 9 Pilsner, Pilsner from out west.
Sure. Yeah.
It's like 50 or blue or something. 9 of those in, and he's a little person. But guess what? When you're a little person, your internal organs are the same size as anybody else's. They're just kind of squished. So he can consume as much food and drink as anybody else. And he had 9 cans of Pilsner and did not sound like somebody drunk. He sounded like Jimmy. I'm like, oh boy, that guy can really put him away. So I told Chris,
I said, admire that.
If you gave me 9 drinks, I wouldn't even be upright.
Well, I did tell Army Chris.
I did 35 years in the Navy. So.
Total weight. It'd be a hot mess after 3.
Not that the Navy would encourage that kind of thing or ever did.
No.
This is the public service enhancement.
It's
always been.
We have some comments from the kits, and I'm going to do a little selective editing here on this one. Kit Saucy C, which says, "We always have the good cocks of pepperoni in Nova Scotia."
Oh,
See?
I didn't know where you were going with that. I'm a little bit worried about that.
I
I'm
couldn't
still
resist
kind
that.
of wondering, do we good cocks of pepperoni? Like, I don't know, the sausage.
Never heard it.
Is it a sausage?
Maybe that's a typo, or maybe that I don't know what cocks means.
The old
in that
sausage.
Is
The old
it, how's it
sausage.
spelled?
The way you would think.
Okay, not
Okay,
COX.
No, not COX. Okay, all right, no, got it. Okay.
Welcome to the Eager Beaver Spelling Bee. Spell cocks.
Yeah, no, actually,
No, I'd rather. No,
So
sorry.
there was a fella I used to know, and his name is Wesley Cox. His family immigrated here from the UK, and it's spelled Cocks. And when he was in university, he worked at the university radio station, and he had a radio show which played mostly punk music. But his radio show was called, and this is the greatest name for a radio show ever, 12 Inches of Cox. Like, because it's he's being literal.
Yeah.
He's playing vinyl, and his name is Wesley Cox. 12 Inches of Cox. Okay, and then he was dating a friend of mine for a while.
Let go at 33 and a third.
Yes, revolutions per minute.
Yeah. Okay.
So he was dating a friend of mine, and her surname is Steele. I'm like, so if you guys get married, you'll have to come up with a line of
Cox of steel.
Well, I was going to say Steel Cox.
No Viagra needed at this house.
You either come up with a line of medication or feminine products, and you call them Steel Cocks.
Yeah, it could be.
Feminine products, joyful things for ladies.
Could you get Amy Schumer to like?
Yes.
Yeah, Amy Schumer. I could see her.
Yeah, I feel so bad about the girl in that commercial. Like,
the finger bang
to school. What size are you and stuff. Like, she probably goes to class, and it's just sort of like, seriously, like. Are you, like what size are you?
Okay, so there's the comment. Trailer Park Boys calls them pepperoni cocks. One length of pepperoni is equivalent to one cock.
True story. Yeah. I'm a Dartmouth boy. I get it.
Okay, there you go. There you go.
Oh my word.
That's some good whiskey right there. I'll tell you what, my friends.
This is the sauciest we've been since we've been doing PubCast.
Yes. Well, like the only thing we don't discuss at the PubCast is religion and politics. Everything else is on the table.
What about religious politics?
Well, that would be Theocracy and Gilead, The Handmaid's Tale. No, we're not going to go. No. That's what we do Monday to Friday.
So if I told you that, like, I was like a god on a South Pacific island, that would be out of bounds?
Not necessarily.
No. We would be curious. We'd want to know more about that.
Okay. No, that's fair. I mean, I'm not.
I mean, we like to bring knowledge to the kids.
Yeah. Jeez, I wish I was. I just want to contribute. That's all.
What was it that the story we were talking one day, and Rob was, where were you at a big meeting, and they were talking about this thing that was some contractor made for the military, and it was like, well, they met all the design criteria, other than the fact that it didn't work.
Yeah, it didn't work. Yeah. But other than that, they
met all the design criteria. It just didn't work.
No, it was contract specifications. Contract said it had to do this, and this. But the contract didn't say that the whole thing had to work.
You should. Somebody needs to start writing the contracts a little bit better, right?
Oh no, I think they learned from that one. But it's.
Well, who was telling me a story about how there was a contractor?
Just government.
There was a contractor who was building ships for, I'll say, the Coast Guard, boats.
Yep.
Not ships, but boats. And they sent them design plans, but they didn't give them scale designs.
Oh yeah.
So they built it.
That was only a couple of years ago.
Yeah, a couple of years ago. So they built these boats, and they're like, the children couldn't use these boats. They were too small. They go, well, this is the design specs you gave us. They didn't give them the proper scale, so they built them like a quarter of the size of what it was supposed to be.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So somebody did something stupid somewhere in the chain.
Well, and you got to wonder, like, I've done a lot of project management. I would have went, wait a second here. who the hell is ordering this? Like somebody somewhere had to have seen. This doesn't make sense. Human beings can't fit in these boats. What do we, But I guess it fell through the cracks. As sometimes those things happen.
Yeah,
right?
no, that's not business, and it's not just government either.
No,
Private
no.
sector's
That's-
pulled off some doozies too. But it's no. Those are the things that we call them teachable moments. And I know they're out there, and
Oh yeah.
there's. I'm thinking a few that I cannot.
Oh no, I know.
bring up.
There's some stories that can't be told. Just can't. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we'd love to be able to tell them, but somebody might get in trouble. I know you're retired and all, but it's still like there's still lines that can't be crossed. There's There's been,
but it's not even that. Even stuff I see on the news.
Oh yeah. Well, there's conversations we've had in the pub that I'm like, oh, that would be great if we could broadcast it, but we absolutely cannot.
No.
And that happens a lot. And I'm sure all the listeners and viewers have been in situations like that too, where you're having a great conversation like, oh, this would be great if we could tell everybody, but we can't tell anyone.
Well, and also you have to consider too that some stupid things have happened by collective thought that no one person could have conceived of screwing something up, but collectively magic happens, and sometimes, and I know people, it's just like you're just sort of like, oh my god, I can't believe that this went that way.
It's amazing how so many things that if you're just alone, there's just one person you're thinking of, yeah, maybe I should do it. Oh no, that's a terrible idea.
That's a bad idea.
But you get 5 people, maybe we should. Yeah, that's a great idea.
Yeah, no, it's true. Collective stupidity is one of those things, and if you don't have an adult in the room, grown-ups,
if nobody says that's a bad idea, you're going to follow through with it.
Well, I just kind of remember we used to go to cottage parties when I was out in BC, and you'd be like 3 of us guys, and 2 of the wives would leave, and then we'd be sitting there. It's like no adult supervision. Well, I mean, it's only a miracle that we didn't start forest fires or cause other sorts of disasters or kill ourselves. I mean, it's just sort of like
no kidding,
no adult supervision. Let's
see what happens now.
You get caught in the middle of it. It's like, I leave you alone for 5 minutes with your friends.
Oh yeah. No, honestly, the thoughts are like, I had this old naphtha in the trunk of my car. And we were trying to light this pile of leaves on fire. So I dumped this can of naphtha on. And this friend of mine is flicking matches from a distance. And I said, oh, for crying out loud.
Give me that.
I said, just go up to it and light it. And he did. And it actually went bang. Like it made a bang sound. And I just remember this flash. And then him looking at me with this look that he just wanted to kill me.
I can't figure out why. Why? I wonder.
Well, it was because it went bang.
Yeah. And, did he soil himself on that occasion?
No, he didn't. But yeah, he wanted to soil me.
But you were never stationed in Newfoundland, were you?
I did a manned refit there in 1992.
Okay, so were you there in November? Because remember the 4th of November, gunfire, gunpowder, treason, and
plot. Yeah.
Guy Fawkes. So in Newfoundland, they have bonfire night for Guy Fawkes. Yeah, they still do. And we used to go to bonfire night, and we would gather trees, any wood we could find for weeks, pallets, and we'd have like 20-foot tall piles, and just put all 2 gallons of gasoline on it and throw the match.
Just 2 gallons?
Well,
you can get the 5-gallon can.
It was what we could afford, right? I mean, we were kids. It was 1977, right?
Yeah.
I was 9 years old.
They probably didn't like it when kids came to gas stations trying to.
Well, and you got to consider, it's like, if you look at it from the standpoint of today, it's like, wait a minute, 9-year-olds were having bonfires? Yeah, these were monstrous fires. Like monstrous. We would throw bottles in to watch them melt. That's how hot it got. You couldn't get more than maybe 4 meters within. Like when you had to throw more wood on the fire, it would be 2 people who would run, throw it onto the fire, and keep running. because it was so hot. It was crazy. And we did that when we were children.
Yeah. No, I can relate to that.
We also played lawn darts too.
Northern Ontario. Yeah, lawn darts, exactly. And somebody decided that was just
Right.
too... I mean, even with like normal darts, like bar darts.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I used to play that when I was a kid.
Well, I did too. And when I was in training in BC in the officers' mess, we had a dartboard, and we had this really long bar. Like it was just like it had been a barracks block converted into a bar.
So it must, it'd be like
so
100 feet.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. So we were doing cross country darts. After a couple beer, right? You just
see how far you can throw it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. So the two windows there got boarded over.
Yep. Makes sense.
Well, they had to be.
Yeah.
And anyway, I mean, there's great things and lawn darts, yeah. Which the only other context of lawn darts I can think of is CF-104 Starfighter.
Oh, my dad worked on those in Cold Lake.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As long as they last, they used to call those the lawn darts.
Or the Widowmakers.
The
Yeah.
Widowmakers.
Because they crashed all the time.
Mm.
Yeah.
Well, they had wings like...
They were like, they were like tiny little wings. It was ridiculous.
It was a little rocket.
Yeah,
really.
that's all it was. I mean, it was fast, but that's only because there was little drag because it didn't have real wings.
But good penetration into the ground.
So one of our friends is asking your surname, and that's up to you if you want to say.
What's the name?
She says, what is Rob's full name? If he doesn't mind, I want to ask my mom if she knows him.
Oh, sure. Thorpe.
Rob Thorpe. There you go.
Yes, Rob has to know my mother. We were in Newfoundland in 92. Newfoundland Labrador in 92.
Yeah, I was in St. John's in 92.
Good town, St. John's. Good town.
Yeah, George Street, Water Street.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Reese saying her uncle died in a Widowmaker in a CF-104.
Okay.
Starfighter.
Yeah, I'm sorry then. That comes across as insensitive. And then
Yeah, but we have dark sense of humor in that. Like my father has seen guys get sucked into, they fire up what happens is they're working too long on the line, and he's seen guys walk underneath a jet engine and get pulled right into it.
Oh my God.
Yeah. It's happened.
No, we had it in ships too.
Yeah.
Like divers and ships have internal cooling systems that take seawater through what they call the sea chest, which is essentially a hole under the hull that pumps cold water in. And we've had divers sucked against them, and they can't get away.
Mm-hmm.
We've had some tragic stories like that. So throughout the military,
it happens.
It happens, and
it's always preventable, but it does happen.
Well, preventable, but after the 20/20 hindsight, it's
Yeah. Well, and the thing is, it's like you can get a little bit complacent with your job, and you forget about how dangerous it really, really can be. Yeah. And that's something my father, because he was always like the safety guy, and he had said, one time he saw a guy start to walk underneath the wing of a jet. And he just looked up at the pilot, and he's like, cut the engine.
Yep.
And when he came up, he got lifted off his feet, but because he cut the engine, he dropped back down. Because when those engines cut, they die very quickly.
Oh, yeah.
Like it doesn't spin for 10 minutes. It's like when they cut the engines on a jet, it's almost instant.
No, I went through some scary stuff in my career, and that's why I look to the folks who are serving today, and good on you guys. Keep it up and carry that torch, because it's not for everybody. It needs to be done, and it's not for everybody.
You know who I'd love to get in on one of our podcasts? We're going to have to get Eric in.
Oh yeah, he was Sartak.
Yeah. Eric's just one of the sweetest guys you'll ever meet in your life, and he fought at Medak Pocket when he was PPCLI, and then he remustered and became a search and rescue technician. So he has served at both ends of the spectrum, literally from a specialist door kicker who makes peace to the guys who dive into hot zones in the worst conditions to save lives.
And this guy, if you're looking at him and he's saying he wants to make peace, you're going to
You're gonna
want to
listen.
make peace too.
He's a big guy.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
But like the sweetest guy you could ever, and he's seen stuff that. Are you familiar with the Medak Pocket? It was a battle during the Bosnian War.
Yeah, in Yugoslavia.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a book written called The Ghost of Medak Pocket.
Okay.
It was the biggest firefight Canadians have been involved with since World War II.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
it was vicious and brutal, and he was there.
Oh my.
Now, a lot of the guys that were there have severe PTSD from that time.
Of course.
And Eric I'm like, you don't have, he goes, oh no, he goes, I got issues. I go, yeah, but you seem to have them under control better than most people would. It's his personality, you know.
Sure.
Some people are capable of that, others aren't.
Oh, he manages.
He manages it very, very well. And he's just like the sweetest guy in the world. He wears his medals on Remembrance Day. That's it.
Mhm.
It's the only time he wears them. Yeah. The solid guy. I've talked to him before. Just a real sweetheart of a man. And his wife is just, she's so lovely. Julie?
Yeah.
Just such a lovely person. You'd love her to death. My God. She's awesome.
I just noticed your Twitter handles on your glasses.
You like that, eh?
That is really cool.
Custom made. Yeah. Zenny Optical. All my glasses have my name written on it.
Real Donald Trump dog.
Yeah, no,
Oh my God, it's him.
my buddy Holly's
Yeah.
also. I have the same thing written on them. I got a pair of sunglasses with and my buddy Holly's. These ones. Oh, yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
I didn't know that was a thing.
It cost me $3 to get it put on. So I'm like, well, hell. Well, these were the expensive glasses from Zenny Optical. They are a progressive, anti-reflective,
Titanium.
yeah, all of that carbon fiber. See how light they are?
Oh my.
They weigh nothing, right? They're super light. Carbon fiber arms. Blue carbon fiber, obviously. Had my name engraved on the side, and they came with 2 pairs of polarized clip-ons, a carrying case, and a polishing cloth. And these were the expensive ones from ZennyOptical.com. These were the most expensive pair I've ever paid for them. They were $150.
ZennyOptical.com.
Exactly, right? It's Zenny Optical, Zenni Optical.com.
Okay, so now we've promoted 3 businesses. So if you happen to be watching, send money, advertise.
But I have no problem with promoting that business
No.
because $150 for a pair of glasses that have like all of the coatings, all of the stuff.
That's pretty good. I didn't
right.
do that well in Costco. So
No, and that's the thing. And it was a friend of mine who said, you should check this out because I need a new pair of glasses. I said, well, what the hell? I'll just get a pair. And the first pair I got were bifocals and there was nothing special. And they were like $50. And I went, these work. So then that's where I order all my glasses now.
Mm.
Sunglasses, everything. All my prescription, of course.
Yeah.
You know.
Okay, I'm gonna have to stop in and do for a new pair at some point.
Well, go to ZennyOptical.com. I'm telling you, it's worth your. They glasses start at $6. That's what they start at.
Okay.
$6. Because the whole philosophy. It's an American company. Everything
without
is
lenses or
yeah. No. But everything is made in China, of course. But the company said, look, Luxottica owns something like 80% of the market.
Yeah.
So they pay what they want you to.
Mm-hmm.
And these folks said, this is ridiculous. People who you need if you have a vision impairment, you need glasses to function. And charging somebody $400 or $500 when maybe you're an underprivileged individual.
Well, that's the way that capitalism is supposed to work, right? And
Yeah.
competition.
If they're foolish enough to pay for it, we'll charge it.
Yeah. Well, and because they own 80% of the market, they have no competition.
Like diamonds, right?
Yeah. That's
Right.
the biggest scam in the world. That one. Jeez, don't even get me started on that. But so Zenny came up with this plan. They said, here's what we can do, and we can offer it at this price. And I went, I'll fully support that.
Mm-hmm. And that's why you always ask for emeralds, ladies.
Not diamonds, emeralds.
Just so you know.
Emeralds.com. I didn't look that up. It probably is.
No doubt.
I'm just telling you. Your ego, Beaver, will never steer you wrong.
No. We're all about truth and facts on this show. Even though today is about stories and stuff, traveling adventures. And
There's still facts about those two.
did I tell you? Pepper.
Yes.
Pepper. Did I tell you about the time I was in New Delhi and I got run over by a car?
Yes.
I did tell you that story?
Yes.
Okay, I couldn't remember if I did or not.
But I don't
Anyway.
know if you said it on the show.
Any of the listeners send us a message in the chat to let us know if I ever talked about how I got hit by a car in Delhi 8 hours before I had to fly home. It's like if every vacation I'm on, something always goes sideways.
I'm thinking we did on the first one because I
Did
think
we?
I remember telling the story of how
Okay.
I almost had an allergic reaction coming back from Puerto Vallarta by wanting tacos with cheese,
Yes,
which
you might be
you can't
correct.
get in Mexico because
No,
if it's
probably
cheese,
not,
it's a
no.
quesadilla. Because if there's no cheese, it's a taco. So if you ask for a taco with cheese, you end up confusing
Get a
people.
quesadilla. Yeah.
Oh, really?
He must have really wanted a quesadilla. It's like,
Okay.
no, I wanted a taco with
Okay,
cheese.
so I did tell the story. Okay,
Yeah.
DQ said I told the story.
Yeah.
Okay, so I won't repeat.
Yeah, that's
myself.
why I was wondering.
I think I
because-
got food poisoning in Delhi. That's probably something different, right? What you're talking
No, I was in New Delhi, India.
Oh, New Delhi. Oh, okay.
I didn't get hit by a car inside of a deli. That would be different. That would be newsworthy.
I would like a Reuben.
I thought it was weird. I just heard the window smashing, the car coming in. I don't remember what happened after that.
Actually, you know what? That reminds me, like, in my building here in Ottawa, there's a couple of businesses on the bottom floor, and it's not there anymore, but there was a coffee shop that was really good in there. Now it's an Asian noodle restaurant place. But there was a coffee shop, and I'm walking home one day, and there is literally a car in the window.
Oh wow! Drove right in.
So you have like that high table that people like sit at the coffee
Was that
shops
like a
this?
drive-through?
No, not at,
It is now.
No. At
Okay.
George and Cumberland,
Okay. Yep.
right?
All right. Yep.
So, and you know how they at the coffee shops, by the window, they have the higher table that people sit on a stool.
Yeah.
So there's usually a whole bunch of people, like 4 or 5 people there sitting there with their laptops or whatnot.
Yeah.
So, and all I could think about is like you're sitting there looking at your laptop, and all of a sudden you got like right in your face, right? And I'm sitting there
God, I'd be mad.
because there's the other thing is
Yeah,
that
that
there's
totally ruined my day.
there's one of
Yeah.
those triangle sort of dividers
Okay.
things like
Yeah.
on the street, the little
Mhm,
island with
mhm.
a and so the cars can only go this way, but this car went this way, right in, and I'm thinking like, but
That
how
can't be
did the
good.
car get into the window? Because you would have to like jump the curve,
Yeah.
avoid the street light, and get in. Well, apparently they took the curve to this, and there was a car coming this way, and that one spun it into the window.
Oh wow!
No.
But if you looked at the car the way it looked like the car just like went straight off George Street right into the window.
Which he ought to have known better that
Yeah, he
he's
just
not supposed to
shouldn't do
drive
that. You're not supposed to
through
do
the
that.
window.
Yeah.
Yeah. No.
He's
So
like,
it's like that's usually isn't that like in lesson 1? Don't drive through windows.
don't drive through windows. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Like, don't drive into a house.
Don't run over people.
That's right. Don't drive into
People
a
are not
river.
worth points.
No, there's
Yeah.
no point system. Okay,
Just let you know, kid.
actually, there is a point
There is
system.
a point system, but it's not that one.
No, you'll lose points on your license, and if they
Yes.
take them all away, you can't drive. So yeah,
That's true. Yeah. Well, I've never done it. Knock on wood. I don't want to.
there's many things I've never done that I have no desire to ever experience. It's like,
There's quite a few I have.
yeah. Well,
Those are the ones that make the
I was
funnest
about to say,
stories.
there's also those ones too.
Someday, when statutes of limitations.
Yeah.
They'll be funny, but
I have to wait till certain people have shuffled off this mortal
the
coil.
mortal coil,
you know.
or just
Has it been
forget.
25 years yet?
Yeah.
Okay, I can tell the
I
story.
can tell
Yeah.
the story now.
Sometimes I send out pings out to some people. Is it funny yet? No.
Is it no? Not yet. Okay. No, wait. So I forget where I was about a week or so ago. Oh yeah, so it was last Saturday night. A friend of mine had a Christmas party, and she usually does a Christmas open house from noon on. But because she's getting her MBA right now, she's like working full time and going to school full time. So it started
Yeah,
at 7.
I did that.
Yeah, you did the same thing. That's right. So she's going to school full time, working full time. So she had it at 7 p.m. So anyway, this one couple showed up early in the evening with their baby, cute little baby, and I sat there and he just fell in love with me because I don't know why. Anyway, and we had a cute
baby.
It's a baby. It's a baby. And I said, my parents used to do this too when I was young. They'd bring me in the bassinet to parties because, getting a babysitter for an infant and you don't want to leave the child, and they didn't have much money. And I said, but the difference is back then you'd have somebody come up and go, what a cute baby. Look at that adorable baby. Well, everyone was having a Export A green. Oh, yeah. And they go, so why do you have asthma and why do you have low lung capacity?
You know what? I got one that's competitive with that. This is a story my dad told me when I was 1 year old in Montreal. So this would be 1969.
Yeah. We're the same age, but like you're a month older than me, I think, or just a few weeks.
2 weeks.
Yeah, 2 weeks. That's right.
We got 2 weeks. Yeah, I'm older than you. You remember that.
Yes. Respect your elders. Respect your elders.
So anyway, yeah. So
a fortnight.
So 1969, I guess we were in Montreal and we were at this party, and my parents were at this party, and they had me there, and I was left unattended. And I guess I turned this whole party upside down. It was, mixed English, French, Canadian, and while nobody was looking, I downed a shot of Devil's Brandy, that they call it. I was 1 year old.
You just saw it and drank it because that's what kids do.
Yeah, well, I was just there. So
it's
I
a class. I'll do it.
So I guess it turned the whole party around. Like everybody then went into a panic. They were holding me by my legs,
trying to make you puke.
My dad was embarrassed the next morning because he had to sort of say, it's like Merry Christmas. Well, my 1 year old son's gonna hang over. It was just sort of like, so that's when I first learned. So you know what, the Navy was easy.
My youngest sister, when she was very, very young, she'd say, beer, because everybody was drinking beer. Beer. They wouldn't let her. They wouldn't give her any, but it was just a thing she did. Now, do you remember the soda cans in the 70s and early 80s that it wasn't a pull tab? It was a push.
You push the buttons. Yeah, the little one to let the air out, and then the big one to drink from.
Yeah. So they had a case
of
that.
That was after the ones that you had
the pull tab off. Yeah. So they had a case of that on the floor, and she was crawling around, and she just walked up and went, ooh, pushed it, and opened all of them. While it was still in the plastic wrap. So it's the cardboard case with the plastic wrap.
Oh, that is awesome.
Opened all of them. Okay.
That would have been me as a kid.
And nobody noticed for like 2 days. So when somebody went to get a Pepsi.
Flat pop.
A whole case of flat pop.
That would have been me. When I was a kid, just buttons. I was all about buttons. Like I think when I was 3, my dream job would have been to be an elevator operator. Like, what floor, please?
We used to have competitions when I lived in Canada, Newfoundland, and we would for Christmas time they'd have a Christmas party in the school, and we'd always have Pepsi, right? And I don't like Pepsi, but it's free soda, so whatever. But we'd have competitions, and they were the double button, and you'd shake it up as much as you could, and then press the little one and hit the big one, and see how far you could shoot the Pepsi out the window from the second floor into the snow.
Yeah. We used to do something. It wasn't Pepsi. No, I shouldn't talk about this anymore. But
please do.
Oh, that's getting dark.
Well, it wasn't dark. It's just when I was younger, I used to have more. Anyway. But you mentioned that. Oh God, I think back. Actually, it's not that long. Years ago, going on to new classes, and learning how things work, and of course, now it's the thing. For emergency systems, they have the big red button, and I look at it and they say, you only hit this. And very specific,
big panic, yeah.
But I just see a big red button.
Gotta.
You know what I mean?
Push me.
Touch
me.
You guys know what I'm talking about.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
You want to push that.
Whatever you do not pull this tab.
Well, there's another joke I used to pull off at college. Was I put up a sign on the wall saying, please do not remove this sign. I just print it off.
And that was it.
Yeah, and I just put it on the wall and see how long it would last. I had one last for 2 months.
Oh wow!
Yeah,
that's a long time.
There's a place of rule followers right there.
Yeah, please do not remove this sign.
2 months.
It was
That's
great.
that's a
That's
good
what the
stretch.
signs up there of the month. That's when you take.
Yeah.
That's what you put up the next time. Please take
Yeah.
off your clothes
Yeah. Well, it's
because you
please-
know you got people who listen.
Yeah.
Well, the sign said
This is a nudity floor only.
Well, that's right. A natural floor, as
Yeah.
you'd call it. But
Well,
yeah, please
a
do not
natural floor.
please do not remove this sign. It was just so much fun. I mean, I was just bored.
Well, I'm looking forward to the day the military goes full co-ed, like in Starship Troopers, where there's just one shower room, everybody showering together.
Well, if
It's
you watch
never
the
going to happen.
If you watch the news, you'd think that was going on now.
It's not. No,
Yeah,
it's never going to happen.
Really, right?
It's,
Never going to happen. Oh,
There-
he
there
was
was-
exonerated, eh?
yes.
Yeah.
There was well, you mentioned that though. There was a trip I went to in grade 9.
This is me in grade 9.
Grade
baby.
nine.
This is me in grade 9.
In grade 9, there was a group that organized a trip for kids that went that weren't living in Quebec, but went to French schools to have an opportunity to be for 3 weeks in a predominantly French environment. They took people from all over the country. We had kids from Yukon, Francophones from.
Cool.
So we were 40 in all that were brought
Yeah.
there, and we're staying at the first place. We're staying at it was a college on Queen Mary Street in Montreal. Can't remember the name of it.
I don't know where that is.
But we're in the dorms with 2 per dorm. And there was like one like huge big bathroom, and we were all using it. Not like we're like 14 to like 18, boys and girls, like bathroom and shower, right?
Well,
Using it all together, and we were all like really, really just left to our own devices, extremely responsible. There was one guy, my roommate, like this, who had a crush for a girl who was from BC, who had a crush from a girl from Yukon, and every now and then I'd see 2 pair of feet in the shower like this, and they'd be giggling and stuff like that. Yes, but they were 17, 18 older, so I mean, but like, and it's not like when everybody was in there like this, but we were in there like this, but we're all like guys, girls, like this. Hey, Cynthia, pass me this thing, and like this. I ran out of like and slip it under.
Here's
like
the
this.
soap,
And we're all joking and laughing, right? It took about all the monitors about it because they had their own shower room, all the adults, right? About a week and a half to figure out we were doing this, and all of a sudden we had a boys and a girls like this. But there was like
it was fine prior to that.
Absolutely fine, no issue.
And usually it is.
They should have just left us,
I
right?
will
Because
tell
we
you-
weren't aware that there was any. We just found one bathroom on the floor, so we did it.
Yeah.
I'm thinking in 1988, I think is when I did my second
First time I had a beer in this pub.
Mars 2. Yeah, it would have been like 20.
20.
And I was doing training on the West Coast, and the government made a snap decision and said that women were now allowed in combat trades because before
that's right.
they weren't. And I was already in the training line, and they brought women in at the same time, but there was no time to convert or do anything, and we did the same thing on the ships.
It was no big deal.
You know what? No, it was respectable.
Yeah,
It was just sort of like, rather than being goofy, and yeah, sure, I suppose there's potential something could have happened.
Oh, there always is.
But it didn't, and we were respectful of one another, and you would walk through the common wash places, as we called them, for ablutions, and you just did it because you had to.
You had to. Well, it's necessity is the mother of invention, right?
But of course, anybody could have cried wolf on that.
Yeah, I'm sure that the organization that put the trip together would have gotten sued into oblivion.
Yeah, it was the government of Canada.
No, it wasn't actually.
No. In his case, he's talking.
in your
about
case,
your
yeah.
case, your case, but ours too, right? It's like we just tried to do a good thing.
Yeah,
Well,
But-
exactly.
But it was a blast. We had so much fun. The jokes and it was like the trip wasn't the same after that. I must admit, like this, but we had that whole first week and a half. Oh God, that was just
So
perfect
did you
fun.
learn how to do stuff like short sheeting beds and
No
icing sugar in the sheets? That's a good
No, that one we
yeah.
didn't. But
Short saran wrap the toilet.
yes, that one and toothpaste right here.
Yeah.
Like
Oh,
there's
yeah.
just like the.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the thing that we always found
Or
funny
penny
is
somebody in.
what's penny.
So you lean against the door. So the door. So
Yeah, and you
You-
penny it. You put
you
pennies.
slide pennies in.
and
They can't open it. So the door opens inwards, and you lean heavy against the door, so that when it's closed, and you slide pennies in the slot, and it creates a pressure buildup where you cannot get out.
That's another one. Another one's a leaner. It's where you set up a can full of water.
Yes. So when they open the door,
the water.
Yeah.
Leaners are great.
Leaners, it's classic. It's a classic. It's a classic. Yeah. I've never been on the receiving end, but I've seen it happen to people. I'm like,
yeah. Well, I've been on the giving end.
Oh yeah. I've no doubt.
The thing we always found funniest about the toothpaste on the dip it under the nose or on the nose was that people would like go for it like this, and when they were they'd always go back like, huh?
Yeah.
The first one was funny enough, but then they'd go back like 2 or 3
days later.
Yes.
Or the other one, it was like somebody's asleep and their hand is out like this, and they fill it full of shaving cream, and then they tickle their nose with a feather.
Yeah.
And they keep going with the left hand. So, and then finally they keep going until you eventually go like this and get a face full of shaving cream.
I used to do it to a friend of mine on basic training. Again in BC, and it's just sort of like he's asleep, and I've got this can of shaving cream, and I'm like, shh, he's asleep, and on the side of his head.
Thanks.
Then all of a sudden, he just opens his eyes, just like that. And I'm here holding this can of shaving cream, and I'm looking at it, and he just looks at me, and he just sort of like closes his eyes. So I thought,
must be dreaming.
Okay, so I just kept on going, and it's like 2 seconds later, it's like, Rob, fuck off.
See, he would have opened his eyes. I would have been the guy that throws the shaving can over my shoulder. Wasn't me.
Wasn't me.
I was just sort of like, I don't know.
Sort of freeze.
I can't really tell you what I was thinking at the time.
You are dreaming. Fall back to sleep.
It's a dream.
Yeah.
None of this is real. You're dreaming all of this. None of it is real.
I don't even know why he got mad. I mean, I gave him free shaving cream. It was my shaving cream. It's not like I was using his.
That's 14-year-old logic right there, right?
Yeah.
Don't even know he was mad, man. I gave him free shaving cream.
I know, right?
Well, that was the hockey team where the one guy on the hockey team with the long hair, and he's shampooing, and they keep pouring more shampoo, and he's under there, and he's trying to rinse his hair, and he can't, and they just keep pouring more shampoo, and he can't tell. Yeah, that is hilarious. It is. That's harmless and hilarious. It's the one where everybody in the shower turns and pisses on the one guy when he's washing his hair. Yeah. That's kind of disgusting.
But the thing with the going back is like the first time we're like laughing, we're giggling, right? Like this, and if you could see us, you see like 4 pair of shoulders, right? But you wouldn't hear a thing. But the second time it's like you hear like, and then the fourth time is like. And then of course the person wakes up and can find you, right? So you're dead. You've just given yourself away. But it's like, had they not gone back, it's like it worked too well because we blew our cover.
Hindsight, right? No, total hindsight.
Oh yeah. Well, I told you about the time I was at a dance marathon, and my friend.
Yes.
Yeah, I told you that.
Yeah,
I'm sleeping like this, but my eyes are open, so I'm asleep, but my eyes are slit. And I wake up with super dry eyes all the time because of it. And like, Paul, he's asleep. Okay, do it. So they take my hand and stick it in warm water. But I can see this happening. And somehow I wake up and I grab him by the throat and I start choking him and I start punching him. and then I go right back to sleep. Because I thought I dreamt the whole thing.
That's good instinct. Actually, you know what? We did that to a friend of mine, and he was completely passed out. He woke up. We had an ironing board beside the bed, a bowl of warm water.
Oh my God!
Does it actually work? Do you know anyone who's actually ever successfully pulled it off?
I don't know. I had to apologize.
I remember waking up this ironing board, this bowl of water.
I had to apologize to Randy for that. I'm like, I'm sorry, dude. I didn't know. And 20 minutes later, I find him. So I go into this was at Teen Town in CFB Chatham when they had a base there.
Right, yeah.
And I go in to use the toilet, and I walk in, and I at the corner of my eye, I'm like, what the? And there was, so when you walked into the men's room, there was like a cabinet that stood about 7 feet tall, and that's where they kept like toiletries, paper, and cleaning products and that. Yeah, and out of the corner of my eye, exactly. And out of the corner of my eye, and I look up, and he's asleep on top of this thing. So I took a photo of it, and I still have the photo. And we had a reunion back in 2005, and it was like a 20th anniversary reunion. And I said, "Oh, dude, check this out." And I showed him the photo because I had a digital camera that I took a picture of the picture. not a phone with a camera in 2005. I mean,
No.
that just wasn't really a thing at the time. But
No.
yeah, I showed him the picture and he laughed hysterically. He's like, "You got to send that to me." And there was no Facebook, or we had a Yahoo group chat which failed miserably all the time. I'm gonna have to reach out to him because I see him on Facebook all the time. I'll have to send him that photo because it's just a classic. Like, he's 7 feet up in this little cabinet and he's in a fetal position because he's like 6 foot tall, and it's a cleaning cabinet, so it's only 3 foot wide, right?
Yeah, I know. I mean, we've done stuff like that. Oh God, we did all kinds of stuff like that. Like, taking a guy, who's had a good night on the town, his entire bunk out onto the parade square, underwear up the flagpole, and the bedding all there, and just put him to bed right there. This is in July, of course, like on the West Coast, so it worked out well. And sure, sometimes we lost a weekend of liberty to go out, but you know what? It was worth it.
Totally worth it.
It was worth it.
What was the story he was telling me? He says, 18 years old, and you're up on Citadel Hill, and he looks down and sees one of the ships in the harbor. He's like, "You see that ship right there?
Yep.
That's my ticket to an office job in Ottawa."
Yep, my ticket. That is my ticket to a cubicle in downtown Ottawa.
I'm like, "What?" He goes, "No, not at all."
Yep. I commanded 3 of Her Majesty's Canadian ships. Well, actually 4. And yeah, how does it all end? You wind up in a cubicle in downtown Ottawa.
Like, so from battle zones on a ship to a cubicle in downtown Ottawa.
You've done your job well.
Well, actually, you know what? It got worse. Just before I retired, they sent us to the West End in Carling.
He lives like 2 blocks from here, and he used to walk to HQ, which is just over at the Rito
Center. Yeah.
And then they moved him out to Moody Drive.
Yep. I did. That happened to me once. Fortunately, not fortunately, because something happened to me health-wise. But when I got my first ever management job, it was right on Slate Air. And I lived like on Cumberland. I'm thinking, this is great. I can walk to work every day.
Yep.
I was literally there 2 months. Yeah, we're moving to Canada. It's like fuck, we are.
I quit.
Fuck, I am.
Yeah.
Well, didn't
How we doing over here, guys?
Oh, I need another beer, please and thank you.
That was an amazing recommendation. I loved it.
Yeah, it was good.
Yeah, it was really good.
I'm very happy with that.
So I guess everybody needs another drink.
Another drink.
I guess so.
Keith's, okay,
Yep.
perfect. Then you wanted the Flora Amber.
Yes.
And you want the local Otter?
Yes, please.
And
Yes,
yourself?
I'm actually going to be heading out after that.
Yeah, we can cash out. Yeah, that's cool.
And I'll
Yeah,
send somebody else over for you
Okay.
guys.
What do you want?
No, I just asked her for
keys.
keys.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Okay.
No, all good.
But not before she joins us for a bit of a chat.
Oh,
Nova
I'd
Scotia.
love to get her to
Yeah,
sit
yeah.
down and have a chat
Yeah.
with us. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
I hope.
Yeah.
But she's not on the clock now, so she's not paid to talk to
You
us.
see the
so maybe
wonderful
we're not
ink?
worth it
Did
anymore.
you see her ink,
You
though?
you just got to pour the
Huh?
charm.
Did you see her detailed ink?
I did not know. I have not
Oh,
yet.
dude, check it out. She's got some great ink on her hands. It's
Okay.
like really detailed. It's really cool.
Okay.
Really cool. And I'm thinking like that had to hurt like a son of a gun because there's not a lot of fatty.
No.
And I don't care who you are.
Well,
Your
maybe
hands
she
are.
just drew it on. I mean,
No.
If
it's
I have
not
ink,
drawn.
if I have ink on my hand, it's because my pen burst.
I got that the day I turned 30. I don't know if you can see that on camera. It means strength. I checked it out. Don't worry. I got it the day I turned 30 because when I was very young, I
No,
was in the
it doesn't.
hospital.
it means soup.
No, I checked it out. I checked
no,
it
It
out.
means I
means-
like pudding.
No, it
No, it
means
doesn't.
soup.
It means
I've
strength.
seen that before. It means
It
soup.
means strength. Trust
I've seen it at the seniors' home. It means I like pudding.
Not only did I look it up, but my girlfriend at the time, whose parents moved here from Hong Kong, confirmed it for me before I got it.
Yeah, well, they're having a good one on you. It means
Yeah,
soup.
it means soup. Anyway, I got that the day I turned 30 because I hospital cancer when I was a kid. Never thought I was going to live to be 30, and here I am 54. So every day after is a blessing. But
It's like extra balls, right, when you're playing pinball?
I'll tell you this:
That's why you buy that extended warranty.
I could not believe how much it hurt. And I mean, I have a very high pain threshold, very high. But the difference is
You're
what
dedicated to soup.
Very much so. I like the soup. But what it is, and what I figured out was, if you like, I have a beer bottle smashed in my face, and then they stitch my eye up. Okay, it hurts, but it's like that. It's right. quick smash, and then over. Whereas with a tattoo, it
Sounds like my dating life.
quick smash and it's over. Whereas with a tattoo, it's 15 minutes of the same pain threshold. So it goes from 0 to 100 and stays at 100 for 15 minutes. Whereas a punch in the face or a fall or a trip or whatever, when you stub your toe, it's 100 for a split second and then starts to diminish. But a tattoo doesn't diminish. It stays at the same pain threshold the entire time. So people who have lots of tattoos either have a very high pain threshold or enjoy it.
Well, yeah, but you know what? There's some soups that, like, if they're really spicy.
Oh,
Keats. So
No worries.
say to Saucy,
We're
here's Nova
prepping a location for you to have a seat.
It adds to the credibility of the fact that we're actually at a real pub.
Put this here just because I don't want to get anything on any wires.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
No worries.
It's magic beer. It wasn't on the screen, and now it is.
Yeah, this is mine.
And Paul has a soup tattoo.
See? A soup tattoo.
No, I have this tattoo. I got this the day I turned 30,
It means soup.
24 years ago. It means strength, but they think it means
I
soup.
love it. You know what? I have a really stupid tattoo too. If it
Well,
makes you feel any
it's
better.
like your hands. I love.
I have tons of tattoos in my hands.
Yeah, I know. It's way cool.
Thank you.
See? And if I reach here, another beer will appear.
Yeah. There you go. Exactly.
Hey, that's not a beer.
That's
I
a
know,
bill.
I'm sorry.
Well, at least it started with B and it has 4
Well,
letters,
you know.
so close enough.
Yes, I'm a jack of all trades. I can do paper and beer. That's about it.
It's magic.
What else? do you
Well, you're
think?
welcome to join us.
Guess so.
Welcome to join us for a chat. We're
Hey,
here
you
for
should say hi.
at least another 60 minutes, maybe. Yeah,
How's everything going today?
great actually. Great.
Very
Yeah, yeah.
smoothly.
Yeah.
I like the Santa hats. I really enjoy them.
Thank you,
I think it's
thank you.
perfect for the time.
Yes.
Well, he went fabulous, and I just went Santa.
You know what? Fabulous. I'm kind of loving it. I'm
But
not gonna lie.
I see sequence, and and
I can't
I
pull-
just have to.
Yeah.
I can't pull sequence off. It's just not me.
I'm pretty sure sequence pulls you off. I'm
There
pretty
we
sure
go.
it's like the other way
Yes.
around.
Mm.
I can't let my people down. The
You're
fans
right.
demand bling.
No, it's hello. It's what the fans.
It's for the people.
It's for the
It's for the people.
People.
People
Who
who
need
need people are the luckiest people. in
Barbara
the
Streisand.
I
world.
think this one's yours over here.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Good.
Barbara Streisand.
You got to do the eye thing though. People.
People.
Voice
Ah, the
like
luckiest
butter.
people.
Nails
What the hell's
like
going on?
butter.
There's a giant cat.
Do you know I sang a song with Celine Dion once?
Sing a song with Eileen.
You know what's funny? There's actually somebody sitting in the other room there, and he's wearing a Celine Dion shirt, but it's been made by somebody else, so it's hard rock, like as if it was Metallica.
Oh, nice.
Celine Dion. It's
Oh,
a shirt.
cool.
He's sitting out there. It's an awesome shirt.
You know
I
what's
told him
cool?
right away. I was like, I love that.
Celine Dion plugged in.
Yeah, no, it was Celine Dion. As if she was part of Motley Crue.
I saw her. I saw her
I could
backstage
totally
with
see that, yeah.
You're sure she's a singer.
Steve Aoki. You know who Steve Aoki is? Yeah.
Yes.
So she was backstage with Steve
the
Aoki.
DJ.
Yeah, the DJ. And she's like, "Oh, dude, I loved your remix of My Heart Will Go On." Because he has a
Yeah, he does.
hard remix, techno remix of My Heart Will Go On. She's like, I loved it. And she started to sing it. And she was going, I love the way you went. And then she starts to sing it. And he was like, he
I would
fanboyed.
jump right on her.
He
Yeah,
fanboyed. It was really cool.
Is that on YouTube somewhere?
It was a documentary about Steve Aoki.
Oh yes, yes. I've heard of that.
I
one.
like
I've
Steve
never seen
Aoki.
it.
I like his music.
Yes,
He's a cool guy.
He seems cool, yeah.
Yeah.
Did you hear about everything that's going on with Celine Dion? She.
Yeah,
Yes.
we talked about it the other day.
Yeah.
Sad, I
Yeah.
know, but it was good to that she was able to tell everybody about it.
Yes,
Very
yeah.
supportive.
Yeah. And I mean, it's not like she's going to suffer financially, but
She's a
No,
grown-up
no,
woman.
she's
I think
maybe
she's
fine.
okay.
She'll maybe get groceries, maybe pay
but
rent.
it's still it's soul crushing,
Maybe.
right?
Yeah, no, exactly. It definitely is. That's
Could do
exactly
without
what
it.
she loves, and
Yeah, exactly.
it's
Exactly.
giving up her favorite thing.
Oh yeah,
you
yeah,
know,
yeah.
Hopefully
So-
she'll recover.
Feel free to join us if you want to sit in for a few
Well,
minutes.
just to say
I will come and say hello before I leave.
Okay.
But I do have an appointment to get to.
No worries,
Yep,
no
no
worries.
worries.
Say hi to everybody.
Okay. Yay, special guest.
We like having guests.
Yes.
Be our guest. Be our guest.
Put our service to the test.
I'm
Wrap
a
your
guest.
napkin around your neck,
actually,
and we'll provide the rest.
the problem-
Hot odor.
The problem with that song is every time I hear it, all I think now is, see my chest, see my vest, see my vest. It's made of real gorilla
the
chest.
Simpsons.
Yes,
Yeah.
Mr. Burns. See my
Right.
vest, see my vest. It's made of real gorilla chest. See my vest. He skinned a gorilla to have a vest made.
Oh man.
I'm like, oh my God.
Vest.
It was a nice
It was
vest.
a
Yeah,
vest.
yeah. Or what do they say in the UK? They call them a waistcoat. I'm like, a waistcoat? No, that's what they call them, waistcoats. Waistcoats are in. I'm like, what's a waistcoat?
Yeah, I know.
He's wearing a waistcoat. And I go, you mean his vest? Yeah, it's a waistcoat.
Yeah, if
Okay.
you go black tie, you got to wear a waistcoat. It's not a vest.
But I didn't know that. I didn't know that. Things you learn, right?
Yeah.
Because it was the coach of the UK, the England Three Lions, the national soccer team, who in the last World Cup, the coach was always wearing a waistcoat. And I'm like, that's how I learned what a waistcoat is. I'm like, so it's not a vest? Is it not?
Soaks up the blood when he goes out hooliganing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yes.
They did start that thing, hooliganing, right?
Yeah. I did it good too.
Yeah, the kids. As soon as I said pudding, it was like pudding time. Naps and snacks. Pudding is the only thing good about being in the hospital. With sexy nurses with pudding on top.
Oh.
Pudding makes everything better. Pudding. You know what? Maybe we
It's
need to
true.
do a pudding show.
So did I ever show you the photo of Laura and myself when she went as a sexy nurse and I went as the most interesting man in the world for Halloween a bunch of years ago?
No.
I'll have to show you that photo. I'll put it up. A Monday show. Remind me if you can remember between now and then, and I'll post the photo up. But yeah, Laura and I, because we've been friends for a long time, and yeah, she went as a sexy nurse, and I went as the most interesting man in the world. Back when my
Was
hair
he-
wasn't gray.
Was he a nurse?
Who the sexiest, the most interesting man in the world? No.
Monsieur Dos Equis. Senor
Dos Equis. Yeah. I
Oh,
don't always drink
Dos
beer, but
Equis,
when I do,
yes.
I prefer Dos Equis. So I had to spray. I grew my beard, and
You don't like Corona?
I had to spray paint my hair gray. My beard and hair, I had to spray paint gray. Then a couple of years ago, I decided to go as Wolverine for Halloween. So I grew the beard out, and then I shaved it, and I had the big mutton chops,
Right.
but they were gray, white, like
Right.
this. So I had to spray them black, and I'm like, this is weird. Once I went gray for Halloween, now I have to go black.
Yes.
But you were Sir Black.
Sir Blacks, yes, the Red Blacks, Sir Red and Sir Blacks.
We have more. Kit Linda, Paul flashing the server, and then Linda admiring my bling, saying, "Our queen must be fabulous."
I have to pee.
There we go.
What
I
are you
need
going
you
to
to-
do? Could
I
you
need you to
say
let
that
me
in the
out.
microphone again?
I have to use the toilet.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to urinate.
Okay. Gosh. Okay.
He's going to urine town.
So just careful when you slide out that there might be some cables hanging below there. We don't want to knock anything over.
Yeah, I kind of got it too.
Oh, okay. It looks like it's going to be synchronized seeing a man about a horsing.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're just going to go up front in front of the bar in
Yeah.
Elgin Street.
Just let her rip.
Let her go.
Let her rip.
So kids were going to be alone, so that means we can talk about them behind their backs. Oh, there we go.
Okay. No, it's fine. It's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just we got it.
Man down.
We're good. I placed it that way so that if you did
Are
get,
you here for an appearance?
Yeah, I'm gonna say hi.
come on in, have a seat. Just
Oh.
here. Sit her up there.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Let me
I'll
just
come
switch
say
over.
hi. Fun.
There you go.
There
Put
you
your
go.
headphones on. Grab the mic. We'll be back in a minute.
Fun.
Yes.
Hi, everybody.
Hello, kits. This is please if you would like to. Oops, you want to get that from around the mic. There you go.
Here, wait. If I take these off, maybe, and bring them around
yeah,
here.
around there. There you go.
There we go. Oh, fun, guys.
Yeah, right.
I've been wanting to be a part of this for a while. I've been about it since the summer.
There you go. You might want to get a little closer so that you're in view. There you go. Please tell the kids who you are.
Hello, my name is Briar. I've been serving these fine men all day.
And she's been doing a quite excellent job out of it, I must say. She made sure I
Thank
stayed
you.
alive and could still keep breathing so I could talk to you. So,
Yes.
She gave me keeps.
Yeah, I'm basically a doctor, actually. So
yes.
medically trained. Yeah.
Yes.
In beer.
She plays one on this podcast.
That is.
That's so fun.
Paul was saying you had like great artwork on your hands. I was wondering
Here, wait. How do
The
I?
camera's way up there.
Way up here. Okay. I do have quite a few on my hand, actually. That's kind of where a lot of my tattoos started, was on my hand, which was a very weird location to choose, but that is where I felt that I wanted them all. So I have quite a few there. They all were done in the East Coast. That's where I'm from. So I had a friend.
Where are you from?
I'm from Moncton, New Brunswick.
Okay.
Moncton.
Oh, Dartmouth. Yeah, Moncton. Yeah.
Ah, bah oui.
Oh, there you go. By the way, yeah, it's probably Chicago.
Pochute Carapila Jalaba.
Oh my goodness, that was so much fun. I even was expecting that you were gonna actually do it.
That's the only thing I know in Czech. It just means, are you going to go get drunk over there?
Yeah, pretty well, yeah. Getting get right drunk is what they would say on there.
Parlay Beach.
Yeah, Farley Beach. Yeah. No, I lived in. So you're from? You said Dartmouth? Yeah.
Yep.
So I went to Acadia down in the Annapolis Valley, Nova Scotia.
Woeful.
Yeah, Wolfville. So I was living there for quite a while, and my brother's living in Halifax now for SMU.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I went to Dal. I wish I went to SMU.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Both my dad and my little brother both went to SMU, and they said that they love it. So.
They had fun at SMU.
They have a good time.
They didn't have fun at Dal.
That's what I've heard. I've heard that. Yeah. We had fun at Acadia. Let me tell you, Acadia is definitely a good time.
For sure.
It's too small not to be. That's,
That's the thing I found. Like, if the little bit of time I went to McMaster like for 1 month. I hated what I was studying, so I had
Fair
to
enough.
come home.
Yeah, fair enough.
But the one thing I was really amazed is you put like a whole bunch of, and like Hamilton's not the smallest city, but you put a lot of people in a campus in a city where there's not much to do. They make their own fun.
Exactly.
And,
as a small town person myself, I can definitely tell you that is the case. That's the case.
Acadia would have been fun. I think I would have liked that too.
Acadia was a really good time. It's small enough that it makes sense. No worries. Am I on top of anything?
No, I just got to fix the lamp.
Oh, yes.
I was wondering. It did get a little dark, but I just thought that it was outside.
Although on camera it looks like we just got moonlighting. Now we got like that candlelight sort of shadow that makes everybody look super attractive.
Honestly, you kind of look like Santa's workshop, like on call. You look like the call center that you would call Santa and ask for a present. This was what you would get.
There we go.
Yeah.
Like Santa's workshop working on the generator.
No, exactly. Please hold for Santa's workshop.
All right. Back online. Here we are.
Hey, welcome back. Welcome back to my podcast.
I'm happy to have you.
Yeah, no, this is awesome.
We're happy to be guests.
Yeah, no, exactly. This is a beautiful little spot that you guys have.
Isn't it the best? It's the best location to do it, right?
Exactly.
Well, we're streaming on about eight different platforms.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah,
Okay.
so this is just the feed that we use, and it streams it across Facebook, YouTube, a bunch of Twitter streams. So there's Twitch.
Yep.
Twitch. So at any point in time, there could be anywhere from 100 to 2,000 or 3,000 people watching, and they come and go. Yeah,
Wow.
it's cool.
That's incredible. Yeah, you were telling me about it in the summer, and I actually right when he said it, I just wrote down the podcast name and just put it right into my Spotify, just right away, just to see what I could do.
Oh,
so it's
thank
just
you so much.
Yeah, of course. Why not? I love that. Like a lot of regulars in here, once they get to know me a little bit, they'll show me things like different hobbies or something that they absolutely love. I had one man actually come in, and he wrote a book, and it was called Letters to Joe. And it was a soft cover. He gave it to me, had little writing in there, and he was just like, here you go. So he gave me a novel that he wrote, and it was based in Nova Scotia. So
nice.
It's kind of cool. Yeah.
Oh,
it's
wow.
pretty interesting. Yeah.
That's neat.
I love seeing people's little hidden talents that they have because it's incredible.
Well,
People
and
are honestly
this is
incredible.
this pub that I've tried to describe to people, that it's such a community gathering space, right? Because
Of course it is.
it's
Yeah.
all the locals that keep it running, but it's my second home because you see me here.
too.
You see me here a lot.
Yes, he works here actually.
Yeah.
Yeah. He should be in a skirt.
Actually, I have worked here.
Oh, really?
Really?
Yeah, as a DJ,
No
and
way.
I've done
Oh,
I've done some AV stuff, and I used to DJ brunch a couple of years ago.
Wow.
Yeah, I'd come in on
okay.
Saturdays and Sundays and go basically from noon to 4 and just DJ brunch.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, we miss brunch. I think a lot of people in
Yeah.
Ottawa miss brunch right now, so I
Yes.
understand that.
Because we don't have it anymore here.
We don't anymore. It's been gone since June, but we still get about 50 calls a day. So
I know. It really is missed. But I was talking to Corinna.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, because Corinna and I are good friends, and we were sitting here talking one day, and she says the problem is it's trying to find staff right now.
Yeah.
Honestly, it's a problem pretty well everywhere, especially it's mostly to do with kitchen staff. It seems to be a really hard thing to find, and it's not only because people aren't looking for work. That's not
No,
it.
it's not that.
It's usually like the people that do come in, either this isn't what they were looking for, or
Mhm.
it wasn't what they expected, and it just kind of like it drops off. And it's also the industry that I'm in isn't seen as something that's like the first forefront of this is your real job, go. So when that is put on that, it's just kind of it's hard to see it as a real job.
Mhm.
You know what I mean?
But it is a real job.
It is a real job. It's a hard work. You actually have to come in on time. You have to do all your stuff. You're meeting your coworkers. There's meetings. It's
all
a
the
real
time.
job,
Yeah,
right? So
and it's hard work.
it is very hard work.
And
You
as
have
we
to
sounded-
imagine, I'm on my feet for 8 hours. I'm not going to sit down and have
No.
a meal.
Right.
Anybody
you're
that
running.
It needs time, yeah.
Yeah. And as we say on the show, there's no such thing as unskilled work.
No, exactly.
No such thing.
Not at
No
all.
such thing.
Because again, like for people that have never worked certain jobs, even I've worked in retail and I've had jobs that have been so hard, very difficult. Sorry about that.
No, it's okay. Just a little closer for you.
Yeah. So it kind of just depends, because I've also worked in jobs in hospitality or business, and it really depends on who you're working with and the environment that you're in for it to actually be something that I can stay in. It doesn't really matter what type of job I'm in. It really matters like who I'm working with, the type of people that are around, and the atmosphere that I'm in, because I think that helps with everything. So
my day job, I always say, look, I'm way underpaid, and I am, but I love what I do, and I love the people I work with, and I'm treated so well where I work. Exactly. Now, I need to explain that where I work during the day, I'm not an employee. I work for another company, and they contract me.
Okay. Yeah.
And I have said time and time again, if I do not get a contract renewal and I have to go back out into the field to do what I used to do, which was installing audio video, I'm quitting.
Yeah.
I can't do that anymore.
No,
I can't. I love my day job. I want to do it until I can no longer work.
Which is exactly what you should be looking for.
Because
that's kind of the dream.
I'm happy, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's the dream. That's what you want. Be able to actually get up and not be dreading going into work.
Right.
It's a hard thing to do, but once you actually get it, don't let it go.
Don't let it go. No.
Yeah.
And it's Monday morning rolls around, and I'm like, let's go to work.
No, exactly. And that's such a beautiful thing, because
really
a lot
is.
of people are waking up and even getting into the weekends. If you're in a job that you don't love and it's taking such a toll on you, which any job can, love it or not, but if you're in a job that you hate and you're waking up even on the weekends, it doesn't feel like a weekend because you're stressed that
you're
the job is
stressed,
coming the next week. Like it's a never-ending cycle. So
right, and it's terrible. It's no way to live.
Not at all. And I think a lot of people, like you get into something to pay your bills, and I understand that. But working towards something, even while you're in a job that you dislike, you can always try and find something that you do like while still making money. And as soon as you find that right fit for yourself, whether it takes a million different interviews, it'll happen at some point if you try hard enough, and you can get to something that you like. And I feel like it's something that wasn't really taught to me when I was younger. It was more like you make the money to get the house, to get the, you know what I mean?
Yeah, no.
Yep. Well,
it's not like that. Yeah.
Well, you kind of got to mix it up with both. There's practicality, and you know what? The economy up and down.
Yeah.
You have to.
But see what? See, you just dictated a lesson to us that we didn't hear when we were younger.
Yeah.
And like this is what your generation Z, correct?
Yes, I was born in '98. So I
Gen
think
Z. Yeah, so 24, right? You're 24.
Yeah, I'm 24.
So that's Gen Z. So what I love about Gen Z is how you won't put up with bullshit. You won't accept mediocrity, and you refuse to be miserable doing a job that you hate because of the money. Exactly. Because you've come to the realization that we never did, that life is too short and too precious. And I mean, look at what you've gone through 2000. So in the last 21 years, we've seen two brutal recessions.
Yep.
9/11.
Yep.
How many wars?
Yep.
And this is in your very young life. I mean, I'm 30 years older than you.
Yeah.
And I've seen some stuff too. Yeah,
well,
I'm 54.
we had the 80s. Right?
Yeah, we had the 80s, which was always we were going to get bombed into oblivion by the Russians.
Yeah,
is what we're always doing.
And you know what? A mortgage, they're talking about, 6%. I mean, it was 20%.
It was 20 at the time. Now, you could buy a house for $50,000, though.
Yeah, that's a yikes. That's not a thing anymore.
It's hard to get that.
People my age, it's either you absolutely know that you won't be getting a house for at least the next 10 years if we're living as we are now, if you want to live normally. But there's people that I know that have gotten their houses, they have put aside all of that money. But if you're doing that, that is the dream. Like you're saving only for the house. That is what you're doing, and it takes a long time to get there. But it's it's not in my forefront.
Truth is, it always did.
Yeah, it's
it always
not in
did.
my forefront right now, which is absolutely fine. But I find with my generation, we had kind of the ending of like a bullying era and the era of everybody kind of just being kind of a little bit closed off about their like emotions, feelings, everything like that. Like I started in the era where people are still getting bullied. People are still wearing the most interesting of clothing, obviously, when I was growing up. And we had all of like this, the 90s kids. I wish I was in the 70s. I would have loved that. But, but I also am going into that era of like, first of all, there's some cons, like cancel culture is a big one, but there's a lot of more open-mindedness, which I didn't have when I was younger. I didn't have that when I was in middle school, high school. That wasn't around. It was still very much what you would see on terrible rom-coms and teen movies. That's exactly what my high school was like. But nowadays it's not like that at all. It's very accepting, and you have to watch your mouth, and you have to, like, there's a lot of things that are happening now that wouldn't have happened.
You have to behave like a civilized human being.
Exactly, which I think is where the don't take any bullshit comes from, and like the not staying in a job that it's not worth it. Like,
it's not fulfilling. I'm leaving.
Yeah. See, like, there's one thing, getting the money that you need for the bills that you need to pay, and having like any type of benefit is a big thing. But what I'm saying is, if you're in something that you hate, you need to stay in it for your own well-being. But it doesn't mean that you need to stay in forever. Just stay in it until you find the next thing and you know that it's secure. Like, there's ways to be able to go about it without,
that's just smart.
Yeah, exactly. And like the thing is that I find there was a big break with Gen Z going into like Gen X. There's a big break there because, again, now there was the closed-mindedness going into the open-mindedness, but they're very open-minded on this side. So I kind of have a little bit of both. Or on this side, it's very much still kind of almost butterflies and flowers and rainbows coming out of everybody's ass. Like, I feel like that's kind of what's going on with Gen X.
Well, and the thing with us in Gen, because I'm Gen X.
Is it the other way? Millennials? No.
So it's Gen X, then millennials, then Gen Z.
Yeah.
Okay,
Gen X, 65 to
and what's the
85,
newest
I
one
think.
now after 2008?
I don't even know. I can't keep up.
Children.
Okay,
Children.
fair enough.
But I mean, we were raised by boomers, boomer parents, and they were raised by an older generation, of what they call the greatest generation, right?
Which is an interesting one.
So they had a very strict, conservative, and I don't mean politically, I mean just period conservative upbringing.
Yeah.
And I've found that a lot of boomer parents, mine specifically, are much more, and again, not political, but liberal-minded and open-minded than they ever were before. And I think that's because they see what younger generations are not willing to put up with.
Yeah.
And that's making a difference.
It definitely is. They are.
But people evolve.
People do evolve, yes.
And people age. And some things that you had ideas you could take to the bank.
Yeah.
When you were a kid, and then as you get older, it's sort of like, well, maybe it's a bit more complex.
No, exactly.
And maybe there's
100%.
more people in the world than.
Well, exactly, and I think even like I'm only 24. There's so many things that I still need to like experience and see and everything.
Well, you want to travel and see the world.
Of course I do. Yes, and being from the East Coast and small town after small town, like coming to Ottawa was my bigger move.
Well,
and
I'm sure
I
that was
did it on a whim.
Like shocking when you first got here.
Honestly, I thought that it was going to be a shell shock, but it wasn't too bad. It wasn't too bad.
Okay.
So why Ottawa?
I thought Toronto was too big.
Yeah.
That's Brianna. We love Brianna.
I had that same
Awesome.
feeling.
Yeah.
I guess I tried living in Montreal for a little bit when I was 21, and about a year and a half I came back to Ottawa, and it's a great place to visit, but that city just moves way too fast.
It's very quick. Yeah. My mom grew up on the English side of Montreal, and again, beautiful, love to visit, loved going there, St. Catherine Street, dream,
Love Montreal.
love it. Yeah, couldn't live there.
The beauty of living in Ottawa is Montreal's 2 hours away.
Yeah, it's exactly. So
Right.
you can go for the fun stuff.
Yeah.
Go for the fun stuff, come back here. Yeah, it's good stuff. I've honestly experienced more in Ottawa than I ever did in the East Coast. I
got posted.
Oh, yeah? That's how you got here?
Retired Navy.
Okay. Mine was a little more fun than that, I'm going to say. Mine was definitely a more fun move than that.
Oh, no. Well, I met my wife.
Oh, lovely.
You moved for love?
We moved for love.
No.
I met her after I
met her.
moved here.
Okay.
Oh, trust me, it wasn't for love. It was basically a gun at my head. Well, not literally.
No.
Figuratively.
Yes. Just a stern talking.
But it was one of those things where I got the call. I was living in Victoria, and they said,
Victoria,
yeah,
wow.
yeah. They said,
Beautiful stuff.
how'd you like to move to Ottawa? I said,
I don't want to.
Basically, I said, no, I really don't. It sounds expensive, and you don't really have to. And they said, oh, Muffin doesn't want to go. Well, let's do that.
Guess what?
Because I learned that's one of the things in the Navy, and that's fine. That's what you sign up for, right? It's sort of like they don't really take your feelings into account.
No, that doesn't happen.
That wasn't a thing for a long time. I
But
still
that
don't think
being
that's a thing.
said, okay, so I moved to downtown Ottawa, and I met my wife while I was here, and Yeah, and you know her.
Yeah, she's
happily ever
lovely.
after.
She's
Love
great.
it.
Yeah, I mean,
I love that.
Uh,
Yeah,
she's
everything
lovely.
happens for a reason. Some
Yeah.
people don't believe that. I do.
And so
I do.
he's
Yeah.
2 weeks.
Yeah.
He's 2 weeks older than I am. Okay,
Okay.
Yeah.
but you only got married what?
he has to respect his elders.
Yeah, I have to respect it. But you only
Okay,
got married
yeah,
what? Was
good one.
is it 5 years or 4 years?
No, 2 years ago.
It's only 2.
Well, we're married. Actually,
Oh,
got
you've been
married.
together though for 5 years, right?
Yeah, so 7 years. Yeah.
7. See, I
Wow.
can't keep track of. You know what? The last couple of years under the pandemic and the COVID, timelines are a blur. They're a complete blur.
You're telling me COVID happened, and I'm pretty sure I'm still 19.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I'm still 19.
But it was
I actually, yeah, that's the thing I'm doing because like my 50th is coming up. Like this, and like this, my partner and I just celebrated
Kids.
10.
Kids.
I hope you're talking to him.
Yeah,
I hope
him,
you're talking
yeah.
to him.
Yeah, it's the baby face. My partner and I just celebrated 10, and like
Congratulations.
and while we were together, we celebrated our 40th. But with COVID, he's just celebrated his 40th, and with our
Lovely.
COVID thing, it's
Happy
just like there's no 40th birthday party.
Yeah, they're
Like,
just skipping all of that.
I'm not thinking that there's going to be a big bash for the 50th in May, maybe, but like we don't know how this one is going to go. We didn't have an anniversary. We didn't have a big anniversary celebration. Pardon?
Maybe a surprise party on the 50th.
Maybe.
We're requesting
Yeah.
a surprise party.
Mhm.
And then we had no big anniversary thing for the 10th, and so it's like I am 47
Yes, you are.
until I
You're
can
holding
actually
it.
Until
have
told
an,
otherwise. 100%.
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Like this, I'm just doing 47 over and over again until I get it right.
I think
you
that's
know
perfect.
What? There was one great thing about COVID. I got married during the pandemic.
Yes.
It's only 5 people were allowed in the
That's
church.
the thing. Eh?
That was a really affordable wedding.
It was affordable. Like the family pressure was just not
Non-existent.
there.
Wow, incredible. Sounds a little bit like a dream, I'm not going to lie. A little
Yeah.
bit, little out. Yeah.
We actually got married in Kitchener.
Yeah. Well, so my buddy Toby and his lovely wife, Catherine, they're living in Newfoundland now. They bought a house
Okay.
there,
Yeah.
and we were going to go there for the wedding. A bunch of us, we were all invited. So they sent out the invitations in like November of 2019,
Oof. I already know
and they were
what's
getting
coming.
married in July of 2020. Well, so
Mm.
that didn't happen.
That
So
is
they,
so
Mhm.
sad.
yeah, well, they ended up having a small wedding. It was just the two of them and their parents, and that was it.
Okay. Well, at least they still got their ceremony.
They got married,
All right,
but
yeah,
it was
tough.
like we all kind of feel robbed because we were really looking forward to going to Twillingate for a long weekend, Newfoundland
You would have
kitchen
never
party
had another
wedding.
weekend like that.
Yeah,
that would have
that
been
would've
one
been
of the better
awesome.
weekends of
Yeah.
I used to
your
live in
life.
Newfoundland, so trust
So
me,
you
I
understand.
know.
Yeah.
I know. It would have been
A weekend
legendary.
you would
Yes,
never
exactly. It's like
remember.
legend.
Yes.
Exactly. No, pictures are nothing. Literally,
Yeah.
pictures are nothing. That's the only way that you're gonna remember it.
It's like
That's the best part.
showing you the video. I don't know anybody named Susie. What the hell?
That's perfect. That is exactly what you need. You're like, you know what? I made a friend. I don't remember it, but it's good on me. It means I was nice. I love to see it. Wasn't a terrible person. That's a win on my part.
That's right.
Exactly.
Trapper John's and St. John's. They've got my signature a couple of times for getting what do they call it?
Screeched in.
Screeched
Yeah,
in.
yeah,
Yeah. That's the one thing that I haven't done. My dad's born in Newfoundland. He was born in St. John's, Newfoundland, and I have never gotten
Oh,
screeched
geez,
in.
man, look at that. He's a
Oh,
townie now.
Yeah,
Fucking
well,
townie.
Of
huh?
course
You
he
gotta
is.
do it.
Fucking townie,
You
yes,
gotta.
bye. Of course. Yeah. So
George Street, Water Street.
There you
There's
go.
only 2 streets you really got to cover.
Oh, yeah.
listen,
That'll take you a month.
if you can make it down one, you can make it down both. Whether it's in a wheelbarrow or it's not, you can do it. 100%.
You're right.
Well, the George Street Festival is legendary.
I want to go.
Oh, it's
Legendary.
Like the St. John's
And
Regatta.
I want to
regatta.
make it out. I feel like that's such an accomplishment. I'll just make it out on the other side. Whether I'm crawling, walking, I don't really mind.
Well, I got friends who are like, you got to come down for regatta. I go, I've been to regatta. They go, you have? I go, yeah, 1978.
Listen, that sounds like probably a fun year. I'm
I'm
gonna
like,
lie.
I was 10, so it wasn't regatta the way I would do regatta today.
Yeah.
maybe
They
so I
cut
would
them
go back
off
with I
after
didn't.
5.
Yeah.
After 5 Shirley Temples, maybe.
Ooh, we are throwing down. Lady came to play.
Of course, I worked at the pubs. I
She
gotta
works
be
at
able
a
to
pub.
say something. Come on now, listen.
Telling you, servers in a pub have game. Trust me, you
Yeah,
have to.
yes.
You have to.
Literally.
You got to shut people down, I assume, every now and then.
Sometimes,
Like really, just
every
like,
now and again. I hear a weird comment and there's nothing to do except for say a really weird comment back.
Yeah.
If it's not received, then why did you think I was going to receive yours?
Right.
You asked me something out of the ordinary.
You put it down, I picked it up, and I threw it back. Yeah.
If you don't catch it, that's on you.
That's your problem. Yes.
Go wide.
Isn't she fucking awesome?
I love her.
I love you guys. No, I told you I'd do this at one point.
Well,
I wanted
I'm
to
happy.
do it at one
I'm
point.
happy because we the whole point of this is it's the PubCast, right?
Oh, it's
Sit
awesome.
around the pub, have a chat, have some friends pop in. We have some mics. We have people who've popped in remotely online.
Wow.
Let's just have a Saturday afternoon, couple of drinks, have some food, shoot the shit, tell some
Well,
silly
because,
stories.
You
I mean,
need to
or a
get
couple-
John in here. You need to get John sat down
Oh,
in here with a
nice.
beer.
I would love that, but
John's very conservative. He'd stand.
no, the owner.
Yeah, I know. John.
Oh, okay. I
Krebs,
thought you meant
yeah.
John
Yeah,
John Dowd.
I know.
My friends met John for the first time. I went to my first NHL game for the first time last Monday.
Oh yeah.
Did
Do
you
I
take a
remember
son's
half
bus?
of it? No.
Yeah.
Yes, I did take the Sun's bus. So this is the first time that my very close friends here had met John. And I had been telling them stories about John because I work here, right? So I would just tell them how we interact and everything. We go into the bus. They're like, I love John. I was like, I know.
I know.
I told you.
Yeah.
I already told you. He's a great guy. And he went on. He was so excited with his like flag and everything, and the bell ringing.
He is the
So-
most engaged owner of an establishment that serves food and drink that I've ever met in my
Well,
life.
Ever in my life.
He held on
Yeah.
to this place through
Yeah,
that whole
through the
pandemic.
pandemic,
No,
Yeah.
and
Remember, he had
he's
his
a jack of all
pandemic
trades.
beard.
Yeah,
He
yeah.
said he would not shave the beard
until he could
until he
reopen.
was allowed
yeah,
to
yeah.
open.
No, he is
And he
a
did.
pretty incredible man.
Yeah.
He does some incredible things. And jack of all trades. Anything that's broken here, he's fixing it.
Yeah.
It's insane, incredible, all the above, anything in between.
Yeah.
He every single piece of food that we have on the menu, he has tasted, looked at,
Mhm,
paired, everything. Like he does it all. It's pretty incredible to
And
see.
and
so.
he loves his staff.
He loves his job too. He
Oh, he
loves
does.
his
He
work.
does,
He
yeah.
loves what he's doing, and like he's very kind to us. Like
Mhm.
he's helpful. It's not one of those things where you go in and your boss is doing the admin in the back. That's not how it's like.
No,
if,
no.
if there's
He's
needed help,
engaged.
he is in. He's talking to customers. He's bringing food out. He's helping with drinks.
Yeah, he's washing glasses.
Oh,
He's
oh,
yeah, yeah, he does have
nine
all of it,
yards,
yeah.
He does all the time. Yeah, today he put up our coat rack because it fell again. So
Yeah, so there you go.
Again, he just does this type of stuff. I'll walk in and he'll be putting up railings. I'm like, when did these fall? He's like, I don't know. Somebody fell into them last night. I'm like, fair enough, John.
No, he is
Love.
the perfect entrepreneur.
Yes. Yeah.
No, he does an incredible job.
And
And actually, this bar was a lot smaller than it is now.
Oh, yeah.
I've heard, I've seen kind of like just different photos, especially upstairs. We have old photos of the smaller patio when
Mhm.
we didn't have, because there was a shop next to us.
That's
at one
right, yeah.
point.
That's right. There's a coffee
There's an
shop.
upstairs.
oh, that's
How am
where
I
the
just
office
learning
is.
this now?
No, not for the pub. It's the
Oh,
offices.
okay.
An office.
Okay.
But there's also, you have to imagine, there's buildings upstairs. Like there, a lot
Apartments,
of
yeah, yeah.
staff live in those apartments
Yeah.
upstairs. So again,
Oh,
we just
okay.
need a fire pole, and we'll just come on down to work. It's perfect.
Well-
We've been talking to John about it. We're like, put in a fire pole. We're good to
So
go.
he literally rents all the apartments above the pub.
Yep.
As office space, and then there's a couple of apartments he has for staff who
Correct.
don't live in the building, but it's like, okay, you're going to work late. If you're working really late on a Saturday and you just go upstairs and
Yeah, he has.
It's a furnished
he has
apartment.
quite a few like different things, and that's the thing. Like he
Okay.
has so many connections with, especially like people in this city.
Mhm.
Like we have. Like a random thing, we have a vase of roses, and every Thursday it gets switched out. That's just like another
somebody
thing.
brings it in.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we had somebody come up and do all these beautiful Christmas decorations that are here, all of the trees, everything like that. The 2 trees that are outside, though, that was all John.
Mhm.
John did that by
Yeah.
himself. I was like, what's going on? He was like, putting up more trees. I was like, we have 6, but that's perfect. Go
That's-
ahead.
Well,
Yep, 8 is good. Love it. Mhm.
I remember during the pandemic, there was some staff that actually came on a voluntary basis,
Mhm.
former staff
Mhm.
that came on a voluntary basis.
Wow.
To deliver food and drink.
Yeah, just
'Cause
to
you
make
were-
sure things
We
kept
would
going.
order. We'd go to sit at my buddy's, John Dowd's porch,
Yeah.
and sit there and drink beer, and we'd order wings, and then somebody would bring us wings, and they were like, "We need more beer," so they'd bring more beer
Yeah, perfect.
because we're
Love
like,
it.
we want to support our local business, right?
Honestly,
It's our neighborhood.
Oh yeah,
a lot
no,
of,
this
like,
is
a
an
lot of the
anchor.
regulars, the regulars are like keeping this afloat so much, especially during the day when a lot of people didn't even know that we were open in the day for a
Mhm.
while.
Yeah.
Again, I'm here pretty well every day during the days, and all of us, it's been a fluctuating. A lot of people ask how it's doing after the pandemic, and on one hand, it's amazing. Hi, Hannah.
Hannah.
Come.
This is Hannah. This is
Get
Hannah.
in here.
Oh, sorry, I'm squishing you.
Absolutely. I'll make more room.
Hi, girl.
Squeeze
Hi.
in. There we are.
This
We're
is
all
Hannah.
on.
Hannah. So you're talking to this. Hello, everyone.
This is Hannah.
I make
Hannah's
more room.
awesome.
Oh my Did you see the shot that was out there?
I did. I was saying, am I waiting for you?
No. I took it. I was just making sure that you had one.
I love it.
Well, you
I
go
love
warm
it.
me up for my walk home.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, we made a green tea shot for the end of the shift, and we had a nice group of people asked to get us a shot for the end of our shift. So
Cool.
we were able to do that. Yeah, so we did some.
I've made more room if you want to.
Yes,
I've got rid of the bag that was.
Here, wait. You gotta hear this. This is really cool. Try this on.
There you go. Sorry, I only have room for 4
No,
headphones.
that's okay. This is a beautiful setup.
Broadcasting around the world.
Around the world.
Around the world. Oh yeah,
Yes.
we're on eight different platforms.
Potential.
This is so cool.
Yeah,
How long
YouTube,
have you been
Twitch,
doing
Twitter.
this for?
So it'll be 2 years in April,
Wow.
but we do once a month. We do the Saturday PubCast, and this
is our
just
third
a-
one.
The
Yeah.
Costa
So
likes
cool.
this.
So it's a new concept.
And
So kids, say hello to Hannah.
Hey.
They're so sweet.
We have the live chat on there on the side.
You look so cute. Isn't this cool? Like they have all these people
Oh no!
here.
So there's the people. You could see.
Yeah,
what they're
they chat.
commenting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't
Oh,
know
Yeah,
they were
yeah. We
commenting
read their
live,
comments
though.
about every now and then, and chat back with
It's
them
super
and all that
pretty
kind
in
of stuff.
Ottawa right now. You're right.
Oh my
It is
goodness!
gorgeous
It's like
outside.
a Christmas card.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, yeah.
Looks like a Hallmark movie, which they do film this year. So
Yes, they do.
There's 16 in Ottawa this season. 16 Hallmark Christmas movies in Ottawa this
I
year.
was walking down Bank and they had a whole Christmas setup in
Yeah.
the middle of October.
Oh, yeah,
and I
yeah.
was like, "What is this?" They're like, "Oh, it's for an event."
well,
And we
nobody
came back
asked
later,
me.
and it's a big show. Oh, you're in it? Yeah.
No.
Oh no, I'm
You're
not.
the
Why?
love interest in one of them.
Well, just come on.
All the
He's the guy. He's the guy that wanted to take the nice old lady's house away, and then she meets the daughter, and the
Too
daughter
close.
makes them fall in love, and
Of course.
I could tell old Navy stories on Hallmark.
Yeah, that would go over like a lead balloon. Oh no, cool. That's cool.
Bye, everybody.
Thanks for coming by. We really appreciate your
Thank you so much.
contribution.
So much. It was so nice being a part of this, guys. Thank you for inviting me.
Thanks for joining.
Oh.
Just watch your step there. There's a
Yeah,
couple of
just
cables
watch
and
her.
stuff on the floor. So.
All right.
It's next time I'm going to start taping stuff down. I'll order some gaffa tape and I'll tape it down so that it'll be a
And
bit
if
of
we don't have tape, we have some tape, I'm guessing. So worst case scenario, we can help.
nice.
All right.
Flashing on YouTube too.
I'm sorry.
On YouTube as well.
Yeah, it's on YouTube. Yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah,
Yeah.
YouTube, Twitter, Twitch,
Can I get a picture
Facebook.
with all of you guys?
Yeah, please,
Yes.
please.
Okay, I'm gonna put
True
these
North
back
Geek.
on.
Yeah, put them
just
back
for-
on so you look
yeah,
pro.
Of
You look
course,
pro.
I'm a pro. 1 second here.
Get the cans on.
And
Did it fall asleep?
almost died on me.
I don't know.
Sorry.
Oh, awesome. Oh, you look
There you go.
beautiful.
Nice.
Thank you guys so much. Well, happy holidays to all of you.
Thanks, happy
I
holidays.
love the
I am
hats.
heading back to the East Coast,
Thank
so
you.
I will be back
Are ya?
after the holidays.
All right, we'll
Right.
see you in the new year then.
Say hi to the Atlantic for me.
I definitely will, and you guys
I miss
will
it.
be missed in the Atlantic.
Merry, merry.
Bye. See you later, guys.
Take care.
Now, how much fun was that?
That was a lot of fun. I love it. I love it. Like the staff here is just so wonderful. And I remember like earlier when you were trying to order food, she's like, okay, we can do this, we can do this, we can like just bending over backwards
Oh, yeah,
because he's
no.
allergic to wheat, right?
Mhm.
Not gluten intolerant, like literally allergic to wheat. He'll go into anaphylactic shock and die. So they're like,
Okay,
oh god.
so you don't want to go there.
No, yeah. So the level of or the degree that she went to make sure, okay, what about this? It's
Yep.
going to be deep fried. And like, no, it's fine.
Care and attention.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the stuff that matters.
It
I
is.
agree.
That's the difference between tipping 12% and 20%.
You're right.
Absolutely.
You're right.
There you go.
Yeah.
If you're going to double check and triple check to make sure that I don't have to go to the hospital after I eat this,
Yeah.
you get a good tip.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
Hell
if I'm not
yeah.
getting an EpiPen, then
Yeah.
Well, let's just put it this way: the EpiPen costs about $150. It's going to cost less than give me 20% tip. That's for sure.
That's true.
So,
Yeah. I remember when EpiPens were like $40.
Yep.
And then they went up. And you know what they are in the US? Like $7.50.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah. Do you know why? Because the daughter of either a congressman or senator, I can't remember which one it was.
Senator Joe Manchin.
Thank you. She works for the drug company that manufactures the EpiPen. And they said, we need to get these in every school in America. So they made it mandatory that every school in America carries them.
So
Yep.
$7.50.
So the price went from $50 to $7.50.
Land of the free to pay more.
Yeah.
But it's not a political podcast, so.
Can't get them on Amazon, eh?
Nope.
Right?
Why
You can
not?
get everything on Amazon.
Why not?
Except-
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ah.
You can literally get everything on Amazon, but you can't get that.
Yep.
Can't get that. Why?
Jeff, if you're listening,
Yeah,
and you can find those 30,000 documents and get some EpiPens on Amazon.
He's too busy going into space in a penis-shaped rocket. Come on, we all saw the rocket. It looks
We
like
saw the
Looks
rocket.
like a
That
penis.
was so funny.
It looks like a penis.
It's just so so it's just sort of like so overstated.
Yeah.
It's sometimes people are about as subtle as a sledgehammer right to the forehead.
I know, right? It's just like,
gee, I wonder what I'm not supposed to be
God,
thinking
who was
about as
it?
I'm watching this.
was it
take off.
Kimmel or Colbert who really did it good?
I think it was Colbert. He
Yeah.
really tore into him.
Yeah, it was just sort of like this real,
I mean, they made no
display.
attempt to make it look anything not look like a penis. It totally looks like a penis.
Yeah.
That's it. Like, that's it. There's
That's a
nothing.
bad thing. I mean,
No.
it's just come,
Hey,
come
I
clean.
mean,
Right?
I don't know about you guys, but I like the look of penis.
Well, yeah,
I have no problem with that at all.
The only penis I like to look at is my own. But that's a me thing.
Yes. Well.
I guess it is.
Oh, you like looking at penis too?
No. Just his
Well,
own.
you can play with it.
I just pulling your leg.
Looking
I
at
just
it.
We've headed for the ditch, folks.
Well,
And it's all my fault.
it was going.
You invite one gay guy to the party, and I just
Oh, well, yeah. No.
Leave it up to the queen to bring us right there.
Hey, look, it was out there. Somebody had to
Oh, yeah.
grab it.
Yeah. For want of a better term, yeah, pretty much, yeah.
15 Beaver points.
There we go.
That was well played.
When you hang it out there, somebody's going to grab a hold of it sooner or later.
Oh boy.
Sooner or later, it's going to happen. I mean, come on.
We're
who's
going
gonna,
down, doobie doo, down.
I think
Oh, that's okay. The Amy Schumer commercials and that. They've got me going.
the finger blast? What was it? Finger blast? It was a dipping. It was like you took these cheese fingers, deep fried cheese fingers, and you dip them into a sauce called finger blasting, or was it finger banging? I can't remember.
Well, probably
but-
finger banging.
Finger banging makes more
Yes.
sense, but I can't remember what the ad was. I think it might have been finger banging. It's like sometimes I can do 2. How about 3? No, 3's too much. 3's too much.
Milk, lemonade. Milk,
Lemonade, yeah, that's right.
Lemonade.
In the back is where the fudge is made.
Yeah, that's Karen from Will and Grace used to do that one.
Well, no, actually, Amy did it too.
Yeah, did she?
Yes. But it's like apparently because kids, they watch everything. Apparently, kids caught on.
Oh,
Like this, so like they're by the schoolyard singing milk. They don't know what they're singing, right?
Yeah.
But
Oh,
it's
yeah.
just like,
Yeah, just over their heads. It just makes it that.
Well, I mean, lyrically, it's innocent.
right.
It's the implication that isn't, but
Well, I mean, yeah, it's one of those funny things. I used to enjoy that through my professional career. Like you could just keep taking that kind of talk up until finally it's like, Rob, that's enough.
Okay,
Too far.
You've crossed the line of no return.
Yeah, but for most people,
But up
say,
until
well,
you get there, it's fun.
Oh,
yeah, well, exactly. Well, actually, even that's the reward. Right? It's like the rebuke is the reward.
We got that escalated quickly.
Oh, trust me, there's a lot. Yeah, it could go a lot lower, but we're probably not going to go.
We won't go there. I mean, I do have to put an explicit rating because but
Yes.
but we're not
We're not vulgar.
No, we're not going to be vulgar. No. We could be, and boy, could I tell some stories.
Oh Lord.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. We won't.
No, we won't. That's for a whole other show.
Well, the thing is, here's the thing. Look,
for our next podcast.
Yeah.
The concept.
I'm not going to. No, I have.
Not Stone Trey Parker.
Yes.
Yeah. I have family that watch this. My sisters, my brother-in-law, my parents occasionally tune in. So I mean,
Wow, you're really on the edge there.
you gotta have some secrets still, right?
Yes.
You can't give everything away. I mean, this is
Well,
on
I mean,
Facebook. And
You can. But
I'm not. No.
Yeah, but I mean, I've gone through those times too, where I have to, reflect back on something and say, well, when I thought it in my head,
It made
I
sense.
thought it was really funny.
What you have to understand, Your Honor, is that it was funny
Yeah.
to me.
Yeah,
It was
when I
hilarious.
thought about it, I thought it was really funny. But when I said it,
Turns out it wasn't that funny.
well, it's still funny, but
Yeah.
it just wasn't for all audiences.
Well, we got a mixture of people here. We got some really interesting people as that is part of this community, and I've engaged with a lot of them, and some of them are going through some tough times, and they've expressed to us how much having us on in the morning has helped them start their day in an upbeat manner. And I'm like, that makes
And that's even when we're delivering really sucky news.
yeah, because we're doing Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. We do the political show at 7 a.m. and oftentimes it's not great news because politics in this country, especially when the leader of the official opposition is, well, who he is, and I'm not going there today.
No.
But we're oftentimes delivering pretty terrible news. But the chat is always, oh, thanks. Thank you for keeping us informed. Thank you for giving us facts first and truth. We make no bones about the fact that we are left leaning, but we want we'd like to see a healthy, progressive, conservative party again.
I would too.
Joe Clark style, right? We want to see that. Even Brian Mulroney.
Yeah.
I mean,
Not the worst part. I mean, you got to grease a couple of palms. There'll be a couple of envelopes full of money, but that's a small price. That's a small right. Right now, that's what we often say on the show. It's like a couple of envelopes full of money. Like if that's the small price we have to pay to actually have people that you can leave unsupervised with a pack of matches, I'm good with that. I'm good with that.
And that's it, right? So, but the community that we're starting to build, and I want to help as many people as I possibly can, and I have very limited means to be able to do that. So that's why I do the whole ASMR thing, and this program is about informing. Well, not today, of course, but
I mean, we give other information.
We do give other information.
Too, right?
Well, this is the thing. It's like the Monday, Wednesday, Friday shows are about informing people. The interview shows are about informing people. It's always truth. It's always facts. But we do this just as to give you another side of who we are as people. I mean, we're not always angry and serious all the time. Nobody is. No. People have nuance.
You guys see the hats you're wearing right now?
Yeah, exactly. Right?
Hey, this is some serious business.
That's some bling. He's blinged out. That's some bling. Look at that. He's got red.
What are you pointing at him? Like,
no. He's got
you.
Yeah, but he's got red and green sequins. I'm just red.
Sing out, Louise.
Okay, all right. Okay, I can see where you're going to differentiate,
sparkle, right?
but I mean, still.
Well, I mean, I knew he was. I knew.
Hatless.
You're hatless, yes.
Totally hatless. And
we got to get him a hat.
Needed to bring extra.
Yeah,
I should have picked up an extra one.
There we go. Next year, Christmas time, we'll have more hats. We'll have visitor hats.
Yes.
Visitor.
What I'll do is I'll go to
a jaunty chapeau. If you're on this set, you need to have a chapeau of some kind. It could be a baseball cap. It could be a bowler. It could be anything.
At Christmas time, it's got to be a Santa.
But
hat.
at Christmas time, it has to be a Santa hat or an elf hat.
Or an elf hat. Yeah.
Or a Hanukkah hat.
Yeah, sure.
Yes.
Sure. Yeah. Yarmulke. Yeah. You wear a yarmulke.
No. I would actually want to see a yarmulke hat. I want to see the thing with the thing holding the candles. Like I want. To see
want a menorah?
Yeah, I want to see a menorah on it. Like you wear on your head.
No, if it would fit and it would burn. Yeah. We need a different venue for that.
Burn, baby, burn.
What was it?
We get in trouble for that.
No, we don't want to trash the place.
What was the Adam Sandler song? It's time for Hanukkah. What was it?
Oh yes. Hey there, Yannicka. It's
time for Hanukkah.
Your name is Monica.
They did
so drink your gin and tonica and smoke your marijuana and have a happy Hanukkah. Ex-girlfriend of mine, she was raised Orthodox and Jewish Orthodox, and I was raised in a very strict Catholic upbringing, Irish Catholic upbringing. And she told me a joke one day, and she said, if we both had amnesia, we'd still remember the guilt.
Yep.
And I'm like, yes, absolutely
Did you
true.
ever see the Family Guy episode that they did when they had?
Peter decided to convert to Judaism.
No, it was Lois. She discovered in her
She's Jewish,
ancestry that she was part Jewish, and so she said she wanted to have a Passover Seder. So she had the dinner laid out, and Peter came out in an Easter bunny costume, because Passover, Easter. So he said, that's it, Lois. I've had it. He goes, I was brought up as a Catholic, and I want to live in a Catholic house, in a nice Catholic house. And she said, well, I was brought up Jewish, and I want to be living in a nicer house.
A nicer
house. And then, of course, then Jesus showed up. Right?
Yeah.
So Jesus showed up, and it's just like, oh, Jesus, there you are. You're in big trouble now, Lois. And she said, but Peter, Jesus is Jewish. And he goes, that's blasphemy. And she goes, and Jesus said, well, no, it's true, Peter. I am Jewish.
I'm Jewish.
And he said, no, you're not. He goes, well, yes, I am. And he said, oh, yeah? Well, what's a 9% tip on a $200 dinner check?
Oh.
And Jesus said, $18, which is fair. So they banged off all the stereotypes there.
Oh my God. Oh, somebody's going to be pissed about that, but
Oh no, they weren't, because yes, I mean, as you know, with these parodies, I mean,
yes,
the point is not to celebrate stereotyping; it's to make fun of it.
It's a sacred cows make the best hamburger.
Oh yes,
yes,
exactly.
Yeah.
So,
speaking of, when I was in Uruguay with a bunch of friends, and Uruguayan is known for beef, I said, guys, let's go to McDonald's.
Jeez.
And they're like, what? I go, come on, we're in Uruguay.
yeah,
It's
you're
gonna,
right about Seth.
it's
Yeah.
gonna be the best. It
Best
was
McDonald's
the best
ever.
McDonald's ever in my life, because it was all locally grown, grass-fed Uruguayan beef.
There you go.
Weird segue, I know, but I'm a weirdo like that.
Yeah, also, I was about to go, because you were talking about the guilt, and I had this little line, but now we've switched topics, and now it just sounds like crazy if I say it.
We'll say it anyway.
Yeah, same way. Yeah.
New and improved Irish Catholic guilt, with 15% more remorse.
No, that's good. That's good. With 15% more remorse. Well, what was that?
No extra cost.
What was that?
Free.
Which Harrison Ford film?
Oh no, I won't say that.
Which was it? Clear and Present Danger, when it was the IRA,
Definitely.
and the one IRA fellow was in the hotel room with the lady, and he thinks he's about to get down and get busy with her, and she says, well, hang on just a second, we need something here, and he goes, you're not going to give me a condom now? The church says that's a sin. I'm like, but so is having premarital sex according to the church. So you're sinning anyway. Just go through it,
In for a penny, in for a pound.
Anyway, she pulled out a gun and killed him. But
Oh well, three sins for the price of one. There you go.
it's a triple-decker deal.
Go big or go home.
Yeah.
Premarital
both.
sex, condoms, and murder.
Yeah.
It's a family show.
Well, I think we should probably
This is an HBO thing.
we should probably start to wind her up, because we're approaching 4.5 hours.
But I still have beer left.
Well, I'm gonna have another one because I still want a beer. But oops, I
Okay.
dropped my phone.
Kits, do you want us to wind it up, or
Well, we have to be out of this. There's a reservation for this table at 7:30.
yeah, some person named Barbara apparently
We're not gonna
wants
kick
our
her out.
space.
I'll tell you what. We'll keep
We don't really
rolling.
know Barbara. I mean, she might.
She might love it.
Listen, she might be a nice lady, but she wants us out by 7:30. So
Well,
I mean, how nice can she
okay,
be? Really?
look.
Not really nice.
No.
She's
We have
like
a hard exit at 7 p.m. because it's going to take me 30 minutes to pack all this stuff up. So we can keep going till 7. That's another 40 minutes. If the lovely folks that are viewing online want want us to stick around for a few minutes longer, we can do that. We can absolutely do that.
Or get onto flights, come to Ottawa.
Yeah, for the next one, for the next one.
Your moderator maybe needs to get things done.
Which moderator? Because we got a couple, right? We got Saucy Sea Witch and we got Ashley. That they both moderate.
Well, let's see what we got here. Let's see. Okay. Saucy Sea Witch. Okay, I think we have learned lots today. Linda says we learned about Paul's tattoo. Elaine said soup.
I know.
Elaine goes,
he doesn't even know what it means.
Elaine goes, now I want soup, but I have to have, now I want soup, but I have no low sodium soup.
Oh, well, then that's a bummer. You know what I've been
Can you
eating
get
a lot
actually
of
like
lately?
a low sodium thing over there?
I probably could.
Yeah.
You know what I've been eating a lot of lately from Farm Boy is the minestrone soup.
Minestrone. Oh,
Yeah.
Is it made with real mines?
Yeah, there's a story there.
No, there is. I was going to a Red Blacks game one night, and I was meeting a couple of my buddies on Bank Street just before we went up, and this beautiful waitress. This is my single days.
We're at the Clock Tower, I think.
No, it was 5th Street Bar and Grill.
Oh yeah. I know.
Anyway,
it's not there anymore.
And she was beautiful, and I got in, and the guys I was meeting, they were just sort of like, there's a terrible waitress, and I was like, oh, come on, give her a chance, and she came back and she took our orders, and I asked, well, what's soup of the day? And she leans over to the chalkboard, and she goes, it's minestrone. And I was just, okay.
Yeah, okay. Minestrone.
And she walked away, and the other guys are looking at me like, like, really?
Here's the thing, though.
Still, she's a nice gal.
But you know what, though? When you mispronounce a word, it's because you've read it. And nobody told you the pronunciation. You read it, and that was completely reasonable on her part.
I don't think it was unreasonable at all.
That reminds me, though, of
they were mocking me. They weren't mocking her.
Yeah. There's a teacher I had in elementary school. I remember she was telling us a story about she went to France once, and she's at breakfast, and she wants like half a grapefruit, right? She goes, and she's in French, speaking French. Says, can I have a pamplemousse? Right? And they're like, my God, pamplemousse, pamplemousse, c'est comme un orange, but, bigger, things like this. Ah, vous ne voulez pas un pamplemousse, vous voulez un grapefruit. And she's like,
Actually, I heard a similar story. I had a friend whose wife was.
I would like a Flora. Yes, please.
Keith's.
Local lager.
She'll be back. Don't worry.
Local lager, please.
So anyway,
good ears.
Anyway,
she had actually gone and came back.
Yeah.
I said I would like and then she came back.
Anyway, this was a friend of mine. He was in the Navy, and his wife was very French and spoke very little English. So she was just learning English, and she's going to all these social occasions, some of the officers' messes. And there's a guy we had in the Navy, he's an officer, is called him Too Tall Jones, because he's like 6'6". And
that's a big fella.
He was.
I like that.
He was tall.
There's no such thing as too tall for me. I like tall.
You're gonna like what's going on.
Sometimes you just need to climb the fuck out of a tree.
So she was asked him the question. She was trying to ask him a question. She wanted to know something, so she said, "What is it? How long are you?" And you know what? Without a pause, he just goes, shrugs his shoulders and goes. And she was telling me this story. Like, her English was a lot better by then. She's telling me this story. She goes, "Well, I didn't believe him."
He was giving me the internet long. I must admit, one time I was in the Netherlands, and before I met my sweetie, and I was at this bar, and there was this guy sitting on a stool in the corner. I think he was really cute.
Mm-hmm.
And I decided I'm going to go up to talk to him, which is odd for me because I have
you're kind of
no
shy
game.
Yeah. Shy fella. Right?
Yeah, but he was really cute. And I figure, it's the Netherlands. Nobody knows me here. So if I fall flat on my face, nobody's going to care, right? So we're talking and all this kind of stuff, right? And we finally decide that, how to put it delicately, that we decide that we're going to find out.
Keith.
Yeah, that's not Keith. I'm looking at your beer going, that doesn't look right.
We decided that we're going to find out more about each other. Let's put it that way.
Okay.
So we pay our bills and we decide to go. And he stands up. And it's like literally a friendly giant moment. It's like,
Look up. Look way up.
the
and
guy
I'll
was
call Rusty.
6'10".
Holy shit, that's a tall fella.
6'10".
That's a big lad.
I had a very, very fun evening, kids.
So
Actually, I had a very fun evening next morning. And
are we
next 2
talking
days.
are we talking tripod? How about microphone?
A gentleman doesn't kiss and tell. All I will say is that I had a very fun evening next morning and next 2 days. That's all I will say.
Alrighty then. Okay. And you were in the damage, so
Yeah, but I mean, I'll, to give myself a little bit more credit because yes, I am easy. Yes, I am cheap, but I also am ethical. Super, 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 super sweet guy.
Oh yeah. Okay. Cool.
Yeah,
Cool.
and interesting and fun to talk to and all. It wasn't all about.
Well, here's the thing though. He's 6'10" in the Netherlands.
Like
Yeah, that's not out of the ordinary.
no, but
It's the tallest nation on earth.
Yeah,
you know
yes,
that?
yes. But you have to understand. There for me, there literally is no such thing as too tall. I love tall.
I've dated women who have been taller than me. And actually, one woman I used to date, she's 6'2" and used to wear 4 to 6 inch heels when she went out, and she loved it. Tower over guys. And one of her best friends was also 6'2", so she'd wear big heels. So I'd be out on a Saturday night, and I've got a blonde on one arm and a brunette on the other, and they're like, "The fuck, dude? Who the fuck are you?" And I'm like, "I'm just out with the Twin Towers, man. This is what I do." It's called Saturday Night in Polly's World. And they're like, I have guys would approach bar owners, club owners, actually, some of the clubs would go to. The owners, "Hey, you guys should come here more often." I go, "Yeah, it's not going to happen." They're just trying to get me in with the 2 girls. They didn't give a shit about me, but I knew them, so they had to pay me that sort of peace of mind, if you will.
Little respect.
Yeah, a little respect. Yeah, like yeah. And they see, I've got these 2 stunningly beautiful women on each arm, and they're like, "How do you do this?" And I go, "When you're this big, they call you Mister."
What was that commercial for?
Mr. Big.
Mr. Big.
Oh,
Chocolate
Mr.
bar.
Bag, right, yeah.
When you're this big, they call you Mister.
We have a comment from Kit Kath. Basically, actually, it's Kit Kath needs a Snickers.
Yes,
I love
that's great.
that
Brilliant.
name. And the comment is, "I never comment, but always watch and just want to say how much I've enjoyed this today. Thank you, guys. Love your podcasts always."
Thank you, Kath.
Thank you for the warm fuzzy.
We'll
Hi,
we'll have to send you some Snickers. Seriously, if you send an email to the True North Eager Beaver, what's our email again?
TrueNorthEagerBeaver@gmail.com.
Send us an email, and we'll send you some Snickers. And I genuinely mean that. I'll send you a box of Snickers.
A box?
Well, why
A
not?
whole box?
Let's go to Costco.
Okay.
Was it like $3 at Costco? I don't know.
I think it's a little more.
$30.
Again, Amazon.
No, but let's I keep on telling the kids, right? I'm 37% actual chocolate, right? To maintain the base coat. All right. Because if Snickers were actually $3 a box at Costco, I would weigh 360 pounds. Okay,
I don't know what they are. They're whatever they are is whatever they are. I'll buy some. I'll send you some. Just reach out to us on email, and if you want, I'll send you some Snickers.
I probably wouldn't be here doing this show. I'd probably still be back home in Kingston eating a box of Snickers. What are you doing? We're doing the PubCast today. No, sorry, busy.
It's like you're not
since the Halloween
you're not yourself when you're
incident.
hungry. You should eat a Snickers. What was it Mars who used to do that commercial? Mars bar a day at work, rest, or play.
Yes.
And they'd have, I'm a server in a restaurant. I'm very busy. I'm on my feet all day, so I'll have a Mars bar to get me through. And I'm like, is that thing laced with cocaine or something? Because it was a strange ad, right? Have a chocolate bar. Really?
Yeah, the dentist must be going like this. Screw the apple a day. Have
No,
a Mars
actually,
bar a
I
day.
think it was Sandoza or whatever the pharmaceutical thing. It was
Yes.
the diabetes thing, you know.
Yeah. The company who
Yeah.
makes the chocolate bar also makes insulin.
Have a Mars bar a day. Work, rest, or play.
Yeah.
This commercial brought
Have
to you
another
by
one.
the Insulin Makers Association of America.
Have another one. And another one.
Yeah. 4 out of 5 dentists recommend that the patients who chew gum choose
Absolutely.
Trident.
I always wonder who the other
The
dentist
5th one,
is.
he was telling them eat sugar, eat all the sugar all the time.
Thank you for coming getting your teeth cleaned. Here's a bag of lollipops.
Actually, it wasn't even a dentist; it was a denturist.
A denturist, yes.
Yes.
So,
I'm sensing a conflict of interest.
so
You might see that.
a couple of ladies I went to high school with, one of them is a dentist, and sisters, and one of them is a dentist here in Ottawa, and she's a lovely person, and she wanted to be a dentist when she was like 12 years old. Like, she knew what she wanted to do in life at 12 and did it, and she still is.
I want to knock your effing teeth out.
Well, she used to say things. I was talking to her one day, and she says, "I just want to fix people." She was in the Navy and became a dentist through.
What was her name?
I'm not going to say it on air. But
Tiffany.
No. She's here in Ottawa, though. Anyway, she said, "I just want to fix people's teeth," and she said one of the things she said that we have to start convincing people is to stop feeding apples to their children, because apples are loaded with sugar, and so you eat an apple, think it's healthy, right? Well, not dentally, because it's loaded with sugar and it sticks to your teeth, and it creates rot, and along with fluoride in the water, and I'm not going to get into that
Well, that's
debate.
why as kids we used to give apples to the teachers.
Yeah. To rot their teeth out,
Yeah.
and hope they would die, right?
Yeah.
Or not come back to class to
Or-
give you administer the pop quiz because they were like embarrassed about what they looked like.
Well, I mean, you can always hope.
Mhm.
Oh, man. Elaine goes, Douglas likes himself a tall drink of water. I sure do, and that's why my Beaver sweetie's at least 6 feet tall.
Yes, Elaine, actually, she would have taken those courses in Borden. We're still connected on Facebook, and we say hello once in a blue moon. I mean, we were never close in school. She's a year or two older than me, and it was her younger sister who was in one of my courses, and she graduated a year before I did. So, but I knew the sisters, right? Because we were all base brats. So, that's just how it goes. When you live on a base, you know all the base kids. Whether or not you all stay in touch, but at the time, you just know one another.
Yeah, your friends. Yeah.
Yeah, because and not only that, but you move to a base, and everybody you meet on the base has all gone through the same things you've gone through, in a general manner, right?
Yeah.
It's like there's a kinship amongst military folks because you get it. That's what you get it, right? And that's when I talk to Hugh. He says, "You're a base brat." And I go, "Yeah." And Army Chris,
Yep.
I was talking to Army Chris, and I said, "Look, I'm center left." I go, "You're center right." And I go, "We're not that far apart." He goes, "No, we're not."
No.
And he says, "I would love to have a beer with you." I go, "Dude, I totally want to sit and have a beer with you." And then I said, "Well, I'm a base brat." He goes, "Oh, I totally know who you are." I'm like, "Yeah, exactly." Right? There's just an automatic knowledge amongst those of us who lived that life.
Yeah. Well, see, the thing is, when you talk about center left, center right, up until X number of years ago, I always considered myself, ironically, center right.
Yeah, I knew you were going to say that.
Right, because I am a huge. You have to I grew up poor for Canada, right? I grew up a foster kid. My mom had schizophrenia. We were on welfare and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
I am all for fiscal responsibility.
Yeah. So you fought
Big
for everything.
time.
Yeah.
Absolutely, right? Yes. But social progressivism, of course, love everybody, right? That's the first thing my mom taught me. You're no better, you're no worse than any other person.
That's
so
right.
Don't just sit there and judge, right? Just
Sure.
basically don't be a douche, right? Like this, but there's a reason. I'm pushing 50 and I still go buy my Windex at Giant Tiger
Because it's cheaper.
Because it's smart.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's like I'm not gonna like pay for that house by
At
spending an extra
Nordstrom.
$3
I want to get
on
my
Windex
Windex
because I get to
from
carry that
Nordstrom's.
yeah, because I get seen walking out that store with a pretty bag,
Who cares?
right? No, but so like this, but
I buy that stuff at the dollar store.
right, but now I can't identify it as that.
Yeah.
And but that's one of the
Well,
reasons why on the podcast I say, you know, like we like an actual center, right? Actually fiscally conservative, socially progressive, and not fiscally
that's-
conservative in that
That's how
we don't
I
want
see
to.
myself.
Yeah,
but,
exactly.
But
Yeah.
most people do, but not in the sense not fiscally conservative. Like we don't want to spend money on the poor because they're not worth it.
That's not.
And it's
no.
like, no, I don't want to sign a contract where I'm going to like pay people like 70% over what's the asking price just because I want to direct it to someone I know, or just because I need to get this done now, or
Gee,
just
that
like
sounds
like this.
a little familiar from recent.
Right, but
days.
but in that sense, right,
Yeah.
fiscally,
No, I get
that
it.
case fiscally responsible because I want more money to be able to spend on a homeless shelter, or right,
Sure. Yeah.
right, to take care of actual people.
Yeah.
So I mean, there was a time I would have described
I wanna
myself
live in a happy
as
world.
very
Yes.
center right,
Exactly.
because
Yeah.
but not anymore,
No.
right? So
I was once that way too, and a lot of my buddies, when I tell them that I was, I voted for this party, and then they go, "What?" And I go, "Yeah,
but it's what you want to do with the rest money that determines whether you're left or right.
yes,
Right? As I want this extra money so I can blow it more, give it to my developer friends, or I want the extra money because I want to spend it on people who actually need it.
Well, exactly. I mean, you know what? Geez, left and right divide.
But
Wouldn't
we're
it be
really
better
not
to
that
sort of
different.
say, I'm looking after myself because I have to, because it's my responsibility to look after myself. But I also want to bring up the world, the community around me,
Yes.
expanding outwards to the world around me.
rising tide lifts all boats, right?"
Right? Yeah, exactly. Now, wouldn't that be great? Because there really isn't anything out there that's certainly for the political posturing and, that goes on in the mainstream. It's a gotcha game, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And there's, God, you just wish there would be some hope, just for a rational voice out there somewhere, not to kind of
Yes.
tap into some acid base,
Mhm,
but
mhm.
left or right, no cancel culture, and no, for lack of a better word, fascist tyranny.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
Right?
yeah,
it's just sort of like we used to have that. That used to be normal.
and it's not.
And why
now
can't-
that now
why
there's
why can't we have that?
delineated line, right?
Because I think a lot of people, I've watched for the past years, and I know social media and, has taken out respected literature. Geez, I was reading to my wife a couple days ago, an article from Maclean's that I remembered from 1997. I don't know if you ever heard of Alan Fotheringham.
Yeah, I
Yes,
used to
yes,
love him.
absolutely.
Love his writing.
Yeah, he was a brilliant writer.
Mhm.
He had a sharp tongue.
Mhm.
And one of the things he wrote about was a senator from Nova Scotia named Findlay MacDonald, and who had just been retiring from the Senate in 1997. And he wrote about another senator. He started the column about another senator who was famous in that same year for not showing up at the Senate. He'd been in for 13 years.
Yes. Oh, yes. And he was
He
away in
lived in
Mexico.
Mexico,
Yes. I
exactly.
can't remember his name. Yes,
Yeah.
they had pictures of him
Yeah,
with the
I remember
sombrero in the
That's
sun.
right. So they took him, Andy
Can't remember his
Jones
name.
or
Yeah.
Jameson.
Yes. Yeah, Andy.
Anyway, so Alan Fotheringham wrote this column, and he referred to as Absent Andy. He said, was one
They
side.
changed the rules after him, right?
Yeah,
Absolutely,
they
they did. They said, they started saying, you're not going to get free money anymore if you don't show up. But they said Findlay MacDonald, who was a senator from my home province, and I lived there at the time, in Nova Scotia, and they called him the Silver Fox, and he was, dead on things. He had ideas that he said marijuana, he said, should be illegal for anybody under the age of 50 years. And mandatory for anybody over 60.
Right.
And,
Y'all need to loosen up, people.
yeah, And another thing he had said too was he said that a civics student in Nova Scotia had written to him saying that she was in a civics class and she wanted a list of senators of the members of the Canadian Senate broken down by sex, and he sent her back a reply saying, "Sex isn't the problem; it's booze."
That reminds me of a joke when you go to the doctor's office.
That's true, though, right?
This is true. I mean, this guy actually did this, and it was just sort of like, but he was dedicated. It was like in 15 years, he only missed like a couple dozen sessions.
Wow.
And,
wow.
And you know, and Alan Fotheringham's conclusion was absent Andy was one end of the spectrum and the silver fox was the other. And I just remember, I mean, that was moderate politics. This was people who they actually did take it seriously because they didn't take it seriously. They weren't looking for wolves to go after one another's throats. They were they were trying to live together, which is what the whole point is supposed to be.
We're all part of the same community, right?
Right, exactly. The senator was Andrew Thompson.
Thompson.
But the thing you were asking me reminds me of a joke like this, where like when you go to the doctor's office or whatnot, or you fill out a form and it says sex has M and F.
Yeah.
Yes, this guy checked out both MF and Wednesdays too, please.
Yeah.
Monday to Friday.
I used to
Monday,
write
Friday,
in
and
and say
Wednesdays
not
too.
recently. But
but what you're saying is that's the thing is that it's I always describe myself as I'm hardwired for optimism like this, and I'm a happy
I got to race
person.
like a piss horse.
Okay, and a happy person.
You got to let me out.
I truly believe.
no, I don't.
Now we
All
have,
right, folks
This
at
could
home.
get interesting.
folks at home. Now we have tension.
I'm about to urinate. Well, here's the thing. If
What's
you don't
the
let me out,
worst thing that could happen?
Well,
This
you're
show
right
is
beside
golden,
me.
folks.
you're to my left, so
Watch the look on his face.
suddenly it's getting a little bit warmer in here.
The True North Eager Beaver now with Splash Zone.
Splash zone.
Oh, it's raining.
Oh, once again. Sorry, I just I have the bladder of a 12-year-old girl.
So, you're gonna have to issue an apology to 12-year-old girls now.
Oh, I'm sure I will.
I would
Sorry
like to.
to 12-year-old girls, if you have small bladders and have to pee frequently, I apologize.
But what Rob was saying, it strikes me as being true because, like I said, I'm hardwired for optimism and happiness and positivity, and it is my personal belief that in terms of the percentages of the population, that hasn't changed. Most of the people are rational, normal, fair-minded. You might be a little bit center-right and a little bit center-left, but we probably agree on 85 or 90% of things, right? But the people who are outside of that general pool, because of social media and whatnot, now with internet, they have more convenient ways and easier ways to find each other and build their own communities, just like we're trying to build here. They're trying to find a sense of belonging themselves, right? And they found their own people and they can self-amplify, but they're louder, right? It's like if you say it louder and you say it more often, then maybe you'll be more convincing. And that's often a comment I give to people online, right? When they, you get into one of those little online discussions, which I generally don't do very long. I will sometimes exchange once or twice with someone, but not more. And the reason I do that once or twice is because when sometimes something really ridiculous is said, I don't want that to be the only people onlookers that fall upon the conversation see. I want them to see that there's another side. But I don't do the thing where I dance with them for 13 or 14 or 15 replies, because that's just a waste of time. And there are certain people online that I personally believe are paid to be there and whatnot. And, the more responses they get out of you, the more they get. So, but, I just try to keep it to a minimum. But my personal belief is that most people are kind, and you just don't. The loudmouths will find each other in order to be loud, and will try to dominate the conversation, and and drown other people out. But most people will just say, this is not a scene I want to be a part of. But if you go and talk to them, like at a picnic or a barbecue or, a little event, or even like here, you just drop in and you have a chat. Just, we're really not that far apart. And I believe that people are essentially good. And I believe that people essentially want to do good and want people to be happy and want people, to feel comfortable in their homes. And so, I'm convinced that there are more of us than there are of them, and that it just seems like the numbers have changed, right? But it's only because now they have the opportunity to platform themselves and encourage themselves amongst each other and promote themselves amongst each other. Yes. And they believe that they'll be, if they're louder, they're right. And so in these conversations, I often say, wow, that was really convincing. Perhaps next time if you type it in all caps, I'll believe you.
It's funny because it's true.
It's just, it's don't lose hope, kids.
Don't lose hope.
Like this, there's not more of them. They're not necessarily multiplying. They're just louder and have more platforms. And because there are fewer gatekeepers now, because there's this book that I read a while ago. It's by Thomas Friedman. It's called The World is Flat. It's pretty much of a big tome. But it opened my eyes to a lot of things.
The world is not flat.
Well, in this case,
I'll tell you it's not flat.
No, it's not flat. But the reason he's calling it flat is that he's saying that there were 10 events throughout the world. Like, for example, putting Netscape on the U.S. stock market,
right.
That type of thing. There are things
that changed the entire everything that happened after that. Changed.
Flattened the world,
yeah,
right?
It did.
They made the world more flat. So while we have initiatives like this, for example, right, where we use online media to start our own podcast and build a little community and try to share facts, whatnot. Well, that world was also open to ISIS and Al Qaeda.
Yes.
So it flattened the world equally for all of us, right? So never lose hope and never lose optimism. Just the fact that they have the opportunity to platform themselves, that they don't have to ask a gatekeeper for a platform anymore, right? An agenda center or a gatekeeper doesn't necessarily mean that there are more of them or that they're more popular. It just requires more of us to find our voices and keep talking, because there's a lot of us that believe, right, that so long, back in the day when it was, we had actual progressive
just
conservatives.
A shadow. Right? There's a shadow.
Yeah, liberal or progressive conservative doesn't really matter. We can leave both of them unsupervised with a pack of matches, and things will pretty much be okay. My house will be okay, and I don't really need to vote, or I guess, or I'm not voting, not because I'm apathetic, but regardless of who wins, I know I'm going to be okay, right? Like, those people, they need to find their voices these days. But there are not more of the other people. They just have the opportunity to have more visibility, and they've accessed it. And that's why we're doing it. Like, I heard this. I heard this thing in the United States, for example, right, where Democrats, for example, were buying ads and doing all this types of stuff. The right-wingers saw a radio station up for sale for $300,000.
So they
buy it.
Yeah.
Well, now they have this 24/7 thing where they can pump it in your. It's like, we just need to do the same thing. They create our own radio stations, create our own media, which is one of the reasons that we're doing this.
We got to have a message of joy, hope, love, and laughter. I mean, everyone is welcome.
Everyone can sit at our table so long as you're not a douche.
But we will not tolerate the intolerant. Period.
Right, because the second somebody said,
either side.
but
period.
The second somebody right, think of it like when you're organizing a party and you have that one friend that calls, goes, "Is so and so coming?" Because if someone else is coming, I'm not coming. Like this, then you don't get to come to my party, because you don't get to decide who gets to come to my party.
Not my generation.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
It's like everyone is welcome at my table. As soon as you start telling me who I can have at my table or not, like this,
Charles,
you're the one that's not invited at my table.
Yeah, Charles U. Farley. Chuck
Right.
U. Farley.
Yeah. It's like, you just
no
you got to
douches
be
allowed.
welcoming.
Yeah.
But I do like a good
Open-hearted.
douche. Well, it's a shower. Settle down. And speaking of showers, I was at a parking lot the other day.
Oh,
I'm
dear.
saying nothing,
This could
kids.
go, yeah.
I'm
I
saying
was at a
nothing.
parking lot the other day, and when I went to take the parking tag, I pushed the button and it spit the ticket out, and it said in English, "Please take your ticket," and it said in French, "Prenez votre ticket."
Prenez votre ticket.
ticket is not a French word. It should say billet.
I would say billet.
That is a social outrage.
Well,
To the barricades.
as an
Red,
Anglophone,
the color of the flag.
as an Anglophone trying to learn to
Black,
speak
the
French
color
better
of
all the
despair.
time, I get pissed off when I see Anglicizations of French. You know what I mean? It pisses me off.
Yeah, you get
Ce week-end,
you
je
get
vais
a
aller faire
ticket for that in Quebec. wouldn't you?
You would.
Ce week-end, je vais aller au shopping center et je
Au
vais
shopping
parquer
center.
mon auto au parking pour aller au shopping center m'acheter du chewing gum.
Yeah, but there's no problem if you're not shopping at Canadian Pneu.
Canadian
Canadien pineux.
Canadien punu. Or and how do you francophonize Walmart? It's somebody's name. You can't.
Walmart.
You can't. You
got-
put an accent aigu over the A. Or
No,
something?
no. You got to roll the R, and then
Walmart.
you got to put all the vowels nasal. Ce soir, je m'en vais à Walmart. Walmart.
It's not mouth droit.
Le maloir. Je m'en vais au maloir.
I don't know.
No, there's people who are French or French Quebecois are going to realize are going to recognize this one. But there was a commercial back, I think, in the 90s or whatnot, like, you know, where they have like the staff from Walmart, because they're talking about they had this like lovely old Quebec lady like this, and she's like, j'ai parlé au madame et puis je l'ai aidé, puis la madame était bien contente. That's like, and that was like a tagline for a whole year in Quebec. Et la madame était bien contente. Basically, for people who don't understand French, it's the lady, she was very happy.
Well, one of the things about Quebecois French, which is very different from Belgian or France, is that there are little idiosyncrasies within the language that do not translate to English. They just don't.
Yes.
Like tete clack, they tried doing that in English, and I watched it, and I'm like, it
did
loses.
not work.
It didn't work.
It did not work at all.
Idioms do not work.
No, they don't. They don't.
And
They don't.
it is kind of funny. I had I did a couple French courses at Leslie in Gatineau, and the teacher was from France. She was here.
She must have been horrified.
She was on a work visa, and yeah, it was all kinds of things. He would sort of say to her, "Well, you know, I'd learned this," and she'd be like, "Quebec."
I was in Geneva a bunch of years ago, and I was in a store, and this guy comes up and he goes, bonjour, monsieur, je peux vous aider? I'm like, non, just pour regarder, merci beaucoup. He goes, Québécois. And I went,
No.
I'm weirdly flattered by that, though.
Yes, in a way, yes.
Canadian, yeah, I am too, because you know what? Who gives you the right to say what your French is right and ours is wrong?
But if you think,
Right?
hey, listen, look, if you're somewhere else and you think that my French is good enough to be considered, like,
Well, that was my take, because
Exactly.
I'm an Anglophone who I speak very limited French.
Mhm.
But when I speak it, I sound like somebody who speaks the language.
Mhm.
Yeah.
But the fact that he recognized the accent immediately as Quebecois, I was incredibly flattered,
when I went to France, and even it happens
because I don't
here,
speak the language.
But
That's
it
why I
even-
was
But you're
flattered.
Canadian.
But
By the way.
but it even happens here in Canada. But when I went to France, because apparently, from what I've heard, I don't know if it's true or not, but from what I've heard, the French find the Quebecois accent really atrocious.
Oh, yes. No,
and
they
the
do,
more
they do.
joie street that
Parisian.
there is in it, the worse it is, right?
Well, in Paris,
But-
but I
Yes.
mean, outside
Yes.
of Paris, they're
In the
a bit
countryside, it's
more-
different. Yeah,
Because it's very much the same. The Quebec French is very much like
Very
old
much, yeah.
French. It is. But I'm Franco-Ontarian.
Yeah.
Like I went to Catholic regular French school in elementary, but in high school I went to public French.
Yeah.
So we had Haitian teachers and Belgian teachers and whatnot. So my French, quand je parle en français, and there's not much different from my voice in English. And
Yeah.
my French is almost like a very normative CBC French,
Mhm.
right? Yes, but it's Franco-Ontarien. Because so I go to France and like this, and they're talking to me and says, mais votre accent, il est tellement charmant. It's like, your accent's so charming. He goes, and then often I go to Quebec and they say, where are you from? He says, I'm from Ontario. Where have you lived? Have you lived there all your life? He says, yes. I says, my God, your French is so wonderful. And you almost have no accent. It's like,
because you don't. But I mean, and it's just sort of like, you know,
like,
you take the same kind of thing where you get the, you know, the high level pure laine Québécois,
Pure langue Québécois.
you know, going to Paris.
Yeah.
I wonder how that squares off.
So,
well, but here's the other thing.
so did you know that tete clack you know where it was super popular in the province of Quebec.
Absolutely.
Of course. You know where it was the biggest hit in the world?
Belgium?
France.
In France itself? Yes, because they got it.
They loved it.
Yes.
They thought it was okay. We get that it's hillbilly, but they thought it was hilarious. And I'm like, I'm kind of surprised at. And the guy who created what had happened was he was a software programmer guy, and he was out of work, so he started doing this just to keep his mind busy and entertain his children. And it took off, and then it really took off. And then in France, it was the biggest thing on YouTube. And he was kind of like, "What? How is that even possible?"
Mhm.
Because I'm speaking very, very guttural Quebecois.
Yeah.
And yet in France, they loved it. And they were like, no, don't change a thing. It's perfect the way it is. It's the funniest stuff we'd have ever seen. And I'm like,
Yep.
I don't, things sail over my head for a lot of.
Well, I know.
Well-
Yeah, it's like, I've heard, Quebecois talking about Acadian, talking down to Acadian, which is even older French.
That's way
Yeah, yeah.
thicker.
Oh, yeah.
Older French.
Yeah, yeah.
right?
That's
You
way
know?
thicker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's almost like they sing when they speak
Yes.
in
Yeah.
a lot of
Yeah.
cases. But they look down on it. And it's like,
Wow.
I went to Ile Madame
Yeah.
once, just in Nova Scotia. Just because on that trip that I told you about there, where we had all the kids, there was one guy named Tad who lived there. And we became friends and said, come over for March break. So I did. The whole week I was there, I could understand Tad because Tad could code switch between Chiac and regular
Oh,
French.
wow.
Right? His brother, I could understand. His father, I could understand. His mother,
Couldn't
I
understand.
spent the entire time smiling and nodding and laughing whenever she
You didn't know
laughed
what you
for
were
a
saying, yeah.
whole week. I did not understand her the whole week.
oh, but,
She thought I was absolutely
Yeah,
adorable, but
but-
I had no idea.
No
what she
idea.
but
said.
Lac Saint Jean?
Oh, yeah. I used to live there. Saguenay, like I said,
Yeah.
Chicoutimi.
Yeah.
And it's very different French there.
But here's the thing: like back in high school, I was a debater, right? Because I went to the provincial debating championships, national debating championships.
Were you a master debater?
I was a masturbator. I was indeed.
No, a master debater.
Yeah, we just forget
Yeah,
the
no. We
I was a
can't,
masturbator.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think we've all got
Yes.
this, yeah.
And so
I went one way, you went another.
yes, but there was a school.
Well,
There's
you both
a
went
school
the
here in
same.
Ottawa called the Lycée Claudel,
Yeah, I know it. I spent months working there, putting
Right.
a new system in.
like this, and it's a French school, a French high school,
From
elementary
France.
and French, but under the European education system
and funded by France.
and funded by France, right?
Well,
Because we have lots
it's
of lots
a
of
private
children.
school though,
Yes.
so every student that goes there, I think the curriculum. I think they're,
They're under the French curricula. They
Yes.
get the baccalaureate
but I think they.
when they
I
graduate.
think it's about $20,000 per student to
yes,
attend.
Yes, and we have a lot of children of ambassadors and foreign
Yes,
diplomats
exactly,
that go there
exactly.
and other types like that.
And it's a really good school.
It's a great
the
school.
program is amazing.
Like I said, they gave it a revamp. They renovated it recently because it really looked old back in the day.
Well, the old section is still old.
Yes.
That's mostly for primary school.
Yes.
The high school section on the other side is all brand new,
Exactly.
right up to date with tech. We
Yeah.
rewired the whole building.
So we used to go with the debates. They used to host one of the debates on the circuit to help us qualify. But of course, almost all the judges of the debates they recruited were European French.
Okay.
So I went to my first ever debate there, and the subject was, be it resolved that Canada shouldn't accept more immigrants.
Ah,
Okay.
Oh, that's a nice.
That's
Right?
not
I'd
working.
say.
But you have a for and an against, right? Like this. And my debating partner was this Moroccan guy who was the son of a diplomat, Tariq Belahbi. Loved him. He was great. Yes. And I had actually busted my leg and had it in a cast. And I had my crutch. And like this, I was like, should Canada become the crutch of the world? And I'm like debating the con side at this point, right? Because you have to debate the con side
Yeah.
once and
Sure.
the pro
Yeah,
side
yeah.
once.
That's how
And
it
then for
works,
the
yeah.
third debate, they give you this subject, like be it resolved that Santa Claus must pay taxes, right? Like this, and you've got like 15 minutes to prepare, and you do it. So
Damn
it's a
straight.
silly subject, right? Be it resolved that you should abolish the month of February for something like this. But it's the third one's a silly subject like this, and you've got 15 minutes to prepare. So
It's all
basically
Seasons Day next week.
yeah, it's basically an extemporaneous debate, I guess. So I went the first year, and there was like 36 entries, and I finished 32nd. And I'm sitting there, I'm going, it couldn't have been that bad, right?
What?
I mean, my arguments. I mean, it was my first ever debate, but
Subjective judgment.
I guess.
Oh.
But so the following year,
racist
like this-
pricks.
no, but I realized, right, like what all the people were giving us the critiques after, right? Tout le monde parlait avec un accent comme ça.
Ah.
So the second year, when I went back, the second subject, I guess I went back. Well, it's not second subject. Second year, I went back. Monsieur et Madame la Présidente, qu'il soit résolu que. I finished fourth.
Yeah.
Made the final.
Yeah.
Like I didn't become any smarter in the last year.
No,
My
just-
arguments weren't
You
any
just
better.
appealed.
You appealed
Yes.
to the political game.
Mais j'ai commencé à parler avec un petit voix pincée.
Yeah.
Just a little pinched voice like that. And all of a sudden I went from 30 seconds
To 4. Wow.
Speak to people in the language they understand.
Very true.
Or what they want to hear.
Okay, so we do have to wrap up because we got to give up this table in 30 minutes and I got to tear all this down.
Okay.
So I want to thank each and every person for joining us today in the chat. Thank you. It's been an absolute pleasure to have you with us here today. Rob, thanks for coming by, buddy.
Actually, you know what? This is great. And thank you guys for having me.
Absolutely.
Because,
wonderful.
for me, this is sort of like I remember Saturday Night Live. They had coffee talk where you could
Exactly.
talk about dogs and
No big whoop.
waters.
That's what you
And,
do. It's what you
It
do.
seems like fun. Yeah, no, this is great. No, I enjoyed this.
Yes. Now, there's one thing I did promise because I'm talking on the chat with people. Somebody asked me, who was it? And so Saucy Sea, which asked me, let's see, what is the one? Oh, darn, something about the movie Chocolat. Oh, yes. Mr. Beaver, do you like the movie Chocolat? I don't know if you've ever seen it.
You're Mr. Beaver.
Yes, I don't know if you've
Okay.
ever seen
Yeah,
it.
I know the film.
It's a beautiful movie.
Yeah, I know the film.
Juliette
I've
Binoche
seen
and Johnny Depp, I think, was
Yeah.
nominated for a couple of
Yeah, I know.
Oscars.
I got a thing
Okay.
for Juliette.
Do I love the movie Chocolat? Like this, when I saw her making the Peruvian hot chocolate, when she put like the chili flakes in it. Now I know that there's orange and zest and all that other stuff like this, but whenever now I make my gourmet hot chocolate, I think we moved the camera a little too much there. Whenever now I make my
I didn't
gourmet
do it.
hot
The
chocolate,
camera's doing its own thing.
okay. The whole idea of putting chili flakes in hot chocolate, I got from that movie. I still do it today. I love it, love it, love it. It is a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful movie. So there you go. Just wanted to let you know that. Not only did I like the movie, but it inspired me to actually put chili flakes in my hot chocolate.
And
If you
on
have
that
never done
note-
that, if you've never done that, try it. It'll change your life.
All right. And on that note, we have to bid you adieu
All right,
because
kids.
we got to free up this table. So, Douglas, if you got a
Let's
couple
do
of
the
things
extra.
to say. Yeah,
Yes.
you're going to have to do it from memory because I don't have it programmed into this unit.
And I don't have it anywhere in front of me, and I'm on my fourth one, so
And he doesn't drink.
I'm feeling that little buzz. So, okay, kids, let's see how this goes. This is the end of our December True North Eager Beaver PubCast.
PubCast.
Yes, we hope that you love this episode because clearly we loved making it for you. Thank you.
We loved
for
having
all the laughs.
each and every one of you with us here today, too.
Absolutely do. If you love our podcasts and you would like us to come directly to you, you can find us on our pod page, podpage.com/the True North Eager Beaver with a hyphen between each one of those words. And if you would like to give us some feedback, we always love hearing from you. You can find us on our Facebook blog page, the True North Eager Beaver on Facebook, at True Eager on Twitter. Or you can communicate with us. See, I'm a little bit in the bag.
4 beers. I've got 5 beers and a double whiskey, and I'm not feeling
communicate
anything.
to us because you're all beautiful people. And you can communicate with us via email on Gmail at truenortheagerbeaver@gmail.com. Let's see what else. We have merch. Lovely, lovely
T-shirts.
merch.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
have
merch.
yes,
we do.
yes, we
Yeah, yeah.
do. We
Does that
have
include the hats.
no hats, no, but we have 6 designs of T-shirts
have
for you. Something for everybody and everybody. From sizes small to 3XL.
like this one.
Mr. Grizzly Civics tees and True North Eager Beaver seasonal Christmas tees. There you go. You can get them as well as a few other designs, our Pride design and our Halloween design, because it's never too early to stock up for next year. You can get those at the address that's right there in the chat. So please do. They make wonderful Christmas presents and stocking stuffers. If you really, really, really like what we do and you would like to encourage us to do more, well, we
We
shake
have a
it.
coffee page.
for tips. So please go to our coffee page. That's coffee, ko-fi.com/eagerbeaver, all in lowercase letters and in one word. That's ko-fi.com/eagerbeaver. And we do appreciate every single tip that you give us. Listen, Rob just looking so cute and innocent right there.
Looking into
Like,
the camera.
who can't love that
I
face?
just am.
How can you not love that?
How can you not
Yeah.
love that face? I do not know if there's anything else that we mentioned.
I think you've nailed it.
I think
you've
I
gotten
may
it
have
all.
nailed
Yeah,
that. So, Mr. Grizzly, as usual, before we go, do you have any words of wisdom for our darling kits to set them off for the rest of the weekend?
Yeah, I do actually. A couple of things, real quick. If you drink, don't drive.
Don't eat yellow snow.
Don't eat yellow snow.
Definitely do not
that's
eat
a
the yellow
good
snow.
piece of advice. If you drink, don't drive. If you're celebrating this season, whether it's Christmas, Ramadan, whatever you celebrate, I hope you are able to spend time with friends and family and loved ones and enjoy every second of it. And if you are feeling lonely and you don't have anybody to celebrate with, well, why don't you join us for our morning shows?
Yes.
Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays at 7 a.m., sometimes a little bit earlier, but next week, regular hours.
Yes.
Monday, Wednesday, and Fridays at 7 a.m., we go live on this channel. And it will be unlike this show because we get into some serious stuff, but we want to provide a community that you can be a part of. And we want you to feel free to open up to us and talk to us about what's going on in your lives. And we welcome you.
Yes, absolutely.
That's all the wisdom I can give you today.
Yeah, because there's room for everybody at our table.
There is.
There's room
Okay.
for everybody at our table.
We got to go.
All right, kids, we
got to free
go.
this table up.
We love you, love you, love you, love you. Thank you for joining us today. Have a wonderful weekend and have a wonderful Christmas. You are listening to a True North Eager Beaver Media Podcast. The True North Eager Beaver podcasts are proudly brought to you by our founding sponsors, the Miss V Mysteries from Corvid Moon Publishing, your source for science fiction, fantasy, and cozy mysteries featuring a broad diversity of characters. CanadianTarot.com, your uniquely Canadian online eclectic tarot community and forum, and The Pepper Master, hot pepper sauces made from fresh farm ingredients to thrill your taste buds and expand your mind.